Did you see him get into a vehicle? She shook her head. No, I was so surprised I just waved to him as he walked by. You waved to him? Well, yes. I mean, he was the president. How often do you see that? He died in prison after a heart attack, Haley said. You must have seen it. Mrs. Mannheim nodded. I did. We all did. But you saw the picture. Don't you think it was him? Haley shook her head slightly. How could it be him, Mrs. Mannheim? He's dead. Well, you can't believe everything that broadcasts on the news, the woman said. Maybe someone made a mistake. Maybe the government got the wrong person. Maybe he had a body double. I've heard that some famous people do that. They hire someone to take their place. Don't you think the authorities would have tracked down someone like that? Haley offered, taking another sip of coffee. Well, I must have missed something, because there he was, right on the streets of Salina, in broad daylight. Haley looked for indication that the woman was being deceptive, but there were none of the telltale signs. She believes what she's telling me. Well, we've taken the image down, Haley said. We've also removed it from your device. Her words seemed to puzzle Mrs. Mannheim, who cocked her head slightly to her side. You removed my picture? Yes, Haley said, putting the coffee back on the table. Obviously, you are not to speak of this to anyone. If anyone asks you about it, you will tell them that you met with someone in the NSF and that you were mistaken. It was a man that happened to look like the traitor president. But my picture, Haley cut her off. Mrs. Mannheim, we cannot have people spreading false rumors that a traitor has somehow escaped justice. I'm sure you understand. Such talk would create possible problems. As such, we require your silence and compliance in this matter. She looked dejected and somewhat saddened as she nodded. Haley understood. The photo had made her a minor celebrity in her tiny circle of friends. If I may, the woman asked. Yes. Well, you did take that picture. Does that qualify me for some reparation points of some sort? There it is. Compliance. Bought and paid for by the administration's reparations policy. You know, Miss Mannheim, normally it wouldn't, but you seem like an upstanding citizen, someone that realizes the risks of spreading false information. I believe I will initiate a request on your behalf, contingent, of course, on your doing exactly what I said. The woman shook her head and beamed. Oh, thank you, officer. You know I don't think I got your name. No, Haley said, you didn't. A few minutes later, she stood at her car where one of the local NSF detectives met her. His name was Thomas Ferguson, and he was a cop's cop. She could see it in the way he carried himself. Such men were old school. They did the necessary hard work. Some of the newer non-legacy recruits to the NSF were punk kids. They went through checklists, but didn't go much further. This loose end has been tied up. What did you find? The older Ferguson rubbed his clean-shaven face, and on the light breeze she could smell his cheap Axe cologne. I had a crew pull every bit of footage within 4 blocks of the deli. Strangely enough, most of the cameras are out of order. The bits we got didn't help much. We switched to road signal cameras, but a lot of those near the area had been disabled. Disabled? Deliberately damaged. 2 with rifle pellets, 3 with paintballs. Another 6 were knocked out of alignment. She paused. Paintballs? Yeah, why? He said, lowering his notepad for a moment. We saw the same thing in Tyson's Corner. You think they're connected? What are the odds that no security footage picked up this guy who happens to look like a dead president? In broad daylight in the middle of a city. Seems a bit far-fetched to me. It's like someone deliberately blacked out the security information. Why? I mean, if it was someone who knew that the former president was going to be seen, why block it out? Having a lot of footage would only make the case stronger that he was alive, right? The detective asked. They wanted him to be seen, but the folks with him didn't want us to be able to trace him. If this is deliberate, it was a well-organized effort. They thought through this, planned it well. This is not the action of amateurs. Kaylee liked the thought of that. This was an opponent that was worthy of her skills and talent. This was someone that presented a challenge. On a lark, I went through our drone footage for parking control. They aren't great cameras, but I did a sweep of the street a few minutes after Mrs. Mannheim had her little encounter. You found something? I did. He handed her his pad. Red truck. Look at the bumper. It's a rental. It was on the street at the time. Now we've tracked down almost everyone in that area. 2 of them said they saw a red truck parked 6 spots down from the deli at the time that our target was seen. Kaylee studied the grainy image. The license plate is obscured. Yeah, we got 2 letters and a number. I tracked down the rental company. They rented 43 of these make and model trucks in the state that day. With that partial license tag, I narrowed it to 2. Both rented well outside the city. 1 was unaccounted for until last night. Gone. 1 was found about an hour from here in a gully, burned to a crisp. He took back the iPad and pulled up the image of the burned truck. Kaylee looked at it, then back at Detective Ferguson. Good work, Detective. Just doing my job. So what does this tell us? If we presume our fake president left in the truck, we can assume they didn't want any checks for DNA. Otherwise, why burn the truck? They pre-planned this encounter, taking out the cameras in advance. They didn't want us to have a lot of evidence in our hands, just enough to get our attention. They controlled this entire situation from top to bottom. We lifted damn near 260 prints from the case where this guy got his coke. I've dumped them to your file. The word I've gotten is that the lab's backlog is weeks after some incident at Quantico. You're an operative. You can probably bump up the order. Kaylee nodded, handing him back his iPad. I can, and I will. These guys are polished, whoever they are. They have access to some state-of-the-art thinking, too, she said. They aren't locals, then. We keep a pretty tight tab on the locals that would have this kind of expertise. That means they have already moved on. No point in loitering in the area. Right, Kaylee said. We have control of the image. We've taken it down. We will need to get to everyone that saw that image. Tell them it was false, and not to spread any rumors that will land them in trouble. I got a team of folks good with social tagging. We'll put a lid on it. Even with that, she said, someone will pick up on it and try to get it to the media. People love conspiracy theories, and this plays to that. If any locals do pick it up, make sure our spokesmen play it off as a bad prank. Let them know we don't take this seriously, because we know the traitor is dead, but that people who spread such misinformation are subject to investigation. That should scare the snail snot out of them. Most of the local media would clear this with us in advance anyway, Ferguson said. They don't want trouble with the NSF and the TRC. Kaylee crossed her arms and gave him a single nod of approval. We are being played. Whoever it is has some serious balls to mess with the NSF. In her mind, everything was strangely connected, right down to the attacks at Quantico and Tyson's Corners. They're building up to something big. The sightings of the traitor president were deeply disturbing because they were puzzle pieces that didn't seem to fit the picture. Our first sighting was in Gettysburg. There was one near Nashville as well. Now this one in Kansas. Almost 5 years, and no one sees him, and now we have sightings. That can't be a coincidence. Her analytical thinking clicked in. Why appear in public? If you have been able to hide this long, why risk stepping out where you will be seen? Why would you risk it? You wouldn't. There was something else in play here. She could feel it. As she stepped out of the elevator, she put her phone in her pocket. I can't ignore going to Kansas to follow up on this. I can put out feelers on this Andrew Forrest in the meantime. Her gut told her that getting to the Sons of Liberty leadership was the key to finding the former president. Someone wanted to keep Mr. Forrest out of the hands of the social enforcers. Someone with the same skills I possess. That has to be the SOL, or someone of that caliber. Why protect him if he didn't have something they needed? What was it that the SEs had not been able to find? Kaylee Latrim had more questions than answers as she reached her car. There would be plenty of time to think it over on the flight to Kansas. If the traitor president was alive, she would find him. If not, she would find who was trying to perpetrate the illusion that was still out there, and why they were doing it. I won't find my answers here. I need to penetrate the Sons of Liberty. They're driving this bus. If I can find this Andrew Forrest, find out why the SEs are after him, that's a good starting place. And when I do figure this out, I'll take them all down. Chapter 12. Outside of Bluffdale, Utah, the Utah Data Center, codenamed Hive, was secure on many fronts. It was built mostly out in the open, making the approach to the facility difficult without detection. There were rings of security fences and sensors which made approach within a half-mile of the facility nearly impossible. Much of the facility was underground. Jack Desmond loved the impossible. He saw it as a challenge. When the NSA had been folded into the NSF, he knew that Hive was where the NSF's often taunted security cloud was housed. Hitting the NSF facility in Maryland all but guaranteed that the NSF cloud would be hosted in Utah, and with good reason. The facility was a fortress, with its own security force. Taking down the facility would further cripple operatives in the field. Their investigative data would be inaccessible. It would leave many in the NSF blind. But how to take down such a big facility without launching a massive assault? It had been a problem he had tasked to a handful of members of the Sons of Liberty. Their plan was remarkably simple. The farm of computers at Hive generated a great deal of heat. The facility had 2 chiller plants and 12 cooling towers. If these were disabled, even for a short period of time, the NSF would have to start taking down servers, cutting agents off from data. The facility also had 4 power buildings for channeling the massive electricity into the facility. These, too, were points of vulnerability. The genius engineers, being lazy, had put the power centers next to the chilling units to save time moving between the 2 for maintenance. If the cooling towers were taken down, there was a company already contracted to provide mobile systems as backup. They were in Salt Lake City. The first step was to infiltrate the mobile units, planting hundreds of pounds of high explosive in them. Once they reached capacity, the explosives were set to detonate. The explosion of the mobile units would take out the power centers as well. Those facilities were custom-built, nearly impossible to replace on a short notice. Typical fucking government job, Jack thought when he reviewed the plan the team had come up with. The plan was simple. Cripple the chilling units, wait for the backups to arrive, blow them up, and take out the power centers. Hive would be unable to share its precious intelligence data for weeks, if not months. Jack moved alongside the strike team as they broke out the drones. They had been purchased commercially and traceable. They had been high-end drones, the kind used in media production. Rather than carrying heavy cameras, they were equipped with explosives and detonators. 4 would be used on each chiller plant, targeting the plant and the cooling towers. One drone was equipped with white phosphorus so as to cause massive heat damage, the kind that would prohibit simple hardware swap-outs of the damaged equipment. With a range of 3 miles, they could come in low, rise up over the fence, and hit the facility before anyone could respond. His team had done dry runs in Colorado with fairly good luck. Now came the real test. "We're ready to go, Skipper," said former Naval SEAL Travis Cullen. Travis's father had been one of the founding members of the Sons of Liberty after the fall. His father was a Gulf War vet, and the newly formed NSF had labeled him Gun Nut. With the ATF rolled into their jurisdiction, the desire to confiscate his weapons gave the NSF the justification they needed to move in on him. It was Ruby Ridge all over again, only this time with overwhelming firepower. The authorities had surrounded the cabin in the woods of Washington state and had blasted it apart with enough gunfire to level a city block. A staggering number of such gun roundups took place. Jack saw it for what it was, legally justified murder. They called his old man a crazy and killed him. Desmond still remembered the footage of the authorities hauling out the elder Cullen's guns and his body in a blood-soaked stretcher. The media sang high praise to the efforts, saying that Adam Cullen was a danger to society. They said he was planning a mass shooting event, a lie, but when the people ate up, Travis had been waiting, wanting revenge ever since. "We'll get one run on this," Jack said to the 8 operators. "We screw the pooch on this and they'll tighten security to the point where we can't pull off anything." "We've got it," Travis assured him. Jack nodded. "Then light the bastards up." Twilight was coming as the sun set in the distance. They had less than half an hour of good visibility. Since Jack was poised to the west, the setting sun would blind anyone looking their direction. The winds were light, making piloting the drones somewhat easier. The drones hummed to life, kicking up a lot of dust as each pilot checked their controls and the screen. Jack squinted and held his hand up to keep the dust from his eyes as they rose up and over the hill between the pilots and their targets. He moved behind Travis, who piloted one of the drones, watching the screen. He was surprised how well the images came through as the drones shot across the flat desert ground. As they approached the rings of chain-link fence, they arced upward slightly, in one case just clearing the fence. Inside the compound, they wasted no time finding their targets. One by one they exploded. It took a few moments for the sound to echo over the hill, and Jack watched as each screen flickered off. The booms bounced over his head. "All right, pack it up and get your asses in gear," Travis commanded. He drifted over to Jack with a big grin on his face. "Right now, they're back there trying to figure out what happened. In about 20 minutes, their servers will start kicking off because of the heat." Jack nodded. The Sons of Liberty had just struck another gut punch to the NSF, and tomorrow, when the backup coolers were brought in and powered up, things would get a lot worse. Wheaton, Illinois. Kaylee hated hospitals, especially the nationalized ones. The national hospitals were not anywhere she ever wanted to be treated. She paid more for insurance to avoid going to them. They reminded her of when her grandmother was dying. The smell of disinfectants, the dispassionate staff, it all came back to her every time she went to a hospital. This trip was necessary, though. She had come to Wheaton, Illinois, to track down the man that Richard Farmer had met with. The local NSF had reported that someone had assaulted 4 members of an SE team, killing one and putting 2 in the hospital. It was the kind of coincidence that caught her attention. While she did not hold social enforcers with any professional degree of respect, she also had to acknowledge that it was rare that someone could take down so many of them. Who was their target? That was the question that compelled her the most. She needed a connection to Richard Farmer, and now there was an incident with the botched SE operation. She stood over the hospital bed and looked at the man before her. His face had several lacerations, with stitches holding pieces of his chubby cheeks together. His head was badly bruised, as was his right eye. He had suffered a concussion and a fracture of his skull, the result of his face being put through the window of a car door. Kaylee tried to summon a smile, but failed miserably. "So, then, Mr. Larson, how many people attacked your team?" 2, maybe 3, he said. "It was hard to tell. It all happened pretty fast. They came at us all at once." "I see," she said calmly, pulling out her phone. Perhaps you can explain why the footage only showed one attacker that actually engaged with your team. She hit the play arrow, and the footage showed a short female slamming his head through the car door window. The woman was a professional. Kaylee had studied her moves, and that much was obvious. She stopped the footage when the one victim was hit through the leg and foot. Well, get to it, Mr. Larson. You got your ass handed to you by a woman that you grossly underestimated. Your frail little male ego couldn't handle the fact that she got the better of your team almost single-handedly. It helped to tell your buddies in SE that you got out by a number of attackers to make up for your own failings and mistakes. After all, you wouldn't want them to think you're less of a man, would you? That's not it. You've already lied to the initial NSF officers in your report, Mr. Larson. You know that filing a false report is a federal crime. You could be facing some serious time in jail. I'm sure those scars on your face will turn off some of the men there, but most of them don't care about your face. They're interested in other parts of your body. His face reddened. She knew she had struck pay dirt. Men could be big and tough all day long. They loved putting up a rugged exterior. Mention prison and the possibilities and horrors there, most would crumble, especially somebody as doughy as Larson. Look, I'm sorry. I may have been mistaken. It all happened so fast. Who was the female? She asked in a sterner tone of voice. We don't know. We didn't think our target was working with anyone. We had tossed his place. The guy was a nobody. She came at us like a fucking ninja. Kaylee could not argue against that. What that means is that they underestimated their target. Tell me about the man, the one you were trying to pick up. Forrest? The guy's dad was in the SOL back in the day. His sister is a district director for the Midwest. We're told that this old man gave him something we needed to recover. What was it? He shook his head against the pillow. I don't know. We were told we would probably know it when we saw it. His old man died a while back. We trashed his place, nada. So we went for his apartment, but we got nothing. His PC had nothing on it of use. Our guys scoured the drive. When he showed up, we thought we should take him in, a little kick in the crotch interrogation. He bolted, but we cornered him. Then she showed up. Forrest's full name? Andrew Jackson Forrest, Larson said. Andrew Jackson, that name combo could have ended up on an SE list no matter what. President Jackson owned slaves. Part of the purge that took place was the removal of such names in public and private. Individual like Forrest would have received an encouragement letter about the risks of living with that name, a threat. I will want a copy of his file, she said flatly. We don't... the SE doesn't share intel with the NSF. Kaylee flashed a fake smile, if only for a moment. That is true, normally. But this isn't normal. You lied to our officer when you called for us to come in and help you out after you got your asses ambushed. Since we got pulled in, it makes this an official NSF investigation. Neither of us wants you flagged for falsifying testimony, so you are going to provide me your file on this Andrew Forrest. I'm going to need to talk to my superiors. I need permission for this sort of thing. No, you're not going to ask permission. We are way past that, Mr. Larson. I need that data to catch this female, and you're Mr. Forrest. You will shoot me the data. And this plays out as follows. I will slap the cuffs on you right now. I will make sure your data gets buried so that you can spend a few nights in jail before they pull you out of the street again. You will need to hire an attorney. I'm sure your mom will front you the money. This will drag out for a long time. I hear that the SE tosses liabilities, and that is what I will turn you into. A former SE has a hard time out there without cover. You probably stepped on a lot of toes over the years. Roughed up some people that'll love to hear that you're on the street without protection. Oh, and when this is over, you will be going to jail. Or you shoot me the damn file. In reality, the choice is simple. Yours to make. Larson nodded. She handed him her phone so he could log in. His chubby little fingers shook nervously as he keyed in his access. It took a full 2 minutes for him to dump the data to his phone. She tried to copy the information to the NSF cloud, but got a string of error messages. I must have some sort of signal issue. You see, she said, taking the device back and checking to see if the material was there. Now then, where's this PC you recovered? In our evidence locker, he said. You can't get in there. Our district office is a pretty tight security. Besides, like I said, it was wiped. The SE didn't have the kind of tech resources that Lee did in the NSF. I understand. I was just curious. I don't want any trouble, he said, almost pleading. Your name will likely never appear in my report, Mr. Larson. Needless to say, telling anyone about this would not be a prudent move on your part. Don't worry, he gulped. I don't want to talk about this ever again. That's the spirit, she said. Lee saw him for what he was, pathetic and weak. The social enforcers were a mix of high school bullies and pitiful punks that wanted to be bullies. The SE gave them a feeling of protection and power, a dangerous mix with those of weak hearts or minds. Larson would never talk about their conversation because deep down he was afraid. The same organization that gave him power would sell him out in a heartbeat, and he knew that. He would go from enforcement to target. That was how they worked. It was a dysfunctional organization that lured in the weak and made them strong. She did not even offer him a wish of getting better because she didn't care if he healed or recovered. Larson might talk to his superiors, thinking it would help him. It didn't matter to Lee. She had his data. Chicago, Illinois. The Greater Chicago Social Enforcement Branch was headquartered in a building on Ogden Avenue in what had been a police precinct building before the liberation. The brick building had been one of those overrun by protesters and taken over later by the SE. Once the dust had settled, they had done a fairly crappy job of maintaining the structure. The once well-groomed flower planters had overgrown into a nest of weeds. Spray-painted BLM and other tags had never been fully removed and still showed. They had taken a precinct over, but had not taken over responsibility for maintaining the building. Lee watched people coming and going from the building for a day. There didn't seem to be any real security per se. She had come up with 2 plans for getting Andrew Foster's PC. One was to infiltrate the building. Normally, she would have pulled up the plans. But there were issues with the NSF cloud. A problem with the data center. She couldn't get a straight answer, but from the sound of it, the NSF cloud was going to be inaccessible for a while. That meant going in blind. That didn't intimidate her, but it was a complication. The other option was to go in and ask for the PC. With the right amount of bravado and some character acting on her part, it should be easy. Counting on their incompetence, she went with that plan. Donning a black shirt and black jeans, she made sure her firm cleavage was showing enough to distract anyone from remembering too many other details about her appearance. She then walked in as if she belonged there, going up to the front desk. "Hi, I'm Meredith from Regional," she said in her best Midwestern accent. "Hi," the skinny 20-something kid behind the desk replied. "Can I help you?" "I was sent to pick up a PC. The violator's name was Andrew Forrest." "Do you have a case reference number?" She shook her head. "No, they just told me to come down and get it. Honestly thought you'd have it up here waiting for me." The black-shirted kid looked around the desk. "Sorry, I don't have anything." "Great," Kaylee replied, rolling her eyes. "I drove for 4 hours from Indy to get here, and now I have to go back without it. They're going to ream me when I get back." It was, as she referred to it, her damsel-in-distress persona. "Well, I guess I can go back and see if I can find it," he said. "Could you? That would be fantastic," she said. "Give me a minute." he said, taking off for the bowels of the dimly lit building. She knew the risks. Someone might call Indianapolis and be told they didn't send anyone. That would be easy to bluff past, too. She was prepared. One thing she relied on was the incompetency of any bureaucracy, and the social enforcers were laden with a poorly run one. After a few minutes, the young man came back with the PC in his arms. "Sorry it took so long. It was a mess back there sometimes." "Oh, I know. You should see our evidence cage," she said. "Do you need to have me sign for it?" He fumbled, looking for the right ledger. "Yeah, if you don't mind." He looked at the evidence tag on the PC and jotted it down. Kaylee signed as Meredith with a false ID number. "Yeah, great," she said to him as she grabbed the PC. "Next time, maybe we could grab something to eat." He got up and opened the door for her. "That'd be great, Meredith," he said, grinning broadly. She got the PC strapped to the passenger seat of her car and took off, knowing that it was likely that they would never figure out what had happened to their precious evidence. Chapter 13. Truth is more tangible than facts. Detroit, Michigan. 3 days had passed since the arson destruction of their Bobcat excavator. Raoul found himself constantly pausing during his work, looking around for any sign of the attackers. Their last attack had been done near the end of the day, but in broad daylight. They were not afraid of the troop, that much was clear. Ufre joked that Raoul was being overly paranoid, that these were bullies and little more. Still, he was nervous. At night, he slept with a club he had made from a scrap piece of lumber that had been salvaged. The others in the troop did the same thing, including Ufre. The troop leader had tried to engage the National Support Force police, but it seemed like a waste of time. He came out, looked at the fire damage, and gave him a report for insurance purposes. When one of the troops asked him if he would take action, Winston shook his head. "They said we didn't see anyone do it, so all we have is speculation." Paco had to cot next to him. "If the NSF is not going to do anything, we should leave," he said. Raoul winced. "Our work is nearly done. In a few weeks we'll be moved, or maybe away from Detroit altogether. We have done good work here on this reclamation. I'd hate for us to go before we're done." Paco pointed to the scar on his head. "You would feel differently if you had experienced these people the way I did." It was hard to argue against that point. Our troop leader has told National about this. If they felt we were in danger, they would have pulled us out. "These enforcers," Paco said, "they're not going to rest until we are gone or dead." Raoul struggled with the thought that these were from the same organization he knew back home. Social enforcers back in Alvarado had done a great deal of good. They protected citizens from the cartels bringing their drugs in. They had been active in the community. When someone stepped out of line, they did not use brute force, but protests and gentle persuasion. That wasn't the case here in Detroit. "These are religious people, but resort to violence," he said, laying his head on a small pillow on his cot, looking over at Paco a few feet away. "It makes no sense. Father Ryan preached the Gospels. I've talked to him about it, and their Allah follows many of the same teachings as Christ. This group is different." "We have to be prepared," Paco said, pulling out his club just enough for Raoul to see it. "The world is full of people that don't think the way we do." Raoul drifted off to sleep. A noise jolted him awake. He sat up, then fumbled under his blanket for the handle of his club. Paco was already on his feet, armed and crouching. It was dark, and the sounds were those of loud voices. There were several people talking, yelling at each other. He could hear Troop Leader Winston's voice as he slid on his work boots. The others of the troop began to wake up. One irate voice rang out louder than the rest, a deep booming voice with an accent that seemed Middle Eastern. "You are to leave tonight!" The voices seemed to be coming from the area of the old factory lot outside, and from the light coming from there, several cars must have pulled up. The young troop members were drawn to the light like moths to the flame. "Please," Winston said, "I understand your concerns. I was a social justice warrior myself. We can work this out." You're nothing like us, the voice roared. Raoul moved closer, finally coming to a half-removed wall. From there he could see the group. There were 6 of them, male, older than the young man, and women of the youth corps. They wore light brown tan robes, which seemed to shimmer almost white in the headlights of the 3 cars that had pulled in. All of the men were bearded, dark-skinned, and what he could see of their faces, furious. "We'll be out of here soon," the troop leader pleaded. "You will leave now," the leader of the SE group said, closing the distance between the 2 of them. "You'll leave now or we will make you." Raoul moved with the rest of the troop alongside of Winston, which prompted the SEs to close the gap as well. They were so close to Raoul he could smell the men across from him. They reeked of some spice, some food, something he was unfamiliar with. It was not body odor, or if it was from something he had eaten, pungent and foreign to his nostrils. Looking at the man in front of him, he saw the raw anger in his face. His black beard glistened with sweat. His eyes were wide, his brow wrinkled. Raoul clenched the club in his right hand, glancing over at Winston. He saw something he had not seen before with the troop leader: fear. "We have just a little work to complete, then we'll move on," he said calmly. The larger man across from the troop leader responded with a violent shove, which pushed Winston back 3 feet. "You'll leave tonight, all of you." His dark eyes swept the youth corps workers. Winston rallied and resumed his place. "We have every right to be here. The FedGov sent us here." "You have only the rights we give you," the leader of the party said. "You were infidels, and you ignored our warnings. There's a price for such arrogance." Raoul was 2 people down from Winston. The dark man reached down into his robe and pulled out a gun. In that moment, everything seemed to speed up for Raoul. He saw the gun and saw the flash. Everything became a blur as the troop leader was knocked backwards. Raoul sprang for the extended arm with the gun as the 2 lines of people collided with each other. Paco, next to him, and between him and the man with the gun, charged forward, using his club like a battering ram on the stomach of the man in front of him. Raoul went past Paco and swung his club up over his head and down on the extended arm with the gun. He hit it just at the elbow and heard a cracking sound of breaking bones. The man lost his grip on the gun, dropping it, grunting in pain. On his backswing, Raoul caught his opponent's cheek with the club, twisting his head hard to the side. Sounds jumbled in his ears as he dove for the gun. He had never held one before, and it was heavier than he expected. He turned to the man that had shot the troop leader and used both hands to steady the weapon. Jerking the trigger, the gun roared, and the larger man flew back, blood spraying like a mist in the headlights of their vehicles. The gun kicked hard, harder than he had imagined, almost flying from his hand. Raoul did not think. He acted. The man Paco had hit slammed his friend with a brick on the side of his head. Raoul swung the gun around and fired again. This time he controlled the kick of the weapon as a bullet hit the man in the neck, dropping him instantly. He wheeled again at one of the robed men wielding a piece of pipe and fired, missing. It seemed in that instant that every eye fell on him and the gun. The robed men seemed to realize that things had turned, and they dove for cover, running towards their vehicles. Raoul turned to one car and fired between the headlights that glared at him. He heard a thwack of the bullet on the windshield and the strange Arabic shouts of the men as they climbed into the cars. He didn't know what to do. He simply pointed the pistol in their direction and kept squeezing the trigger. A ricochet snapped and zinged as he fired. Raoul fired over and over until the gun stopped firing. The cars roared away, burning rubber in the night. Trembling, he lowered the gun and looked around. 3 of the youth corps were down. 2 of the attackers lay dead. Their robes were soaked in blood. The head of the one he hit in the neck was twisted at a strange angle, its mouth open as if it were screaming into the darkness. "What have I done?" His entire body quaked, and he felt like he was going to vomit. Paco got up, blood flowing from where he had been hit in his hair. His friend moved to the fallen form of the troop leader, and Raoul followed. Avalon Winston was pale and shaking, his eyes unable to focus, looking up at the stars. His stomach had been hit with the bullet that had started the brawl. The yellow T-shirt bearing the logo of the Youth Corps was soaked crimson with gore. Raoul knelt next to him, the gun still in his right hand. As he glanced down on it, he saw tiny droplets of blood on the gun in his wrist. "I don't understand," Winston said. "I was one of them. This can't happen to me. We were going to leave. We were on the same side." Then his shaking stopped. His eyes did not close, but stared off into the night. Raoul felt the tears run down his cheek, and he sniffled slightly. Somehow he rose to his feet, and all the eyes of the troop fell on him. "They will come back," Julian said. "These should call for the NSF." "Man," Paco said, glancing down at the gun still in his hands, "you didn't have a choice. They would have killed us all." Raoul looked at the gun. He wanted to drop it, but couldn't. It was as if it were attached to his hand. His mind was racing with thoughts. How would I explain to my mother what happened? They would arrest me. I have committed a sin. The last one registered with him, Father Ryan. He would understand. Raoul turned to Paco. "It isn't safe here. We need to go to the church. The Padre will protect us. We can call the NSF from there." Chicago, Illinois. It was late at night at the NSF Chicago field office. Kay Lee hovered behind Anderson Bain, the tech working on the hard drive she had brought in. Where she was a honed weapon, he was a geek. He had thick glasses and a wiry frame that told her he would not last more than a few minutes in a fight, if he had ever actually been in one. When she had flashed her badge at him, he actually took a moment to study it before reluctantly agreeing to work late. He had kept the office dark, which was fine by her. Only a lone desk lamp and the white light from the massive array of 3 monitors provided an illumination. The SEs had not found anything on Andrew Forrest's hard drive, but they were not the NSF. They had said it had been wiped. You didn't try and nuke a hard drive unless you were hiding something. From what she'd been told, the special agent in charge in Chicago, Bain, was their best cyber tech. "Got it," he said. "Your perp was pretty good. He used a proprietary tool to scramble his drive. Those are hard to pop. I mean, there are a lot of them, and each does it a different way. So what I did was run a level 3 deconstructive algorithm that assumed that he..." She cut him off. "I honestly don't care how you did it. Mr. Bain, what have you found?" He shrugged. "Well, not a lot. These files here, but most are related to his job and are old." "His browser history?" "Well, he's not into porn, which frankly is a relief," Anderson said. "I had this guy a few weeks ago that had the biggest collection of horse porn I've..." "What did he search for in the last 2 weeks?" she said, cutting him off again. "Right," Bain replied, squinting at his screen and leaning toward it slightly. His fingers danced on the keyboard as he read the data in the monitor. "Not a lot, really. He hit some job sites, did some searches for open consultant positions. I can pull them up if you want." "No," she said, leaning towards the screen herself. "What else have you got?" For a moment, Anderson said nothing as his eyes processed the streams in Word in front of him. That's odd. What do you have?" He pointed at a line on the screen. He ran a search for Mount Rushmore. That was odd. References to the location had been purged from the web by the alliance of tech companies that had supported the liberation. It had been deemed a discretion and had been destroyed. The land returned to the native tribes in the region. All that the world ever was allowed to see of the site was the demolition of the faces of the tainted presidents there. It had been a half-assed use of explosives, but it sent a clear message. The icons of the past were no longer permitted. I thought you couldn't search for that. True, Bain replied, but he looked up where it was located, not a search on Mount Rushmore itself. When was the date? Bain rattled it off. 2 days after Farmer and Forrest met in front of the CVS. Does it mean anything to you, Operative Leitrim? I was in Brookings, South Dakota, with Richard Farmer. This is not the case of Forrest looking up this man. They had already met. There's only one good reason to look up a location that was banned. Yes, Kaylee replied. It's telling me where I have to go next. She patted Bain on the shoulder. Good work. Thanks, he replied. If Forrest is heading for South Dakota, so am I. Detroit, Michigan. Raoul and the rest of the troop arrived at the old Catholic church, out of breath from running. They'd called the NSF, but then fled, fearing that their attackers might return. Raoul ran up the wide steps and banged on the door of the church. He waited, but heard nothing for a minute. Then he pounded again. The door opened, and Father Ryan filled the doorway. Raoul, what is the meaning of this? We need your help. The priest looked out at the small gathering of young people and motioned for them to come in. He closed the door of the church, sliding the deadbolt in place. Raoul, what happened? For a moment Raoul hesitated. He deeply respected the priest and feared that his actions might ruin that relationship. Reaching into his jeans belt line, he pulled out the gun and handed it to Father Ryan. We were attacked. They killed our troop leader. We fought with them. I took the gun from one of them. Father, I shot 2 of them. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Ryan looked at him, taking the gun and setting it on the nearest pew. He then hugged Raoul. Do not worry, my son. I killed them, Father, he sobbed. What you did was self-defense, Ryan said, releasing him and setting him down on the pew as the others huddled in around them. He looked around at them. Some of you are hurt. There was a first aid kit in the rectory through that door, he pointed, down the hall to the right. Get cleaned up. What do I do, Father? Raoul asked as half the troop left. Raoul, did you start this? Did you provoke this? He shook his head, wiping his nose on his sleeve. No, we had clubs, but they attacked us first. Father Ryan nodded. It will be your word against theirs, he said firmly. And they are social enforcers. I know these people. They've been attempting to inflict a Sharia law in our neighborhoods. It won't take them long to figure out where you have gone. Raoul looked around the church. It seemed so big, so empty. How can we possibly be safe here? We should move then. We shouldn't bring violence to a place of worship. Where can you go if not here? The priest asked. Is there anyone you can call at the youth corps? I don't know. Raoul shook his head. The only one that dealt with the youth corps leadership was Avalon Winston, and he lay dead in a parking lot. The loneliness crept in even more. I will try to reach out to them, see if they can help. In the meantime, you will remain here. I will grant you sanctuary. You will be under my protection and that of the Holy Mother. Raoul was thankful but afraid. Father, these men, they will not respect this place or you. If they come with hate and guns. Father Ryan only smiled. The book of Peter tells us that the good shepherd is one that protects his flock. You are my flock, and I am your overseer. I am your example. I will protect you, my son, all of you. He said, sweeping the small gathering that had come with Raoul. Your safety is my responsibility. You shall have sanctuary in these walls. Raoul felt a surge of relief in that moment. What will happen now, Father? Violence, Ryan said, with resolve in his voice. They have mastered it. For now we are safe here. They would not suspect you coming here. They will lash out. It is the way of the SE. I feel terrible, Raoul moaned. God tests us, Raoul, the father said. He only gives us tests that he knows we have the strength to overcome. Everything is part of the Lord's plan. He would not have given you this burden if he did not think you strong enough to overcome it. Raoul said nothing in response, but gave a nervous nod. My whole life has changed now. I should never have pulled that trigger. If they find me, they will kill me, just as they did with Avalon. If this is part of God's plan, I wish I understood it. Chapter 14. Comfort equals compliance. Keystone, South Dakota. Charlie climbed down from the semi-truck rig, Andy right behind her. Thanks for the lift, she said. The evening air was brisk, not biting as it had been in the winter. The sunset over the Black Hills was earlier than she had expected. In the distance, Charlie could make out thin purple streaks of clouds on the western horizon, just above the orange sky of the setting sun. You know, the driver called back, they got a shower in there if you want to get cleaned up. He nodded in the direction of the truck stop. Keystone was a white spot in the road. When Mount Rushmore had been a tourist spot, the town had thrived. Now many of the businesses were boarded up, with graffiti sprayed, painted on the weathered plywood. Adding to the economic misery was the shutdown of the Keystone XL pipeline right after the fall. Outside of town there were lots filled with rusting construction equipment and construction metal. The ruling council felt that it was better for the environment to shut down the pipeline, putting thousands without jobs. It had been a crushing blow to towns like Keystone. The Keystone truck stop was a 2-story building with a vast parking lot. Only 2 tractor trailers were parked there. Charlie understood the hint he was giving them. They had been living in the same clothing for several days. She couldn't detect their body odors, but others probably couldn't ignore it. Thanks, she offered. The trucker named Dale headed in while she and Andy waited outside in the cool evening air. You think he's trying to tell us something? Andy said with a bit of sarcasm. I think we may be a little ripe. Her trained eyes swept the outside of the truck stop for cameras. They were there, but older models. Given the isolated location, there was a good chance they would not be wired up to the net for monitoring by the NSF. I hate taking the risk of being spotted, but we need to get some food and get cleaned up. I think this place may be safe, Charlie said, leading the way in. Once inside, she motioned to the single shower area. Pulling some clothes from her backpack, she motioned to the shopping area. I'll get cleaned up first. You go get us some clothing. No credit cards. Pay cash only. He nodded and left, and she went into the shower. The tiles were yellowish by design. The bamboo mat was designed to keep you from slipping, but had a slick feel to it. It didn't matter, as the warm water flowed over her. There were pump dispensers for some sort of shampoo and soap, which she embraced. She had grabbed a towel from the pile and dried herself in the shower, per the small sign on the outside of the shower. When she reached the lower right side of her torso, she came across a scar from a bullet she had taken. The bullet hole itself was a scab of dry skin on it, and she felt behind her where the incision had been made. It was a reminder of the worst night of her life, and every time she touched it, memories rushed forward again. Charlie paused to rinse out her underwear, wring it tightly, and wrap it in a paper towel to dry as much as possible. Her sweatpants were old, from when she had been posing as an NSF officer, Angela Frasowski. They were dark blue with a faded white NSF logo on her right thigh. A shower and change of clothing felt great. She slid one of her 2 handguns into the sweatband of the pants, letting her shirt fall over it. Her hoodie, while dirty, would still have to suffice for the time being. Their journey across the country had been slow but careful. They would be looking for Andy after the incident in Illinois. The judicious use of rail cars and hitchhiking helped keep him off grid. The SEs and the NSF would be looking for her too by now, but that didn't worry her. I've been able to avoid them up to this point. Charlie's life had been one of avoiding people. She only socialized enough to avoid raising suspicion since the fall. Every conversation with her had been careful and calculated. I knew something they didn't. What happened to the president after the White House fell? If they were willing to fake his death, my murder would be a cakewalk. Andy was different. He had engaged her in conversation, or at least tried to. Years of living in the shadow had taught her to shut down such efforts. Bit by bit, he was getting her to talk. It felt good to Charlie, somehow, right? Andy was a normal person who had led a normal life. Now, he was caught up in something way over his head. I knew what I was signing up for in the Secret Service. This poor guy just had his father die, and his whole world came down around him. Charlie didn't feel sorry for him. She merely appreciated the situation. As she tossed the wet towels into the bin, she ran a brush through her hair, which fought back with vigor despite its short length. This mission had not turned out at all like she had expected. I thought I was getting a milk run, something easy. Instead, I've had to take down an SE team and extract someone from a hostile situation. Now I'm off on some sort of Indiana Jones thing, and neither of us knows what we're looking for. Jack Desmond owed her for this, and for everything else. He would deliver, too. While she had her secrets from the night of the fall, Jack's were more public. They had gone after law enforcement's families during the fall. Antifa, and its now SE thugs, thought it was a great way to pressure officers to stand down. It worked in many cases. In some cases, it was simple slaughter of innocent people. When this is over, he promised to introduce me to the successor. He owes me that much. Walking through the small truck stop, she came to Andy, who had a pair of overpriced generic blue jeans for her. I guessed on the size, he said. She looked at them. Not bad. I'll roll up the legs and cuff them. He had a bulky sweatshirt for her as well as a fresh T-shirt, which she stuffed into her backpack. My turn, he said, walking to the back of the restaurant. Charlie checked the eating area. 2 other people were there, sitting at a counter that had probably been there for decades. There weren't any visible cameras, but that didn't mean she was safe. The ancient waitress came over and asked what she wanted to drink. She went with the water rather than anything containing caffeine. They had a long hike ahead of them. The waitress brought over the check. Kaylee eyed it and asked, "Is cash okay?" She smiled. "We still take cash," she said. Since the pandemic, the government and business had been pushing people to use credit cards for even the most mundane purchases. Myths were spun up about the shortage of coins, a shortage of bills. But in reality, it was a means of tracking people and everything they purchased. Big Tech had encouraged this and used the data to feed the FedGov. In some cities, cash had been banned, but was still accepted, and such purchases were treated as black market by the NSF. Kaylee didn't want to have to use one of her many stolen credit cards if she didn't have to. The less to trace, the better. She handed her to Obama's $40, which just covered the inflationary price of their meals. Andy returned in a few minutes, shaven, his hair still wet. They ordered breakfast for dinner and sat for a long time saying nothing. When the food came, Andy devoured his meal. She ate slowly, choosing to savor every bite. He finally shattered the silence. "Is this normal?" "What?" "This." He gestured with his eyes, sweeping the room. "I was a consultant. I traveled a lot. I certainly never ended up in a place like this. Is this how you've been living since, well, you know?" Charlie smiled slightly. "You were raised in a bubble, Andy. But for what it's worth, we all were. No, I didn't live in places like this, she said, sweeping the diner with her eyes to make sure no one was in earshot. I had to adopt new identities, take on new jobs. We had a set of pristine false IDs ready for this kind of thing, but none of us expected to ever have to use them. I chose to be a fugitive that was hiding in plain sight. For a long time, until I got sucked back into this, I was working in the NSF as an officer. They didn't find you? She could see the look of amazement on his face. Like I said, I hid where they never thought to look, in her own ranks. Hiding in plain sight is sometimes the best move. There was a hint of pride in what she had accomplished. Charlie was not ashamed of it. That had to be hard on you, when they federalized law enforcement the way they did. These were organizations you worked with, I presume. They had become the strong arm for the ruling council. That was easier than the crap they pulled up to that point, Charlie said, taking another small bite of her pancake. The media barely covered it. Most of the mobs came after our families. It was a form of extortion. Do what we say or your loved ones get killed. There were a lot of murders of law enforcement friends and relatives to pressure them to stand down. I remember bits and pieces of that, he said, resting his elbows on the table. The reports made it sound like it was a few isolated incidents. That's because that played to their narrative, she replied. They wanted the rioters and anarchists to come across as peaceful. That's why you didn't see much footage of them dragging Secret Service people out of the White House and shooting them in the heads. It happened, but the media gave the people a story that wouldn't upset them, one that made the mobs look like innocent protesters. And he leaned back. My dad talked to me about this, but I was in denial, I guess. I was so focused on them being sent off to social quarantine camp. I didn't think about the big picture. That's how they worked, Charlie said as she used her fork to play with a small bit of pancake that she pushed around on the plate. We lost sight of the big picture. We were told so much disinformation that it was impossible to know what was real and what was fake news. And he paused for a moment, taking a long sip of water. They said my dad died of cancer. I know that's what killed his body. I was there. I also know that the SEs took something from him in that camp. He wasn't the same when he came back. They took a bit of his soul there. They had done things to him. He never got to see this through, whatever it was. He was not the same man that left. I like to think he wanted me to go and find this thing he hid. He gave you no idea what it was? None. He told me that a friend of his, Abel Broomer, got it out of D.C. the night of the fall. I tried to look the guy up, but he died 3 years ago. He worked in the FedGov, I know that much. Whatever it was, Dad thought it important enough to hide in the most obscure place on the planet. Charlie wondered what it could be as well, and as much as she had the good imagination, it was hard to picture what it was. Well, we're going to a forbidden place. Since they trashed the monument, the area has been banned. I guess the administration doesn't like it when people post pictures of their dirty deeds. The monument was a symbol for a lot of people. When they broadcast the destruction, it led to counter-rioting. All that did was give them an excuse to round up anyone they tagged as undesirable. Still, they have patrols up there, Native Americans. I'm guessing they have cameras. Good electronic security, too. It'll be a slow go once we get close. Our target is behind Lincoln's Head, Andy said. There was supposed to be a vault built there. They called it the Hall of Records. They tunneled out a lot of it, but never finished the job. Dad and Mr. Farmer buried the package in the back of the tunnel chamber and piled up debris to block the entrance. We'll need gloves, she said, water, some protein bars, and blankets. If we can get some nylon rope, that might help. And a can of spray paint, too. If we get caught, we can always claim we were up there to graffiti the place. We should be able to get that stuff easily. How do we get near the site? Charlie, held up her thumb. We'll hitch a ride and bail a ways from the mountain monument site. It's a long haul up there. Unfortunately, I don't have a map. They have taken all of that stuff off the web to discourage people from sneaking up there. Andy nodded. Let me try. He waved for the old waitress. She came over and flashed a fake grin. What do you need, honey? Isn't this place pretty close to where Mount Rushmore used to be? He asked innocently. She nodded. The place is banned now, though. A federal felony charge if they catch you up there. Oh, I don't want to go up, Andy said. Last thing I need is trouble with the NSF. I just couldn't find anything on the web about the place. Not even a map or a picture. I was curious. My dad went there before it came down, and I wondered how big the park was back then. I have a whole bunch of the National Park Service brochures on the place tucked away in the office. They had a map on the back of them. The Park Service made me take them down after they blew up the damn place. I didn't have the heart to toss them. Let me go and grab you one. Thank you so much, Andy said as she left. He looked over at Charlie and his grin widened. You know, Andy, you just might have a taste for this kind of life, she said. Palo Alto, California. Jack Desmond watched as the Palo Alto NSF bomb squad approached the heavy-duty vehicle at the start of their morning shift. He was on top of a building almost 2 blocks away, squinting through the binoculars as they got near it. He hated the thought of killing or injuring law enforcement officers, but tempered that thought with what they were now, a strong arm of the FedGov. These were no longer my comrades in arms, his brothers and sisters. They had been turned into a modern-day Gestapo. The NSF enforced the will of the ruling council just as much as the SEs did. The bomb squad got close to the vehicle. One member noticed the spray-painted tag one of his people had put on the rear of the big van. SE rules! He could see a female officer pointing to it and the others looking at it, one shaking his head. It was at the start of their shift, and they knew they were going to have to report it. He couldn't hear them, but in his mind he could hear the complaining over the paperwork and that the graffiti would cause them. The graffiti was useful. When the job was over, it would drive yet another wedge between the SE and the NSF. Misdirection. It was a key to any good operation. The bomb had been planted in the middle of the night, courtesy of former Navy SEAL Travis Cullen. The defunding of the police only paid for the bomb squad. During the daylight hours, they had cut back on their parking expenses by parking police vehicles on the street behind the station. Jack had driven a truck next to the vehicle and parked for less than 3 minutes. One of his people had dropped out of the truck from a hatch that he had put there, planted the bomb, and had never even been seen. Later that night, another volunteer had done the tagging. One of the officers led a German shepherd on a leash, letting the dog into the back of the truck. Oddly, the thought that the dog was going to die hurt Jack more than the deaths of the officers. He and his family had a dog years ago. To Jack, the dog was as much a part of his family as he was. They took Pepper away from me during the fall. They took everything from me. His mind conjured up the smell of burnt fur, and a wave of emotion swept over him. He considered for just a moment not setting the device off. He knew he had to, though. As the officers climbed into the truck, Jack held the detonator in his hand and squeezed the trigger. There was a flash, and a moment later a whoomp, as the vehicle filled with flames, blasting out the windows and raining glass on the concrete. A black ball of smoke rose skyward and opened up like a flower spreading out. One of the officers tumbled out of the vehicle on fire, but alive enough to roll on the ground. Nearby, officers coming out of the station rushed over, desperately trying to help the officer. Jack knew if he had planted a second bomb, he could have taken out a lot more of the NSF officers. But that was not the plan. We only need to hamstring their ability to search for a bomb. We're not at war. Not yet. He gathered himself, dusting the dirt from the rooftop. He made his way to the far corner of the building he'd used for his perch and began to climb down. The fire department sirens blared more loudly as they grew closer. When he reached the ground, Jack got into one of the cars his team had appropriated and took off. A tear ran down his cheek as he thought about the death of the dog. The district. The secretary of the NSF scrolled through the list that she had ordered compiled. 188 names. Each name was one of the key leaders of social enforcement. These were the true leaders, the most vocal commanders of SE. Removing 188 people would cripple the organization from the top down. The organization would be gutted, weak, vulnerable. Mine for the taking. Looking at the list, it seemed so simple. Kill the people on the list, and the SE would be paralyzed. She could assume command and roll them into her NSF. No more competing for resources, no more competing, no more working against each other. The efficiency was appealing. The increase of her power was seductive. I will control an army that rivals the military. And all that stood between her and that power was 188 names on a list. It was a pitifully easy decision for her, one she had made long before the list had been compiled. The continuation of the SE as an entity would eventually lead to internal strife. The SE and the NSF had been sparring for years now, fueled by the Sons of Liberty. The two organizations were clashing everywhere. Despite the media keeping a lid on some of the incidents, word spread. SE squads had assaulted her officers in 6 states. She had not shackled her NSF in retaliating. If anything, the SOL was helping her, escalating the strife between the organizations. Of course, there were those on a ruling council that would call her out for her blatant power grab. They would be worried about what the public might think. Others might fear that with that kind of power she could control the council. In her mind, that had been one of the downfalls of the liberation, the formation of the ruling council. So many voices, so much internal bickering. Every little faction wanted to be heard, considered, acknowledged. She would smooth the debate by leveraging the information she had gathered on the council members, having access to their data, their searches on the internet, who they met with, surveillance, audio, and video recordings. It was easy to assemble blackmailable material for more than half. Ultimately, she was sure she could assure their rubber stamping the downfall of the SE. Timing would be critical as well. It would be better to do it right before the 5th anniversary celebrations. The council would not want anything to disrupt the celebration. It would be more likely to downplay the change of leadership. There were risks. Every good plan had them. The recent sightings of the traitor president made her nervous. There was always a risk that he was still alive, but in over 4 years, no one had found a trace of him. Suddenly he had appeared twice on surveillance vids. If anyone from the old chain of command was still alive, it would be a risk. The Speaker of the House had tried to join the revolt during the liberation at the last minute, only to find herself beaten to death by the mob that stormed the Capitol. There had been some sweet justice in that for the Secretary. The two of them rarely agreed on anything. The traitor's Secretary of State had been killed in his house when liberations had overwhelmed his security. The Vice President had died in his limo, his charred remains verified by DNA tests. She had one of her top operatives in pursuit of the ghost of the traitor president. Of course, they had to tell Kaylee Latrim that the president had not died in jail as the public believed. That had turned Latrim into a liability. Once she completed the mission, another team would take her out. No loose ends. Too many people, as it was, knew that the traitor had not passed away in custody. Of course, once she had full control of the NSF and the SE, she could tie up those loose ends as well. Everything was going exactly as she wanted. Now it was a matter of days, if not hours, before she had what she desired. With the new Constitutional Convention being announced on the 5th anniversary, her future would be cemented in history. Looking down at the list, she couldn't help but smile. 188 people stood between her and the destiny she knew she deserved. It is far too easy. Her phone rang, and she picked it up. Madam Secretary, the voice of her Midwest Operations Director, Daniel Fay, came over in crisp and clear. We have a situation in Detroit. What is it, Derek? Riots have broken out, fairly substantial ones. I assume these are SE teams and not the general public, she replied curtly. Correct. There's some violence with the Youth Corps team. Some SEs were killed. The details are sketchy at this point. Some blurry phone footage of a kid with a gun shooting someone. It's gotten a bit out of hand. They have burned a neighborhood that was primarily Hispanic. Fundamentalists and the Chaldean SEs have gone on a rampage. The secretary paused, soaking in the information. It really is a gift from heaven. Proof that Faraday can't control his people. I didn't even have to stage this incident. Douglas is serving it up to me on a platter. It's perfect. Well, we can't have innocent people losing their homes and businesses because of an unconfirmed incident, now can we? No, Madam Secretary. Order your forces in to restore order. Madam, Fay said firmly, things are likely to get out of control. Some of these groups are pretty heavily armed. I'm reluctant to send our people into a bloodbath. We can't have that, the secretary, she said smoothly. Our people are authorized to use level 5 force, but only if we are attacked or fired upon. I won't have our people slaughtered because the local SEs can't keep their people in line. It was partially true. She was counting on the SEs to start the violence. Level 5 was the highest amount of force that could be applied. They had dropped the words deadly force long ago. Level 5 was so much more appealing with the media and had tested well in focus groups. Very well, if this brews up more, we're going to need reinforcements, Fay added. The Islamic community is fairly large, the biggest outside of the Middle East. Pull in from Toledo and Cleveland if you have to, she said. Whatever we have to do to preserve law and order. Understood, he replied. Given the size of these protests, though, I'm not sure level 5 is going to cut it. Understood, she said. Let them have their fun. Let it look like the SEs can't control their own people. She lowered the receiver and grinned. Even the timing is right. I don't need much more of a pretext to execute my plan. Reaching over to the laptop, she shut down the list. The price of 188 lives is nothing compared to the future of New America. Chapter 15. Everyone is owed. Everyone has suffered. Reparations set things right. Plankinton, South Dakota. Kay Lee pulled into the gas station and put her green deal ration card in the reader so she could pump fuel. As one of the few perks of working for the FedGov, you didn't have the tight rationing that the rest of New America had to deal with. The NSF scans had picked up an image. There was an 82% match for Andrew Forrest. He'd been seen in a truck stop in Keystone, South Dakota, the day before. It was 4 hours away by car. It didn't take a rocket scientist for her to see that he was near the old Mount Rushmore site of the Black Hills. Further, he had an accomplice. Her face didn't come up on the queries, which made her fascinating to Kay Lee. Why in the hell would they be going to Mount Rushmore? And it struck her as the perfect place for the SOL to assemble, a place representing America's twisted past, banned, isolated. I'll start there, pull in resources as I need them. The small pickup that had been following her used the gas station across the street. She had noticed the tail about 50 miles ago. but had taken no action. Whoever was following her was good. There were several times they drifted off out of sight, and she had almost chalked the incident up to professional paranoia. Then, ever so often, she'd catch a glimpse of the vehicle in her rearview mirror. The fact that they disappeared for 30 minutes at a time meant a drone was likely observing her as well. She eyed the old short-bed Ford, painted red with rusty quarter panels, with a bit of respect. They are discreet as well as equipped. I'll give 'em that much. The reflection of headlights behind them had shown 2 occupants in the vehicle. He did not directly look at them as they fueled up at the BP station across the street from her, but caught glimpses of them. A man and a woman. Late 20s was her guess. The flannel shirts they wore over their faded T-shirts was a nice touch. Untucked, they could easily conceal a bulge. There was a knife or gun. He wore a ball cap. She had her dishwater blonde hair pulled back into a short ponytail. Kay Lee loved a good puzzle, and this was one. Her first assumption was that she had somehow exposed herself to the SOL and that they were trailing her. It didn't seem likely. Latrim was good at covering her trail. She wasn't sure where she had exposed her cover, but it was the option that made the most sense. The possible use of a drone showed some sophistication she wouldn't have expected from the SOL, but perhaps they had upped their game. As she finished fueling, she accepted the realization that her tail had to be dealt with. There was no question of that in her mind. If it was the Sons of Liberty following her, she could flip the tables and capture them. Kay Lee realized that proceeding west on I-90 would not give her the proper environment to effect a capture. According to her GPS, which she checked before starting the car, the old Highway 16 ran parallel to the interstate. It was rural, with areas where she could exercise her skills without pesky civilian involvement. She pulled out casually and made her way through the small town of Plankinton onto the 2-lane highway. The area was flat, wide open space, with the dotting of trees every mile or so. On both sides of the road were ditches, less for water runoff than for snow in the winter. She checked her rearview mirror and could barely see the red truck, at least a mile back, if not more. Whoever they were keeping their distance, avoiding suspicion. Twilight was setting in, and the sun, partially hidden by the clouds, shimmered orange in her face as she switched to her sunglasses. Good. The sunlight will blind them a little as well. She carefully planned her next steps. Once she had put Plankinton many miles behind her, she accelerated, gunning the engine as she came up over a long, shallow rise in the ground. It was mostly to give her distance, which in her mind gave her time. The contour of the road and her acceleration took her out of the line of sight with her pursuers. She jammed the brakes. Skidding along the side of the road, Kay Lee angled the car toward the ditch, getting one tire right to the edge of the drainage ditch. In a fluid motion, she opened her door, got out, slammed the door shut, and rolled across the road into the other ditch opposite of her car. It was muddy, but she ignored it, moving back down the road towards Plankinton, crawling, her gun at the ready. The truck came up fast, and she was fairly certain that they had not seen her cross the road. Seeing her car at the edge of the ditch with skid marks, the driver slowed down. Pulling off the road, both of them got out. Both drew weapons and assumed a tactical stance, going low, making themselves smaller targets. These were not the actions of good Samaritans, confirming her suspicion that she was being tailed by people with harmful intent. Kay Lee instinctively knew what they were thinking. Had she lost control of the vehicle? Was she still inside? The drawn weapons meant they were suspicious, but fully intended to finish the job if it was indeed an accident. Young male approached the vehicle from the roadside, keeping low while his partner moved into the ditch. Both had their guns drawn, arms extended like professionals. The male held up a hand and made a fist, then waved it to the left, a tactical signal for her to move along the front of the vehicle as he passed the back, angling for the driver's side door. They're pros. Ex-military, maybe former police. Kaylee had even odds. She knew that much. The male was the obvious choice. His partner was in a muddy ditch, limiting her movement, hemming her in. She rose just enough in the ditch to rest her arms on the ground. Still concealed by the grass at the edge of the ditch, taking careful aim, she fired. The shot hit him in the upper left chest. In a spray of crimson he flew back, his face contorted in pain, and he aimed his gun from the ground, firing 3 shots rapidly. Leitrim felt a sting on her upper left arm, and her body tugged from the hit. She ignored the pain and aimed slowly, meticulously, and fired again, hitting him in the throat. It wasn't personal. This was a matter of life and death. Glancing over, she saw that the shot had grazed her. Not bad, no artery, but the moment she saw it, the pain escalated. This will have to wait. The job isn't done. Kaylee crept low, her gun in front of her, gritting her teeth as her upper arm throbbed. I know what she's thinking right now. Oh, fuck, and where the hell is she? From the ground level, she could see under her vehicle. Some of the view was obscured by the tires, but she could see through. With the sun setting, that would change soon, but Kaylee had no intention of this standoff dragging on. She saw the woman, huddled in front of the car on her knees. Without hesitation, she aimed at the knees and fired 2 shots. There was a scream as the woman dropped all the way into the ditch, out of her line of sight. God damn it, she cried. Hold your fire! She threw her gun in the middle of the highway. You pull yourself up into the road, Kaylee commanded. You shot my neatest yet? The woman called in anguish. Consider yourself lucky. Crawl out. There were anguished groans as the woman used her elbows to crawl out into the street. Arms extended, face down on the pavement, Kaylee ordered. The woman complied. Leitrim rose slowly at first, then moved in on the wounded woman. She zip-tied her hands behind her and frisked her, finding a knife in her sock and an ankle holster with a small .22 automatic and a secured cell phone, which she took. One of her bullets had gone through the woman's left knee and out the back, leaving a hole and her jeans soaked in blood. Rolling her victim over with an audible moan, Kaylee double-checked her for anything else that might prove to be dangerous. I'll bleed out if you don't take me to a hospital. I don't care. Kaylee continued to pat the woman down. On her belt, under the flannel shirt, she found a badge. NSF. Not just NSF. This woman was an operative, just like her. What the hell? She didn't betray her shock and simply stuck the badge into her own pocket and rolled the woman over. Her victim moaned. You're NSF? She asked. Yes, her victim said through gritted teeth. God damn it, that hurts. Kaylee looked at the wound and the expanding red stain on her jean. From what I see, you've just got a few minutes before you go into shock. I can tie you off with a tourniquet that will help. We're about 15 miles from town. That might allow you to get back. Then again, I can let you bleed out here and die. What do you want? Why are you following me? We had orders to tell you. Once you completed your mission, we had orders to bring you in. That's a lie, she said flatly. You came at my vehicle with drawn weapons. You don't do that if your job is to simply follow a target. She paused for a moment. We are both operatives. I will give you some degree of professional courtesy and not step on your wound to make it hurt more. So then, let me ask, Who gave you the orders? You have to tie my leg off. I'm getting dizzy. A wicked smile rose to Kaylee's face. I'll bet you are. I can see the sweat on your forehead, too. Shock is coming, then death. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Who sent you here? Director Dorn. It was a red-level op. Burke Dorn was cold and heartless, but he had no reason to want Kaylee dead. At least none that she could think of. Dorn wouldn't take a healthy shit without permission. He would have only done this kind of thing with authorization. Red level. That meant the secretary had authorized it. What the hell? That bitch sent a team to assassinate me? She stood over her once former comrade, looking down at her devoid of emotion or sympathy. A minute ago, you and your partner were planning to kill me, and now you ask for my help? You gotta tie off my wound, the injured operative wailed. Kaylee ignored her and went over to her truck. There were a pair of backpacks there, which she took. She glanced in one of them and saw an NSF iPad inside. She briskly walked back to the woman on the pavement. Your passcode, she demanded. I'm dying, she said, her voice bordering on panic, her breath getting rapid. This is murder. We're both operatives. Yes, we are. And you are going to kill me. You do see the irony of you asking for my mercy, don't you? I can help you, but I need something from you. Once more, passcode. Kaylee repeated flatly. Yes, you are on operative, one sent to assassinate me. We do not share any special bond or code. This has become about survival. My own people sent someone to kill me. She was angry, frustrated, and confused, but none of that came through her voice. 872A, BA, the operative said between quick breaths. Kaylee repeated it and started to walk away toward her car. You can't leave me like this, she called. You're right, I can't. Kaylee Latrim turned, raised her pistol, and fired, obliterating the woman's face in a spray of crimson. Checking to make sure there were no headlights coming in either direction, she dragged the bodies into her car and started it, letting it coast into the ditch. She pulled a small can of lighter fluid from her own bag and sprayed the bodies and the interior of the vehicle. The keys to the truck had been harder to find. The male had them hooked to his belt rather than in his pocket. Then, with a flick of her lighter, she set the car ablaze. Her mind processed the events carefully at this point. The burned bodies would throw off the NSF. Kaylee would have to lose any IDs she had that she had generated with the NSF. They would be tracking her. She tossed a number of them into the flames, keeping only her badge. Since she had pulled the chip from it a long time ago, it will take some time for them to figure out who was in the car and try to piece together how fucked up their op had gone. More assets would be assigned, better ones. No loose ends, she muttered as she went to the beat-up red truck and tossed in the backpacks. Detroit, Michigan. Raoul watched the television in Father Ryan's rectory in horror as the neighborhood called southeast in Detroit roared in flames. Rioters beat people in the streets. From what he had learned, the community had been called Mexican Town for decades, but had been renamed in the Reformation period after the Liberation. Now it was being burned, and the citizens living there were being beaten by angry social enforcement mobs. The riots had not been limited to that community. The Aram SEs had rioted and looted in upscale Royal Oak and Birmingham as well, knocking out business storefronts and taking what they wanted. All along 8 Mile Road, the dividing line between Detroit and the suburbs, fires raged. The NSF was bringing in forces to restore order, and there had been clashes with the police as a result. The protesters held massive banners and signs many calling for Sharia law, others calling for justice, others simply saying, "Spics must leave." The signs were not crudely done as he would have expected. These were professionally made, printed, as if they were prepared in advance. Most unnerving was that the news media had a short musical intro for the riots and already had a logo, the black outline of the empty Renaissance Center downtown Detroit with red and orange flames in the background. It struck Raoul as if they were marketing the violence, packaging it for the public. Did they have this prepared in advance, just in case riots happened? Or did the media know that this was coming? Many protesters carried riot shields and clubs. Others held items that looked menacing, but were hidden in the darkness. The scrolling news feed at the bottom of the screen read, 22 killed so far in the second night of riots. Then came the video, the one played every few minutes. It was a blurry cell phone image of Raoul firing a gun. Each time it came up, his stomach knotted a little bit more. "That isn't how it happened," Paco said. "They edited down to just show you shooting. That isn't all of it." His friend was trying to soothe his nerves, but it wasn't working. "I did pull the trigger. I killed those men." "They do that," Father Ryan said from behind him. "It's the way that the SEs work. They always film what they're doing, then release the parts that fit the story they want people to see." "It is wrong," Julia said. "It's lying with pictures." "Of course it is," Father Ryan said. "They don't care, though. To them, they need to justify their actions. Showing that video does that." Raoul's stomach pitched again, and he felt he wanted to throw up. Father Ryan must have sensed it. He walked over and shut off the TV. "I think we've seen enough of that." "It's all my fault," Raoul said, unable to look the priest in the eyes. "I caused this." The priest put his hand on Raoul's shoulder as he stood next to him. "That's not true. You are protecting yourself and your friends. You had no choice. I shot 2 people. Ryan nodded and closed his eyes for a moment in silent prayer. "Raoul, you did, and you are atoning for that. You didn't have a choice. I believe that. These people," he gestured at the blank TV screen as if the images were still there, "they have been looking for a reason to riot. They came after you and your friends. They took the life of your troop leader. They might very well have killed all of you to cover up their crimes." Raoul nodded. Ryan's words helped, but the guilt hung on to him as if he were draped in a wet blanket. It pulled him down, made it hard to move. My mother will never understand. He was thankful that the image the newscasters were using was so blurry that no one could identify him. Not yet, at least. Outside of the church, there was the sound of people starting to gather. Several of the youth corps went to the windows, opening the blinds a bit to see what was happening outside. Julia called from her spot at one of the windows. "There are people starting to gather outside. They're dressed like those men that attacked us." In the distance, far off, the echo of a gunshot bounced against the windows of the rectory, rattling the panes of glass. Father Ryan moved to the Venetian blinds and peered out into the night. "It looks like we may need to leave." "If we go out there," Paco said, "they'll kill us for sure, Father." Ryan shook his head. "I have a van in the garage. You'll get inside and no one can see you. We will drive out of here." "Aren't we safe here?" Raoul asked. "This is a church. They won't attack a place of God." Father Ryan's face gave him the answer he didn't want to hear. "These people will attack and burn a church, Raoul," he assured him grimly. "Religion is a threat to the SEs because they cannot control it. and it provides people with moral guidance rather than the morals that the government wishes to impose. They have taken away our authority, burned our buildings, all aimed at breaking our will. And the SEs and the FedGov don't realize that when they do that, it only makes us stronger. Even if we can get out, Father, where will we go? Julian asked nervously from the window. I have friends, Father Ryan said. People that can get you somewhere away from here, somewhere safe. I wish I could just go home, Paco replied. We need to get you away from here, Father Ryan replied. After that, well, that's up to you. He went into the kitchen of the small rectory and began pulling cans of food off the shelves, putting them in recyclable carry bags. He instructed Julian to put the case of water in the back of the van. Paco was told to gather blankets from the hall closet, while Raul helped him pack the food. As they filled the third bag, Raul looked up to the older man. How long will we be gone? I don't know, Father Ryan said. Brother Fenton will take over services for me here. I need to make sure that you are safe. In the dark and closed garage, the father organized the young people, having them lie in the back of the van flag. He covered them with blankets, and several boxes, mostly empty, were placed on top of them. Several grocery bags of cans were gently placed on them as well, aimed less at comfort than serving as camouflage. 9 of them lay together and on top of each other. Paco's shoes were near Raul's head, and the stink from his feet was strong, but not enough to distract him from the fear he felt. No one is to move or speak or anything. Trust in God. He will see us through this. Raul lay in the middle of the group, next to Paco and Julian. Their arms touched, and it was hot under the blankets, but no one shifted. He was afraid even to breathe. He heard the garage door rumble and rattle open, and the van pulled out slowly. The sounds from the street suddenly were loud and ominously nearby. The boxes thrown on top of them shifted slightly as the van dipped down the driveway to the street. Then came the pounding on the side of the vehicle. There were curses, pure rage from the crowd in the street. Father Ryan must have lowered his window because one voice came through clear. Where are you going? Taking food to the elderly, Ryan said to the voice. Raul saw the flickers of flashlights shimmering through the blanket. His body went rigid. If they find us, they will kill us. I do this every Saturday night, the father added, with an almost happy lilt to his voice. You're welcome to search the van. Those words made Raul start to sweat. The pause seemed long, and with each beat of his heart, he thought the rear doors of the van would fly open. There were voices in a foreign language that sounded harsh and crisp. Finally, he heard the man speak to the father through the window. Go about your business, he commanded. Father Ryan thanked him, and the van lurched slightly into motion. For a long time, no one spoke. The occasional distant gunshot banged off as the van seemed to move faster. After an hour, the father slowed the vehicle, made a series of turns, finally coming to a stop. It's okay. We're out of the city. Raul got up slowly, as did the other youth in the back, tripping over the boxes as the rear door of the van opened. The cool night air hit his sweat-soaked skin, and he felt chilled. But Raul could not complain. He saw they were parked in front of a 2-story house, far from any neighbors or other prying eyes. Where are we, Father? Paco asked. Monroe, he said, downriver, far from the city. His words added a surge of relief. Raul had been so proud of working in Detroit for the Youth Corps. Now he saw the city as dangerous, violent, filled with hate. The porch light came on, and a man and a woman emerged. They were middle-aged, both wearing sweaters and jeans. They approached Father Ryan, and the woman hugged him. The priest spoke with them out of earshot of Raoul and the others. The conversation went on for long minutes, and Raoul worried that there might be a problem. Ryan had not called anyone. Not that he had seen. "We've just shown up on their doorstep. Hopefully they'll not turn us out into the night." They spoke for long minutes, with the father pointing at them, and the man crossed his arms as he listened carefully. The auburn-haired woman, perfectly outlined by the porch light, stepped away from the conversation and motioned for them to come closer. "Come inside. We'll get you settled for the night." Raoul started to walk with the others, but Father Ryan motioned for him to join him and the man. "Raoul, this is Peter," he said. "He and his wife Ruth are going to help you and the others." "Gracias," Raoul replied, extending his hand. Peter took it and shook it. "It sounds like you've been through a lot, Raoul," Peter said. "Yes," he managed. "We'll take care of you and get you to safety," he said. "Thank you." Father Ryan put his hand on Raoul's shoulder, pressing hard. "Peter and I were speaking about this, Raoul. Peter will arrange to get the others back to the youth corps. It has to be done carefully. The NSF and the SEs are looking for them. We need to make sure that we get back to the right authorities so there is no retribution. You understand, don't you?" The realization hit Raoul. Ryan was talking about the others, not about him. "What happens to me?" Peter stepped forward, uncrossing his arms. "Raoul, we have seen it time and again with these incidents. Justice is not fair or balanced. We've been following the riots. If you are turned over to the FedGov, there will be a trial. Politicians will get involved. They'll want to hang these riots on someone. They'll want someone to blame. Those SEs out of Dearborn will want blood. If we turn you over to the youth corps, the father and I fear what would happen to you. So should I go home?" "No," Peter said. "The others will tell the authorities what happened. But after that, you'll be a wanted man. Your home will be under surveillance." "But I was only protecting my friends," Raoul said. "Of course you were," Father Ryan said. "But this is not about justice. It's about public opinion. The media has already painted you as a killer." "This is wrong. I only did what I had to protect my friends. It isn't fair." "Nor is it right," Ryan said. "After the fall, it has ceased to be about what is right. Right and wrong are subject to the politicians and the media. And they are one and the same," Peter added. "Where will I go then?" Raoul said. It was Peter who spoke next. "We have friends that can help you, Raoul. I am going to get you to them while Ruth takes care of getting the others someplace safe." He liked the sound of that, but fear still ate at the edges of his mind. Who are these friends? "They are the Sons of Liberty." Ryan offered a wry smile. "Raoul, they're not terrorists any more than you are a murderer. Think carefully. The media took a video of you and made you a criminal. That is what they did with the SOL. These were not terrorists until the government started hunting them down and sending them off for social quarantine. They were patriots who refused to accept the overthrow of the government as legal." The words hit Raoul hard. Things like that had been said before. He remembered one of his uncles saying the same thing. At the time, it had no meaning. The news told him that the Sons of Liberty were bad people. It was easier to believe that than to question it. Now, though, he was living the nightmare himself. "If I had done nothing, I would be dead. So would the others. I did nothing wrong, and they have made me a killer. If they could do that to me, they could do it to others." In that moment, his world seemed to collapse. What else have they lied about? They manipulated people, good people, into doing bad things. He remembered the sound of the jingle that the media had played at the start of every report on the riot. It was as if it were planned, orchestrated. His body sagged under the realization that the government took part in such grand lies. Have we all been misled? They have told us that the liberation was necessary, but was it? Every bit of what he accepted as the truth in his life seemed to melt away. Raoul questioned them all. His skin got warm again as he tried to cope with the confusion and the utter sense of betrayal that consumed him there in the darkness. "Are you all right, Raoul?" Father Ryan asked. They made me a criminal. They must have done the same with the Sons of Liberty." The priest nodded. "Not just you, Raoul. They have painted many others as criminals as well, including our sacred church. The New America government seeks to eradicate us as well, and will if they're allowed to. Groups like the Sons of Liberty, the Red Flags, the Honor Boys, they are the ones refusing to let the administration rewrite our history and reset our morals. People still remember things before New America. Many people are not ashamed of our past. They cherish it. I came to learn that what defines our future is our past. You don't erase it. You don't change it to fit an agenda. You build off of it. Some of that is nostalgia, but a lot of it is the feeling that we stood for something more, that we were cultures that others aspired to. Yes, we made mistakes in the past, but those mistakes didn't define us. They guided us to better decisions. New America's ruling council, they think the way to fix the present is to rewrite or erase the past. When they do that, they lose part of their souls. "I'll be giving up my life," Raoul said. "The Youth Corps was like family for me. Now I have to walk away from it." Peter took a half-step closer. "I understand. Before the fall, I had a great job. I had a lot of money. My job was like a second family. I saw some of those people more than I did my wife and kids. They drove my company to leave the country with their taxes, redistribution of the wealth, and regulations. They took that all from me, too. For a long time, I struggled to find something that would fill the gap in my life, something to replace that family that had blown apart. The SOL, that gave me something like it, only better. It gave me a sense of purpose. Raoul, you see, the thing that makes a family good is not all of your friends. What makes a good family is you," Father Ryan said. "I will never see them again?" he asked, glancing over at the house. "Don't say that," the priest said. "None of us knows what the future will bring, but your association with them will make things hard on them. And I know you don't want that." Peter rejoined the talk. "I like to believe that we've reached the bottom and can only climb up from here. There'll be hard times, that I am sure. Never? No, I refuse to believe that. But for you to return to the life you had before will require hard work and sacrifice. Things will have to change. You can be a part of that change, part of a new family." The thought of leaving his friends pained him deeply. The fear of what the NSF and SEs would do if they caught him was overpowering, though. He had heard stories of camps where people were sent, of places where torture was done. It didn't matter if it was true or not. The fear was there regardless of what he tried to tell himself. If I don't go, Paco and Julie and the others will all suffer because of what I did. All right, he said, nodding quickly. Enough people are in trouble because of what I did. Peter and Father smiled. You made the right choice, Father Ryan said. More importantly, Peter added, you made the choice. In the last few years, the government has made choices for all of us, whether we liked it or not. This is yours, Raoul. You own it. It was your decision, and I think it's a good one. I'm frightened. Father Ryan smiled. You will not walk this path alone. I will go with you. Suddenly, there was a burst of hope. You will? I'm a man of God. It's my duty to see you to your safety. Chapter 16. Data is Reality. Keystone, South Dakota. The Mount Rushmore gates were closed, rusty from no maintenance and chained shut. That prevented vehicles from entering the facility, but it was easy enough for Charlie and Andy to walk around them. The parking lot had weeds growing up through it, most brown and dead from the harsh winter. Charlie found an old trail cam and moved to disable it until she saw the brown streak of a corroded battery drizzling down its side. The New America government had put security in place, but hadn't maintained it. The threat of security was enough to keep people away. They walked past the visitor center, its windows long ago broken out. The pathways were covered with bits of plastic litter, with grass and weed taking over. As they stepped out into the grand viewing area, Andy looked up and saw what was left of the once great monument. Memories of the night when they had tried to blow it up came rushing back. George Washington's visage was missing cheeks and his chin was cracked. Teddy Roosevelt was almost unrecognizable. The black mark from the explosion scarring all that remained of his forehead. Thomas Jefferson had not only been blown up, leaving half of his face as rubble far below, but red paint was dumped on what remained. Abraham Lincoln was missing his nose and most of his beard. His hairline had been blown apart as well, leaving a massive chunk of granite that ran down into his forehead. The image of the destroyed monument sucked the life out of him for a moment. Staring up at them, he tried to remember what they had looked like before, when his father had brought the family there to see them. Karen would be happy to see them like this. Andy knew his father had seen the damage, and for a moment he knew exactly how his father felt. A part of me wants to cry. Sing it like this. The elder Forrest had come with Dick Farmer and had hidden something up there, behind Lincoln's temple, in the Hall of Records. Charlie stood at his side, staring at the defaced monument, saying nothing for a long time. We took all of this for granted. Andy turned to her and they locked gazes. I never saw it before all this. I always assumed it would be there, and I had plenty of time to see it. It was hard to imagine that people had so much hate in them to try and destroy it. They couldn't even get that right, Andy said, glancing back at the defaced edifice. They didn't destroy it, they ruined it. A bunch of mindless amateurs. When they realized they had screwed up, they simply made it illegal to come up here or to post this picture on the web. Like everything else they didn't like, they erased it. The corners of Charlie's mouth raised slightly. No, they didn't. This isn't about a monument. This is our history. It's an ideal. You can't erase that. That is where they made their biggest mistake. They think it's about statues and books. It's not. It's about what is in your heart. I think that scares them. They know that America really isn't dead. They have just smothered it with their bullshit. That's why they're fucking dictators. Why they have SEs running around ruining people's lives. They know that the idea of our country still exists. It's a hike to get up there, Andy said, looking at the old map that he had gotten at the truck stop. The Hall of Records was never open to the public. There's a maintenance road that leads up there. That's our best bet. Charlie eyed him. Are you up for this? He nodded nervously. This is not a question of his physical capabilities, but how he felt. Dad wanted this. He wanted me to recover whatever it was he left up there. I don't know what it is, but I know I need to find it, touch it. He paused and felt the blush rise to his cheeks. I know that probably sounds stupid. She shook her head and put her hand on his forearm. No, it doesn't. She gave the monument a quick glance again. We need to get moving. We probably won't get up there until twilight. Jersey City, New Jersey. Jack Desmond sat on a graffiti-marked park bench in Liberty Park, looking over the Hudson to Manhattan, cradling his cup of caffeine. A black woman, a little younger than him, took a seat on the same bench, a space between them. Her hair was short, topped by a ball cap with a Mets logo. Jack knew she had been a Yankees fan, back when they were called the Yankees. Social justice reformation had made the owners change the name to the New York Defenders. Even wearing the old logo was illegal. It marked you for the SC to target. Wearing the Mets hat was a covert symbol of civil defiance, one that the Fed Gov hadn't picked up on yet. Jack eyed her carefully, looking out over the bridge of his cosmetic nose, then turning back to the city. "Well, Valerie, you look well." Valerie Turner had been a commissioner in the New York Police Department at the time of the fall. She and most of her leadership had paid a high price after the mobs had taken control of the government. The police had been defunded, putting numerous officers out of work, including Turner. That wasn't enough. The local social enforcers felt that the officers and their families needed to be targeted. Payback for years of abuse of power. Despite being black, she was painted as a racist, a betrayer to her people. It was a convenient label that the SEs used for people of color that did not adhere to their political views. They tormented her husband and children, protesting in front of her house day and night, broadcasting all night long, shining lights in her windows. They hounded her husband Desmond at work, getting him fired. Her children were followed to school, threatened with each step they took. It was too much for her son, Zach. After 3 weeks of harassments and threats, he cut his wrist in the bathtub and died. Jack knew her from his days with the Secret Service and had maintained contact with her. After the death of her son, she no longer wanted peace and quiet. She wanted justice. "As you do," she said, not making eye contact. "So what do you think?" She cracked a thin smile. "When you first told me your idea, I thought it was nuts. I ran it by some of my tech people. It's doable, but there will be breakage." Jack took a long sip of his latte. "I always assumed there would be breakage," he said calmly. Turner nodded. "ABC broadcasts out of the city, but the signal is relayed here to New Jersey. NBC TV and radio are out of 30 Rock still, but CBS is downtown as well. National broadcasts go out from here to the local affiliates for distribution globally." "That's what our insiders told us. We need one studio for the broadcast. The others will get the feeds from here in New Jersey. What do you recommend?" "Easiest and safest in and out would be CBS," she said. "Getting out of Manhattan will be tricky. We can set up some teams to usher you out. Once you're off the island, you'll be hard as shit to track." "How tight are the studios?" "Studio and booth security is a joke. Reticops. Only a few actually armed. I assume that one or two will try something stupid, hence my comment on breakage. No one has ever tried this kind of thing before, so they had no plan for it. We go in with the teams, secure the booths and the transmitters. Taking them is easy. Chances are they won't go off the air. What I can't guarantee you is that the local affiliates won't cut the signals once they realize it's going down." "They won't," Jack said confidently. "That kind of decision requires authority, and getting that takes time. We don't need long, a few minutes." "New York's finest will not let you down," Valerie assured him. "Can your people get out once they get in?" Jack asked. She chuckled. "The hard part is getting them out without doing damage along the way. Some of my former officers lost family members to the SEs. Not like me, they went after them, beating and killing. They've been waiting for this kind of chance, an opportunity to strike back." "I don't want suicide missions," Jack cautioned. "This is the start. We will need your people over the long haul." "They aren't my people anymore," she said with a long sigh. "We've been whittling away at some of the SE teams in the city, but it's less organized than you might think. These people played by the rules for years and got burned. Most of them are running dark. The rules no longer apply. The bad guys showed us that. It was a sentiment that Jack found hard to deny. He had lost everything during the fall. His home, his family, his career, everything. When they take everything from you, they make you either subservient or the greatest threat ever. He embraced the latter. They had taken away his life and given him new purpose, new meaning. These social enforcers took good, peaceful people and pushed them too far. Now they will pay the price for their arrogance. "When does this go down?" Turner asked. "Shortly," he replied. "For security's sake, I'm not putting the date out there. Your folks will have a day or two's notice at best. Is it going to be a problem?" She shook her head, staring off longingly at Manhattan in the distance. "No. Most are excited to get the call. I was a little surprised that you were in cahoots with the Sons of Liberty, though. I mean, those guys disappeared 3 years ago." Jack took another long sip of his latte as a jet roared overhead, outbound from New York International Airport. Frightened pigeons were sent scattering to other parts of the park. There had been a time when he and his wife would take their kids to the parks around Washington, D.C. Now such places were for clandestine meetings. He looked around and cringed at a tipped-over garbage cans, the litter caught in spring's tall and unmown grass. Everyone thinks that the Sons of Liberty is an organization. It's not. Up until a few years ago, you could have an organization of people that were opposed to the government. When you are structured, they can come for you. Antifa got that much right. Without a body, you struggle to bring it down. What was it they used to say? It's just an idea. When the new group formed after the fall, they had an organization and it cost them. The SCs and the NSF tore them apart. We learned a lot from our enemies. "So, no structure?" Valerie asked. "None. Not in a conventional sense. No target for the NSF or SCs to go after. There's no head to the snake. Not yet, anyway. We also learned that it is much easier to be a rebellious faction taking down the government than it is to be a government trying to protect its power. When they overthrew the government, they became the government. Yes, they suppressed resistance, but the tighter they squeeze, the more people want to rise up against them. The FedGov can't even say our name. They use our initials to identify us." Jack paused for a moment, then continued. "They taught us how they think, what their tactics are, how they operate. They showed us what worked. They weren't brilliant. They didn't have a grand plan when they had their little coup. It had the benefit of never having been tried. Many of the old guard members of Congress that secretly supported them ended up swinging at the end of long ropes when it was over. They won because we never thought it could happen here. Now we know differently. They changed the rules of the game. We have now mastered those rules and will flip the tables on them." She turned to him, locking her gaze. "That's bigger than the Army. It takes more than an understanding to topple people like them. They control the military, Jack. They nationalize the police force and control it. They've got muscle." "Their control of the military is paper thin. Granted, the DOD stood down during the fall. Not everyone in their ranks felt that it was a good decision. We have a lot of contacts in the military now who realize they backed the wrong horse. They helped those fuckfaces get into power and got their budgets slashed, redistributed to welfare programs. Word I've got is that they are more than a little pissed at the ruling council. And the NSF? Sure, their operatives are diehards, but the rank and file hate how all this is played out. You and I both know that a lot of police stayed on with the NSF to support their families. There isn't a great deal of loyalty there from the old guard. They have added a lot of true believers to their cause, but they've pussified the training for officers. While the newbies are loyal, they aren't trained to deal with real resistance. You've seen it, Val. Showing up at an active shooter scene with a sociologist, a field psychiatrist, and a counselor hasn't played out very well. Turner chuckled. You know what you get with that scenario. A lot of dead social workers. No shit, Jack said. They'll follow orders at first. We intend to give them something to make them question if they are on the right side of things. A lot of them are going to stand down, I think. Some will side with us. They're tired of seeing cops killed because they can't defend themselves. Jack, we've known each other for a long time, she said with an almost motherly tone. You don't have to do this. You did your job. You can walk away from this. He took the cap off his latte and dumped it on the tall grass surrounding the bench. I think we both know that isn't going to happen, Val. They brought this down on themselves. This isn't only about revenge for me. It's about what's right. Most of the country has sat on its collective asses and allowed them to seize power. They didn't have that right. No matter how much they changed history to justify what they did, it's bigger than me. She paused, seeming to take in his face with her deep brown eyes. I had to raise it. You know me. There's going to be blood with what comes. If I didn't ask, I wasn't being a good friend. A grin flickered to Jack Desmond's face. You're right. There's going to be blood. The tree of freedom demands it from time to time. Keystone, South Dakota. Kay Lee Latrim sat in her vehicle and reviewed what she had found on Operative Tory Bell's secured NSF iPad. By now, police and fire had put out the flames in her car and were desperately trying to identify the two bodies. Kay Lee had been thorough, though, stripping the male operative of his ID as well. It would take time, and she needed it. The orders were there, on the iPad, red level. The Secretary hereby authorizes zipline against Agent Kay Lee Angelina Latrim, Operative 504. Agent Latrim is working in Op. It's desired that she complete that mission before zipline is completed. But this is not required. Zipline was a terminate order. It went on to explain that Kay Lee had been involved with several incidences and various teams that had led to a national escalation of tensions between the two organizations. Further, she had no authorization to execute these tasks and had done so as a rogue agent. I call bullshit. The Secretary had authorized her to undertake the measures she did. In fact, she had not stood up to her at all. It was a setup, plain and simple. I'm being made the fall guy for something else. That galled her. She had been loyal and dedicated to the NSF. I've done their dirty work for years. I've cleaned up messes that the Secretary and Dorn were responsible for. Now they send assassins after me. Rage peaked in her brain, and she did nothing to calm it for a long time. Her mind went everywhere in her inner fury, questioning everything. It was rare that zipline protocols were used, and she couldn't remember them ever being used against an operative before. I haven't crossed any lines that I haven't crossed before. There's something more in play here, something I'm not seeing. She wondered if it was a mission that she was on, trying to find the SOL leadership to see if the president was still indeed alive. That made some sense. I know something that probably only a handful of people still alive do. I know that the president wasn't apprehended and died in jail. In fact, only a few people knew that his death had been staged, a CGI fest for the angry mobs. How many of them had been zip-lined over the years? Why send her out looking for him, then send someone to terminate her? Bit by bit, her anger subsided like a receding tide. There had to be more to it than just her knowledge about the traitor president. Her secrecy had always been ensured. I'm missing pieces to this puzzle. There was a possible source, the Secretary of the NSF. Kay Lee gave thought to penetrating the NSF's private security and getting to her directly, squeezing it out of the black-haired harpy. Well, those thoughts made her happy. She knew that by the time she was on her way, they would be alerted. The odds would get stacked against her, While she was confident in her skills, she also knew not to push a bad situation, regardless of the temptation. Torturing her immediate supervisor, Burke Dorn, had much more appeal, but faced the same risks. It would be a matter of hours before the NSF figured out that their two operators were the charred remains in her car. Analytical thinking prevailed over the lust for vengeance. She eyed the phone that she had taken from the female, Operative Bell. It could be traced, but they had no reason to yet. Taking it out, she keyed in the access code that Bell had given her before her head had exploded. There was one person that could give her answers. She dialed the number of the secretary, and then pulled out a plastic wrapper of the energy bar she had just eaten. Putting the phone on speaker, she waited for a pickup. "Operative Bell?" came the crisp voice of the secretary. Kaylee crumbled the plastic wrapper continuously to simulate static as she changed the tone of her voice. "Madam Secretary, the mission is concluded." "Excellent," the secretary replied. "Was Operative Latrim able to complete her mission?" "Unknown. She spotted us and we had to engage her before learning if she was through." "Understood," the secretary replied. "It's unfortunate that she turned against the party. She had become a risk that could no longer be tolerated." The secretary was sending a message to the operative she thought was Bell. "This could happen to you, too. I would like you to stage the body, if at all possible. Make it look as if one of the local SE teams was responsible for her death." "Is that what this is about?" "Madam?" she asked, crumbling the wrapper faster near the microphone of the phone. The thought of her body being used that way didn't disturb her as much as it should have. What bothered her was that she was being used. It was like those dead SEs in West Virginia at the graveyard. "Carve something on her body, or leave something that will point to the SE, she clarified. "It is important for another op we have in play that this appeared to be an SE hit. Understood?" "Yes, Madam Secretary," Kaylee said. "She would mutilate my body and point the fingers at the SE. She's planning something. I can feel it." "I will handle that." "Very good. It's never easy when one of our own turns traitor. At least we can put her body to good use." "I will take care of it," Kaylee replied coolly. "You served me well, Operative Bell. When you are back in the district, I have another operation in mind for you." "I will see you then," she replied, hanging up. She pulled a tracking chip off the back of the iPad and the one off the phone, stuffing them into the bumpers of two of the trucks at the truck stop. It was always easier to let someone else mislead the enemy, and the NSF was now her enemy. She entered the small dining area and took a booth in the corner. Her mind raced at the thoughts of the SE being blamed for her death. It hit her. I was set up from the start. The mission, that was secondary. This was all about me locking horns with the SE. The secretary knew I would step on a few feet with the SE while looking into the Sons of Liberty. Her death was going to be attributed to the SE. If she called for my termination, that means something else is going on, something I'm not privy to. She's planning something with the SE, something big. I was a pawn. She was going to use me to stir things up, then leverage my death to take some sort of action in response. Kaylee pondered what it could be. Tension between the two organizations had been growing with each passing year. The secretary was a known power broker in the district. She had started as a wet behind-the-ears congresswoman who had fed the hate that had led to the liberation. When other members of Congress had been arrested and killed, she had managed to emerge unscathed in the purge and control the NSF. She had built her own army with the NSF, and the operatives were her special forces. The secretary did not do things in half measures. Whatever it is she's planning, it's big enough for her to be willing to take out her best operative. The thought that she had been played, that she was nothing more than an expendable tool, ate at Kaylee, searing her soul. An operative lifestyle demanded few connections. Kaylee did not have true friends to fall back on. Now that they are after me, what a little family I had will be under surveillance. She did not have people she could trust to fall back on. My life is dispensable to the NSF now. Loneliness was something she had not felt for years, but it hit her hard as she tried to mentally process the twist of events. The waitress came over, and Kaylee ordered some coffee and a hamburger, barely paying attention to the woman. I need a plan. Right now, I'm adrift without a plan. I'm vulnerable. I'm forced to play defense. She knew her strengths were not in defending, but in being on the offense. In her mind, the options broke down simply. 1. She could assume a new identity and blend in, fly under the radar. The problem was that sooner or later they'd find her. The NSF could strike when she least expected it, even years from now. 2. She could take her skills to the district and kill the secretary. Kaylee always believed that vengeance is good for the soul. They will be expecting this kind of play on my part, making it very difficult. The third option was one that was more complicated, but offered a better chance of survival. The enemy of my enemy is my potential ally. If the SOL wants to wage war against the administration, why not fight for them? I have a lot to offer, not to mention that I've done a lot of highly illegal work for the party over the years. Murders, assassinations, arson, sabotage. That information alone is worth something to the enemies of the state. The choice was simple. Option 3. The execution, that was an entirely different matter. She needed to make contact with the SOL. They would be suspicious, and rightfully so. Convincing them that she was something other than a counterintelligence asset would be the hardest part. Hopefully, I can do it before they decide to kill me. She immediately downloaded her personal files from the NSF cloud, dumping them down a burner phone she carried in her backpack. They would cut off her access soon, so she had taken what she could get. The information she had, details of ops, signed authorizations, all would be potential bargaining chips. Her targets were heading for Mount Rushmore. The why they were was beyond her imagination. She shut off Operative Bell's phone and cradled the coffee the waitress delivered. When she came back, she held her order pad in her hand, and she had a big smile on her face. "Hon, you look like you've been rode hard and put to bed wet. What can I get you to eat?" Kaylee ordered the breakfast platter, despite the fact that it was afternoon. The waitress turned to go and put in the order, but Kaylee called her back. "Excuse me, if I remember right, isn't Mount Rushmore around here?" she asked innocently. The waitress beamed. It was. It all but killed Keystone when they, well, you know. "You wouldn't happen to have a map to this site? I love old historic stuff like that," she said in an almost sing-song tone. The waitress chuckled. "That's strange. Nobody has asked for one in well over 2 years. Now you and another couple do it a day or so apart. What are the odds of that?" "Someone else? A couple? Really? Someone else asked?" "A guy and his girl. They were here yesterday. Let me get your order in, and I'll dig out one of those old brochures with a map." The waitress left, and Kaylee Latrim grinned broadly. Chapter 17. Wealth is weakness. Wealth is a cancer. Keystone, South Dakota. Andy reached the entrance to the Hall of Records first. The sun was setting in the distance, and a breeze near the top of the monument was stronger, a bit chilly. The area leading to it was a narrow-cut stone trail ending behind Lincoln's Head. There was an area that had been carved out, a low platform. The tunnel leading to the Hall of Records ran further back and down into Mount Rushmore. It was blocked by a pile of broken and blasted stones. In a large flat area was a steel safe of some sort, blown apart with explosives and left open. "What is that?" Charlie said, pointing to the safe. Andy eyed it carefully. When the builder of Mount Rushmore conceived of this place, it was intended to hold our historic documents. He intended that people would come here, see the monument, and visit this vault to see our most prized national documents. Congress cut the funding. Construction was already underway, though, a typical government project. Rather than fill it in, they installed a safe in the back of the Hall of Records with a copy of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. From the looks of it, the SE decided to haul it out and destroy those copies. He eyed the smashed safe and the tiny bits of teak wood that had once held the contents. From the damage to the safe, it was clear that substantial explosives had been used. Charlie looked over at the opening of the vault. "It looks sealed up," she said. Only the header and exterior casings of the vault were visible. The rest was filled in with head-sized pieces of stone, piled up to block the entrance to the downward-sloping tunnel. Dad and Mr. Farmer piled the rocks there to deter people from getting in. Andy walked near the obstruction and eyed it. Memories of his father flicked to the forefront of his mind, if only for a few seconds. "What were you putting up here, Dad? What could be so damned important to get you to come to South Dakota?" Charlie stood next to him, pulling a flashlight out of her knapsack and turning it on. She propped it up on the blasted safe so that it shone on the pile. "We may as well get started." Walking to the mound, she grabbed the top stone and pulled it free, tossing it to the side. Andy joined her, pulling the rocks down one at a time, throwing them on the carved-out flat area. It took the better part of an hour to clear it enough to enter. She handed him the flashlight, and he shined it down the tunnel. The tunnel itself was 10 feet across. The walls had small holes, thousands of them, where drills had been used to chisel out the opening. It was crude, unfinished, almost like a dark mine shaft. Andy climbed over the remaining rocks, followed by Charlie, and entered. The tunnel ran back and downward some 75 feet, where it opened into a larger room. They stepped down the slight incline as Andy angled the flashlight around. Occasional bits and pieces of broken stone lay about, but for the most part, the tunnel itself was remarkably well preserved. When they reached the end, the tunnel opened into a large chamber, even more crudely cut out than the passage that led to it. The ceiling was tall, nearly 15 feet in height. The room itself ran perpendicular to the tunnel that intersected it, extending to 50 feet on either long side, some 25 feet deep. Uneven carving channels from the stonemasons that had cut it made for a rutted surface to walk on. The end of the drill holes under the light of the flashlight gave the room an almost beehive appearance. The flashlight caught a pile of stones in the corner, and Andy could not help but smile. There it is, just as Mr. Farmer had said. He walked over to it and paused for a moment. "So that's it?" Charlie asked from his side. "Yeah," he said with a sigh. "We traveled halfway across the country to get here," Andy replied, staring at the rocks in the far corner. "Andy," Charlie said after a moment, "don't you think we should find out what it is?" He nodded in response, stepping forward and starting to remove the melon-sized stones while Charlie held the flashlight. It took a few minutes, but at the bottom of the mound he saw it. A metallic case and tube, sealed in plastic, covered with stone dust. With a flick of his hand, he wiped away the majority of the dust and pulled out the large case and tube. He pulled off the plastic covering, billowing more fine gray powder in the air, enough to make him cough. The case was marked National Museum of the United States Marine Corps. The tube was hefty, thick aluminum painted black, and hermetically sealed tape covered the end that opened. It bore a single marking etched into the large cap lid. Property, NARA. Charlie stood at his side. NARA? National Archives and Records Administration, he said. As he shifted the tube in his hands, he could feel something inside it. He turned to her but said nothing. He could muster no words. She seemed to understand. Go ahead, open them. We've come this far. Removing his sweatshirt, he put it on the uneven stone floor and used it to cushion his knees. He started with the large case. It was sealed along one of the long, narrow ends, protected from the atmosphere. It took a strong tug, but he peeled back the archival sealed tape and unsnapped the case. There was something inside. Cloth, wrapped in a thick plastic zipper case, the kind used to protect artifacts. He pulled it out immediately, saw that it was an American flag, an old one, stained slightly with age. He could see that the red and white stripes were frayed slightly. He didn't unzip the case, but instead saw a piece of paper on it. Shine the light on this, he said, tipping the flag. The small inserted paper simply read, Mount Serbacci flag on loan, NARA. As he read the words, the package seemed to grow heavier. What is Mount Serbacci? Charlie said. Iwo Jima, the famous flag rising. You know the Marine Corps, World War II. This is that flag, he said. It had been a long time since he had seen a flag, let alone one of such historical significance. He glanced over at Charlie, who reached out to touch it. It's been so long since I saw one. They removed all of the images when they outlawed it. Now and then it pops up on the internet, but only until the fuck-faced censors in Silicon Valley take it down. Her touch was light, with reverence. Andy slid it back into the case, carefully, and relatched it shut. Turning to the tube, he removed the sealing tape around the lid with a snap and unscrewed it. Extracting it from the long tube required tipping it slightly so the contents shifted down to where he could grasp them. Inside were 2 wrapped documents. They were heavy, heavier than normal paper, and large. Pulling them free, he could unroll the first one, just enough to make out the inked script. We the People was larger, bolder than the other text. He stopped, unrolling it the moment he realized what it was. Oh, Christ, he muttered. Charlie had seen it as well. Is that? Andy nodded. The next document he kept in plastics as well, unrolling it enough to make out. In Congress, July 4th, 1776. At the top, I don't believe it. These are the originals? Charlie asked in astonishment. Andy groped for words. They were destroyed right after the fall, he muttered, carefully returning the Constitution and Declaration of Independence to the tube. Dad said that some guy named Abel Brummer got them out during the riots. He must have worked at the National Archives. The ones we saw burned on TV, Charlie said. He swapped out fakes and saved the real ones. Andy had a swell of pride for his father. Dad had helped save these precious artifacts. The mobs had burned them in front of the National Archives, and the Antifa-led mob had created a bonfire and had filmed them being thrown into the flames. It had infuriated Andy at the time, as it had many Americans. The rage and anger could not bring back what had been destroyed, though. No, that task had been left to his father, Mr. Farmer and the mysterious Abel Brummer. 3 men had saved this bit of America. Andy tightened the top of the tube. That or they lied, Andy said. They do that a lot. Another voice said from the entrance to the Hall of Records. Charlie's flashlight dropped, and Andy heard her gun clear the holster as she dropped to a firing stance. In the dim light, he could make out a lean young woman. Short cropped blonde hair, her hands in the air, but a gun slung in a shoulder holster. "Who are you?" Andy demanded. "An interested party," Kaylee Latrim replied. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Raoul and Father Ryan had left after a few hours of sleep and had driven into the night in the old church van. Raoul sat in the passenger seat of the van, and the priest had put on the AM news station from Detroit, WJR, which talked about the street closures from the riots the night before. People were being advised in several neighborhoods to shelter in place. There were other riots, according to the radio, in Toledo, Cleveland, and Chicago, protesters claiming that Muslim rights had been violated. Raoul scowled when he heard that. "Now I'm responsible for problems everywhere." The priest seemed to be able to read his mind. "Raoul, don't let it get to you, son. This is how the social enforcers' operation works. They take little things and make them bigger. It makes them feel more important. They thrive on seeing themselves as the oppressed, when in reality they are the problem." According to the news, there was no word as to who the shooter was that had started the rioting, but the authorities said it was only a matter of time before he was identified. That was chilling to Raoul, and Father Ryan must have sensed it. He turned the radio off. "Father, I thought that the Sons of Liberty had been wiped out," Raoul said. Ryan nodded as he maintained his focus on the driving. "We almost were. They rounded up most of the leadership and sent them off to social quarantine camps. A lot of them died there. Those that came out, well, they were broken, both mentally and emotionally. We heard the mistake. We gave the NSF a target, and they were effective at taking out targets. As such, the Sons became more hidden. We learned to attack from the shadows and not make a big splash that would draw attention. The key is to not give the enemy a name or face to go after. Besides, the FedGov declared us wiped out, so when they did think we were back, they couldn't very well tell the public that." It strangely made sense to him. It also told him much more. The ruling council of New America lied to the people. It misled them. The media was behind it too. Things he barely considered thinking about a few weeks ago were suddenly starting to come together, like the pieces of a massive jigsaw puzzle. The problem was, he didn't fully understand what the image was in the puzzle that he was trying to contemplate. It was a mass of confusion. But each piece made it more real, more tangible. They drove past one of the New America digital slogan billboards, which flashed, "Saying something is as important as doing something." Then it flashed a blurry image of Raoul holding a pistol. The one that was on the media. "Wanted. Contact 911 if you know this individual." He slumped slightly in his seat. "Don't worry, Raoul," Ryan said. "They didn't get your face in that image." "It's only a matter of time," Raoul said glumly. "I'm wearing a Youth Corps t-shirt in that image. Eventually they'll learn who I am. No one will be safe." "You don't know that, Raoul," the priest said. "Worrying about the future will not help. We are going to get you to some people that can help you." As he spoke, he turned off the Pennsylvania Turnpike onto the exit, sliding through the easy pass lanes. It was clear to Raoul that Father Ryan knew where he was going. He made his way through the city into what had been an industrial complex decades ago. It reminded Raoul of the factory that he had been working to demolish. The buildings were brick and steel, defiant, rusting, covered with graffiti. The windows were little more than a few shards of glass that had been missed with rocks over the years. Boston ivy engulfed some of the walls, as if the earth itself were attempting to reach out, grab the structures, and pull them down. The van stopped in front of a chain-link fence, and a man wearing a denim jacket came out, giving both of them an icy stare. Then opening the gate with a squeal that only rusted metal could generate. The van entered, hitting two deep potholes, slowly one after another. The gate closed behind them as the van turned, entering a dark old warehouse. As soon as it was inside, the massive barn doors rattled and rumbled closed. Father Ryan opened his door, and Raoul did the same. There were 6 men and women moving in and around the van. Some had guns, holstered at their hips. One heavily tattooed woman had a knife strapped to her thick thigh. The knife looked as if it could cut down a tree. "I didn't think I would see you again, Padre," one man said with a thick Puerto Rican accent, grasping Ryan's hand firmly with both of his and shaking it. He had short, curly black hair, a dark complexion, and wore a red bandana around his neck. "It's good to see you again, Jaden," the father said. "This is the one I told you about. This is Raoul." He gestured to Raoul, and the man seemed to eye him from head to toe. "Raoul, this is Jaden." Raoul slowly extended his hand, but the man did not settle for that. He pulled Raoul in tight and gave him a quick hug. "If the Padre brought you here, then you are part of us now." "Who is us?" Raoul asked. The man swept his long, lanky arm around at the others. "What you see as part of the Sons of Liberty, the Order of the Bell." He spoke with pride ringing in his words. "We number in the dozens. We fight for those that demand a restoration. We fight for those that cannot defend themselves. We fight against this lie called New America." The small gathering nodded, smiled, and reached out to shake his hand or fist bump him. Raoul responded in kind. "Peter called us about your little problem," Jaden said. "It took a lot of courage to stand up to those SEs like you did. You're lucky to get out of there alive." Raoul felt ashamed of what he had done, but Jaden and the others clearly did not. Their approving nods of Jaden's words showed that. "I didn't want to hurt anyone." "None of us want to," the tattooed lady spoke up. "We didn't ask for this fight. They brought it to us. What separates us from a lot of the country is we are willing to stand up against the SE and the NSF. "We'll take care of you, Raoul," Jaden said. "You're one of us now. We are a family. Everyone here has been hurt or betrayed by the FedGov. Some of us have lost loved ones. Others have had our lives taken from us by social justice warriors. That is what we share, our pain." There was a sense of relief in the words he was hearing. "Thank you, Jaden," he finally managed. "I'm not a fighter. I only fought to defend myself and my troop." Jaden nodded. "We're not here to make you a killer. We won't ask you to do anything you're uncomfortable with. Some of our best people have never held a knife or gun. They help us in other ways. We will protect you because we are family here. We will give you work to do so that you contribute your fair share to the cause. You will learn those skills, things that can help you get on in life. Once we're all free again, this is fair, yes?" Raoul nodded. Oddly, it sounded very much like the youth court to him. They had promised to deliver to him so many of the same things. This was different, though. The Sons of Liberty were in the shadows, where the youth corps was very public. He preferred the darkness now, especially with his blurry image plastered on billboards around the country. "Yes, that sounds great." "Good," Jaden said, putting his hand on Raoul's back. "Let me introduce you to your new kin." The district. The secretary of the NSF looked at the plans that Director Dorn had created with a sense of pleasure. 188 assassinations were hard to coordinate. Some targets were bound to be out of position. Dorn estimated that in a worst-case scenario, some 14 of them may survive what she was about to bring down on them. Still, they could and would be hunted down. This was not the time for half measures. Per her instructions, it could be done in a matter of a few hours, leaving the social enforcement organization effectively decapitated, unable to prevent her next steps. Her desk monitor chirped. "Director Dorn is here, Madam Secretary," her admin called from the outer office. "He says it's urgent." "Send him in," she replied. "No doubt there's another wrinkle in our plans. Dorn tends to be a little overdramatic at minor hiccups." He stepped in, closing the door behind him. "Madam Secretary, we have a situation." She gestured to the chair in front of her desk, and he slid into it. "I just received word that Operatives Bell and Hoover are dead." His words caught her off guard. "Impossible. I spoke to Bell personally a short time ago." "That wasn't Bell," Dorn said. "She's been dead for a day or so." "What the hell are you talking about, Burke?" she demanded. "They were found in a burned-out vehicle," he said, red color rising in his cheeks and forehead. "Operative Latram's car. The local authorities thought it was some sort of an accident. It took a while to get positive IDs on the bodies." "That means she's still alive." "Yes, ma'am," he replied. In her mind, she replayed the conversation. "I should have seen through that static in the background." The realization was that she had confessed to her intended target that she had ordered her assassination. There's no need for Dorn to know that. "We need to mobilize additional assets. She's more of a liability than ever." "I've already ordered that," Burke Dorn replied, taking out a handkerchief and wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Kaylee Latram is dangerous. She'll have figured out that we ordered her death and will take measures to get her. Shall I say extremely difficult? I know her. She's going to want revenge. As such, I've ordered operatives placed on our buildings and residences." Those words hit the secretary hard. Would she actually try to extract vengeance? She quickly came to the realization that it was a question she didn't want the answer to. "Of course, she'll come at us personally." It was a thought that made her stomach knot. With what we have in motion, I can't afford to have her unaccounted for. "We should be able to trace Operative Bell's devices. She called me from that phone." "Traces are being run. But you have to remember that Latram knows our operating procedures. We pinged her phone tracker on a semi-truck in Kansas. Agent Bell's phone is showing in Denver. We have a team moving to intercept. Kaylee wouldn't make the mistake of keeping those devices near her." "Well, what about satellites and drones? Surely we can use them to track her down." "Our surveillance analysis has been slowed since the attack on Hive," Joan replied. "Gathering the data isn't a problem, but sifting through it requires CPUs that are still down. We lost a full third of the servers due to overheating." "We are the largest police force in the world," she said through gritted teeth. "We are talking about finding a single person." "Not just a person," Burke Dorn replied coldly. "This is an operative." "That doesn't matter. She still has to be on the move. Get your checkpoints. I don't care if you have to shut down highways. I want her found. Now! We're on the verge of launching our most critical and sensitive op since we came into existence. The last thing that I need is for a rogue agent to show up at the wrong time." "She dumped down a local copy of her personal file," Dorn said. "The copies on the server were encrypted, and we're working to get through them, but our cyber team is at half capacity after that attack on our facilities in Maryland." The mention of that attack only stoked the rage she was trying to contain. Someone had disabled the water supply to the building, then set off over a dozen small firebombs on the first and second floors. The staff had been trapped, many choking on toxic fumes from melting plastic and burned carpeting. All fingers pointed to an SE-sponsored attack, but thus far they had denied involvement. Just like what happened at Quantico, there's no way that this is the SOL. They never showed that level of sophistication before. The data that Keeley had taken was disturbing. She has been part of almost every major op we have undertaken in the last 4 years, the secretary said in a deepening tone of voice. She has more guilt than anyone, but if that information somehow got public, there will be cries for investigations, congressional hearings, all things that might disrupt my plan. Would Latrim go public? What does she have to lose? The media could be controlled. Thank God we have the Truth Reconciliation Committee. But there was always a chance that some reporter might decide that the story should go out. It might make its way to some country that wouldn't suppress it. Congress? Well, they were mostly impotent since the liberation. But they loved to investigate, to hold hearings, to grill lesser people. They would overlook the context of the operations that Latrim was involved with. The secretary had stepped on a lot of toes over the last few years, and many people would be happy to see blood in the water with investigations and inquiries. A lot of them would like to see me sent packing, in jail, or back tending a bar. I can't afford to have them undermine everything I'm putting in place. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Director Dorn, the secretary said in her most frigid tone of voice, you are responsible for bringing her in and containing this clusterfuck. I don't have to remind you that if she causes trouble, your head will be on the chopping block before mine will. She reported to you, after all. I'm sure you realize the implications of your name on many of those orders and memos that she may have. His nervous nod meant that he had received the message, the threat. Dorn will be a fall guy if Latrim goes public. I understand completely, Madam Secretary. We both need to recognize that she will cause problems for us. It's in her nature to leave a wake when she passes. She may have taken those materials as insurance, leverage to make sure we don't make a move on her. Then again, she may weaponize the data. Either way, I want her eliminated, the secretary replied. What about the upcoming operation? Dorn pressed. With Latrim out there, should we defer it to a later date? No, she snapped. She's one person. What we have planned for the SEs, that's a matter of national security. That operation goes on as planned. Chapter 18. Fear Makes You Brave. Rehoboth, Delaware. Jack Desmond looked at the footage of the office building engulfed in flames as Sarah Carter of the Frackers pointed to the small notebook screen. It went just as planned. Killing the water supply at the source allowed the fires to spread quickly. For all their talk about being green, there were a lot of plastics and flammables in the building to feed the fire. The chains on the fire escape doors ensured maximum casualties. She shut the image off and closed the screen. Sarah had been with the U.S. Marshal's office in Pittsburgh as part of the DHS when the fall had happened. Jack had known her from his time in the Secret Service. The social enforcers had gone after the Marshals' families to get them to stand down. Her husband had been beaten, not to death, but instead left brain damaged by some social justice warrior's baseball bat. He died a year before. And Jack made a point to be there for her. She had formed the Frackers as part of the Sons of Liberty with one express purpose: to bring pain to the FedGov for the agonizingly long death of her husband. Revenge was a powerful motivator, and her pain was one that Jack knew all too well. The Frackers were a tough group. Their full name was the fucking Frackers, and they tagged their graffiti with an F2 symbol. Some were out-of-work steelworkers. Others were coal miners who had lost their jobs when New America had deemed coal to be an enemy of the world and had closed the mines. The push for global economic prosperity had left former Americans forced to live off of welfare. While some people enjoyed living off the government's teat, others, like the Frackers, did not. It galled them, humiliated them, and demeaned them. While the media and the FedGov claimed that the changes brought about a cleaner environment and more competition, it actually only pushed more people into groups like the Frackers. Like so many, they're wanting a chance to strike back and take back what was theirs. Jack leaned back on the sofa in the house she had rented on Airbnb for their meeting. It was a party house built for rental at the Roboth Beach community. 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, cheap carpeting, disposable furniture. It was the kind of house that frat boys rented. Jack was thankful that he didn't have a UV light. He was sure that the walls, furniture, and floor would paint a sickening story if he did. "What do you think their losses were?" he asked. The fiery redhead from Kentucky who had led the attack on the NSF cyber facility in southern Maryland. "We took out a lot of them. We're estimating 40 to 50% of the staff. Full loss of hardware," she said proudly. "They have 2 other team facilities in the district. Both have beefed up security. The damage has been done, though. You can replace hardware easily enough. Replace an experienced staff? That takes time. A long time." Jack smiled, not proudly, but with a sense of satisfaction. "You did good work. Let your frackers know that we're pleased with the results." She grinned broadly at the compliment. "So, where do we stand on their communication systems?" Carter flopped down in an easy chair opposite him. "Those are more challenging to target. DHS had a communications center in the southeast of the district, on the old side of St. Elizabeth's Hospital. Obviously, the NSF has that facility now. It's a brand new complex, built for multiple layers of security, biometric facial recognition, multiple layers of authentication. Getting in, we haven't found a way to crack that nut directly." "No security's ever perfect. There has to be a crack we can exploit." She grinned almost wickedly. "The key is to not try. They've anticipated penetration through traditional means. Given our other attack, security is tighter than ever. So we don't try to get in. We get someone who already has access to do the job for us, without them knowing it." Desmond leaned back. "What do you have in mind?" "It's a government facility, which means they outsource everything. We need a way to kill and cripple the staff on a large scale. Our thought was that we could use their food service to lace their food and drink supplies with a slow-acting poison. We don't have enough to penetrate the building. The vendor will bring the stuff in and serve it up to them for us." Jack drank in the words carefully. There's a hint of brilliance to it. "So they have a cafeteria?" "Oh, yes. And the Southeast has a remarkable lack of restaurants. Given all the security, the staff hates leaving for lunch and having to queue up to get back in. The result? Eating the cafeteria." "It has a hint of brilliance about it. So what do you need?" "A slow-acting batrachotoxin would be best," she said. "That or ricin. Personally, I think we'll want to mix the poisons, so we can overload the hospital, have them struggling to identify the toxin they're fighting. We need to inject it into a wide range of food supplies designated for use at the facility. We have watched the vendor staff is cleared for the building, but there's no protocol for testing incoming food. It gets wheeled in, cooked up, and served." "What about their food prep facilities?" Sarah's grin broadened. "Almost zero security. They do most of the prep off-site in Suitland, Maryland. We can hit them up there or at their warehouse. We lace a lot of different food sources, everything from salt and shakers to injecting oranges and breads. The vendor prepares the food, not aware the stuff has poison in them. They deliver it for us, the staff eats and starts dropping a few hours later. It'll take hours, if not days, for them to figure out where it came from, and when they do, the vendor will take the fall." "What's the downside?" "The vendor, General Food Services, has contracts with 3 other government agencies to provide the food. If we hit it at the warehouse, which I recommend, some of that food is bound to be delivered to other agencies as well. That means we're killing people we were not targeting." Jack said nothing for a few minutes. When a fall had happened, most government workers did not resist. Driven by their desire to keep their jobs, they embraced the new America government rather than rise up and say, "This is an illegal government coup." They had played along. Some had downright savored it, having a dislike for the president. To Jack Desmond, there were no innocents in the old federal government. They were accomplices to the fall. "I'll get you what you need." "So it's authorized?" Jack nodded. "Our enemies have shown they are willing to take extreme measures to achieve victory. They're willing to hurt innocent people to get what they want. In that respect, they've set the rules of this game. We need to learn from them. We need to fight at the same level they do." Sarah's smile faded. "I understand. It's important that when they figure this out, the finger gets pointed to the local SE team. I want to leverage the tensions between the NSF and the SEs. The more we can nudge them into squabbling with each other, the better." She paused. Her eyes narrowed slightly in thought. "That's trickier than the deed itself. I guess we could leave a warning note or two in the boxes. Little taunts signed off by the district SEs. Enjoy your lunch kind of thing." "Perfect," he replied. "Do you think that the same approach, poisoning the food, can be used on a social enforcement team?" "I don't see why not," she replied. "If anything, the SEs have sloppy security. Poisoning them would be a cakewalk. It's a matter of targeting the right team." Jack rose to his feet. "I want you to run surveillance on the SE teams in Newark and Pittsburgh. I want them hit too. Not at the same time. Let's wait a few days, then do it. Make it look like retaliation. I can get you some ricin from a different source, enough to throw off the investigators." "Retribution," Sarah said slowly. "Yeah, my folks will love that shit." "Like they say, payback's a bitch," Jack replied. Keystone, South Dakota. Charlie kept her aim on the center mass of the woman that had entered the Hall of Records. "I don't mean any harm," her target said with remarkable calm. "Take the gun out with your thumb and forefinger, real smooth, and drop it," Charlie commanded. The woman nodded once and moved slowly to comply. She lowered the pistol and dropped it. "For the record, I have one in a shin holster as well, right side," she said. "Get it," Charlie commanded Andy. He looked at her and she could read his face perfectly. "Who, me?" He stepped cautiously toward the woman, careful to not get between Charlie and the stranger. He knelt and lifted her jeans leg where he found the holster. Andy fumbled with the strap but finally got the gun out. He backed away, picking up the pistol the woman had already dropped on the rugged stone floor. "Who are you?" "Kaylee Leitrim," she said firmly. "I was an operative of the NSF, sent to intercept you." "Was?" Andy asked as he backed away. "A few hours ago, my relationship with the NSA came to an unplanned end, Mr. Forrest," she said. "You know who I am." "I do. My last mission was to try to track down sightings of the former president. It was believed that his appearance might be tied to the Sons of Liberty. Eventually, that led me to you. I had hoped you might be able to direct me to their leadership." "Why do you say your relationship with the NSF is over?" "It is," the muscular woman responded. "They sent 2 operatives to kill me. I guess just laying me off was out of the question." She smirked a little bit. "She seems awfully calm for someone with a gun leveled at him." Charlie refused to relax her stance. "If she's an operative, she's very dangerous, even without her guns." "If you ended your service with them, why did you follow us here?" Charlie pressed. Leitrim shrugged slightly. "Where else would I go? I can't go home. Not that there's anything there for me. I killed the operatives that were after me, which means I'm more wanted than ever before. They'll hunt me down. That left me with little in the way of options. I could either flee, or try to hide, or turn the tables on them." Andy spoke up. "What do you mean?" "I'm an operative, Mr. Forrest. I do the dirty deeds that the government disavows. Over the last few years, I've done a lot of things that go beyond the law. That, and I know certain truths, some of the secrets that the Secretary of the NSF won't want out. I came to the conclusion that my best chance at survival was to do the one thing they wouldn't expect. Join the fight against them. The old saying is, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I doubt we can be friends, but I can survive on my own, not for as long as I intended to live anyways. So, I come offering my services and information to the Sons of Liberty. Charlie chuckled. Why should we believe you? You said it. You're an operative. Maybe this is a ploy to penetrate the leadership of the Sons, then turn us in or kill everyone. You aren't exactly coming with a resume that says, trust me. Fair enough, Leitrim replied. I presume you have access to polygraph equipment. You can test me. You can scan me for tracking devices or wires. I expect that you'd want to. I would if I were in your shoes. If you want, you can put me in a cell and ignore me. If nothing else, I'd live longer than being out there in public with the entire NSF breathing down my neck. Charlie shot a quick glance at Andy, who gave her a look of, I have no idea. Neither do I, she thought. Her gut instinct was to kill the operative right there and then. It was the easiest solution, the best short-term move. What if she's telling the truth? If that is the case, she may have intelligence information that could help Jack and the others. Bit by bit, Charlie came to realize that Leitrim may be more useful alive than dead. Still, she needed more. I should shoot you right now, she said firmly. For all we know, you have a strike team waiting outside, ready to ambush us. If that's the case, you are screwed. But not as bad as me, the woman arrogantly replied. She paused for a moment. Look, there is no strike team out there yet. They are looking for me, though. I ditched my truck in a lake, which should buy me some time, but they will begin to narrow their search for me. That much I can assure you. We should tie her up, Andy offered. Leave her here. Bad play, Mr. Forrest, she countered. I saw what was in those cases. If they manage to get that information out of me, they will come at you too. Again, Charlie said, motioning with her gun slightly. It makes more sense to kill you. The operative did not look threatened. I'm dead already. That was why I continued to track you down. The things I know, the things I can prove, they've made me a marked woman. The secretary herself has ordered me terminated. Most of my identities are worthless now. No more safe houses. They will run me down, capture and kill me. If you're looking for pity, Charlie started. I'm not. I'm stating facts. The things I know can shake things up. It puts the secretary at risk. She knows that. I just think that you'd be stupid to kill me and miss the opportunity to shove a big fat wide one up that bitch's ass. Charlie suppressed a grin. I like the way she talks. You're not very good at this negotiation stuff, she replied instead. I'm an operative. I didn't negotiate as much as use brute force to get what I needed. The former Secret Service lieutenant eyed the woman carefully. She could have simply come to the door and killed us. We didn't even see her there. Killing us wasn't her intent. She may be attempting to infiltrate Jack's organization. We can make sure that doesn't happen. The temptation to inflict harm on the secretary of the NSF was seductive to Charlie. She's turned the police into her private army. If this operative is telling the truth, she may have information that could harm her, perhaps ruin her. I know what you're thinking, the operative said. I could have simply shot the two of you from the doorway. You didn't hear me sneak in. You're wondering if the information I possess is worth the risk of taking me along with you. Pretty much, Charlie admitted. You need to decide. As I said, I'm wanted. They will come soon. We need to be as far away from this place as possible when they do show. Damn. Charlie hated being pressed into making a decision. This is above my pay grade. Jack can make the call as to whether she's telling us the truth or not. If she's lying, we can shoot her then. In the meantime, I'll have to assume she's being honest. Charlie reached into her bag and pulled out a zip tie. He tossed it to Andy. Bind her hands. So that's it, Andy said. We're bringing her with us. Charlie nodded. She's right. If she were here to kill us, she would have done it already. If she's betraying us, trying to get into the SOL, we can kill her at our leisure. In the meantime, if she's right, we need to get out of here. Grab her backpack and make sure she doesn't have anything in there that might be a tracker of some sort. Andy walked over and wrapped the white zip cord around her hands. You haven't done this before, the operative chided. You need to make it tighter. I could get out of this without even trying. Andy looked at her and tightened it another inch. Better, she said. Andy started digging in the black backpack that the operative had. Lots of ammo, knives, survival gear, some food, and one government iPad. I've pulled the tracking chip from it, Latrim said. Feel free to check. It has a dump of my files on it. Andy locked gazes with Charlie as if asking whether and how he could check. She shrugged it off. I can check that later. Now we need to get on the move. You take that and the flag, Charlie said, holstering her weapon and picking up the operatives. We need to get down and find a vehicle. You walked in? Latrim asked. Yes. I sunk my truck. That puts us on foot. Not good. We will get down from here and find a vehicle. I passed a lumber mill about 3 miles or so back toward town. There'll be vehicles there, the prisoner offered. Charlie picked up the tube that held the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. For a moment she paused, realizing the value of what was in her hands. Oddly enough, when this room was carved, it was supposed to hold these documents. It took a few decades, but they finally made it. Starting for the doorway, she turned back. We're going to have to move quick. I never got your name, Operative Latrim said. And you don't need it, Charlie replied. The less she knows at this stage, the better. Chapter 19. Every voice is equal, unless it's the voice of intolerance or division. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It took several days before Raoul found himself able to fully relax. Jaden and the others had treated him as if he had been a part of their cell for a lifetime. They wanted to know everything about him, his family, and they shared their stories as well. Jaden taught him some self-defense moves, which he seemed to learn quite quickly. His favorite was when Jaden grabbed him from behind, wrapping his arms around him tightly. Raoul learned to bend over quickly, grab one of Jaden's ankles, then snap back to a standing position, toppling them both over onto his attacker's back, breaking the hold. Father Ryan had stayed for a few days, but then went back to Detroit. He said he didn't want to arouse suspicion by being gone so long. He assured Raoul he would be returning soon. While he missed him, he became more comfortable with the others in the cell. The father's departure forced him to engage more with the others. One of the members of the group was a young woman, Sasha. During one meal, she shared how she had come to join the Sons. Her father had been a staunch supporter of the Second Amendment and had an impressive gun collection. He was not even a hunter. He just liked collecting and shooting guns. When a ruling council had banned the ownership of guns and forced a nationwide buyback, he had refused. The NSF had come with an armored vehicle and a dozen officers in full tactical gear. She had been hiding in the house under a bed, but had seen it all. Her father held a gun, but never fired at the police as they busted down the door. They shot him, tore his body apart with bullets. Her mother had been arrested, taken away, and Sasha had been shuffled off to a foster home. Her mother had been painted as an unfit parent, raising her in a house with guns. On the news, it was all about him being a radical, leading a standoff with the NSF, shooting at officers first. Sasha said it was all a lie, one she was still clearly bitter about. I still remember some of them posing with his dead body, flashing gang signs. To them, it was a joke. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. She had run away and lived on the streets for 3 months when Jaden and the others took her in. They had given her home and hope. Her mother had been sent off to a social quarantine camp. I don't know where she is, or even if she's still alive. Other members of the order had stories that tore him apart as well. Suddenly, his own plight didn't seem quite so bad. Despite all the hardships they had endured, they seemed happy. He had his own room in a nearby house, owned by one of the Order of the Bell. There was good food, even laughter. After a few days, he felt relaxed. The rioting had slowed to a peaceful protest in the streets, little more than armed mobs chanting and demanding justice. Raoul allowed himself to think that it was going to blow over eventually. At one point he asked Jaden the name of the cell.
The name of our group comes from the Liberty Bell. It used to be housed in Philly. It was a symbol of freedom and of America, so it had to be either destroyed or corrupted. That's how these new Americans work. They decided to destroy it. We've heard that they melted it down and made little souvenirs for the members of the ruling council. Pens, ink pens, and things like that. I suppose they thought it funny or instructive, like when someone rubs a dog's nose in its shit to teach it a lesson.
The last sentence came with anger as he spoke, raw, unfulfilled.
They forget that the bill's inscription was a rallying cry to end slavery before the Civil War. They ignore history that is inconvenient to the story they want to tell. They took a symbol of freedom and liberty and melted it down to make jewelry for themselves. To me, it's a reminder of how corrupt and evil these people really are. Anything that doesn't fit their narrative has to be destroyed.
Raoul could see the anger and frustration in Jaden as he spoke about it. He had seen images of statues being torn down and had been told by the media that the people they represented were bad. But a bell? How could that be bad? If it represented liberty, does that mean that the government was against liberty? Until a few weeks ago, his life had been so simple. He didn't have to think about things like the Liberty Bell. The media told him what to think, how to feel, and what actions he needed to take. My whole life is different now. Near the end of his first week, Jaden pulled him aside, taking him into what had been an office for the warehouse. Raoul took a seat in the old folding chair, and Jaden took a chair, turning it backwards and straddling it in front of him. Is something wrong? Jaden nodded rapidly.
I am so sorry, Raoul.
What is it? His thoughts went to his mother, to Paco and the others from his troop. Had they been found?
The social enforcers, the ones that killed your troop leader. They broke into the church where Father Ryan preached. They said they knew he had harbored you and the others.
No, he said, barely able to form that word, let alone others. Images flashed in his mind of what they might have done, violence and blood.
They beat him,
Jaden said, his face seeming to sag as he spoke.
Then they burned the church, and him in it.
Jaden dipped his own head for a moment to hide the hurt and anger in his own face. The image of the fire in the church where he prayed seemed to suck the air from him. His ears throbbed with the pounding of his heart. For a moment he felt nervous to the point of panic. Jaden seemed to sense this. What kind of monsters would burn a church? He reached up and put his hand on Raoul's shoulder. Breathe, my brother, breathe. They didn't have to kill him. He was just protecting me. This is my fault, just like the death of that other SE man that attacked us. Jaden squeezed his hand on Raoul's shoulder.
The Padre did what he had to do.
He knew the risks associated with getting you and the others out, but he followed his heart and his faith. Raoul, this is not about you. This is about them, the social enforcers. This is how they operate, with intimidation and violence. A lesser man than Father Ryan would have buckled and told him what they wanted to know. He believed in God and believed in you, Raoul. Raoul slowly got control of his emotions. He wanted to cry. The tears started to form, but he couldn't. He slid from sadness into anger almost instantly. These people, they are inhuman. The government allows them to operate, Jayden said. It's one of the ways they exert control. If you don't fall in line, the SEs come. They harass, intimidate, beat, or kill. If you fight back, they riot and loot. They use fear to force compliance. They claim to desire peace and coexistence, but in reality they are oppressors. They bully and subjugate people into falling in line, the line they draw. Raoul's jaw set tighter with each word said by the leader of the Order of the Bell. They killed a man of God who never hurt anyone. It's in their nature, Jayden said, removing his hand from Raoul's shoulder. It doesn't matter that he was a priest or that the building they burned was a church. He didn't comply. He didn't buckle under. When you rule by violence, even a passive resistance cannot be tolerated. History has shown that over and over. New America is a lie, built on a foundation of lies. Most Americans have no idea. They only want to get through their day. Many don't care until the government comes after them. Jayden's voice rang not with rhetoric, but from experience. Raoul could hear that in every word. Jayden continued slowly, choosing his words deliberately. When people come to power based on the blood of others, they eventually become more oppressive than the people they overthrew. I don't understand why it is, but it is the nature of people. They claim they are opposed to all of this, the things they did to Father Ryan and others, but they allow it to happen. It is their way. For long moments he said nothing, dipped his head, and wrapped his mind around the thoughts of fury boiling in him. Father Ryan had been an important voice in his life, even in the small time that he had known him. He had given his life for Raoul to get him to the Sons of Liberty, where he would be safe. His sacrifice should not be for nothing. He raised his head. Jayden spoke again. Are you all right, Raoul? He nodded, and wiped away the tears that never fully formed in his eyes. I am, he replied, drawing a long, deep breath. Can I get you something? Raoul's eyes bored into Jayden. All I want now is revenge. They must pay for what they did. They have ruined my life and taken my troop leader and my friend. They cannot be allowed to continue on and do this to other people. Jayden rose to his feet, and Raoul did the same. Then you are in the right place, my brother, because ye are about to take the fight to them. Raoul Lopez felt warm, confident, more determined than ever before. He had regained something he had lost with the death of Avalon. Raoul had a purpose. I will make those that ruined my life and kill these people pay for what they have done. Iowa City, Iowa. Stealing a truck proved to be easier than Andy had expected. Charlie knew how to hotwire one, which should have been more of a surprise than it was for him. Their accomplice, as Andy referred to Kaylee Latrim, had been quite passive. Still, as he sat in the back seat of the Chevy truck, he couldn't help but be worried about her and the rumors about operatives, that they were a cross between James Bond and Jack Reacher, a combination that he did not want to be on the receiving end of. Still, Latrim was oddly calm, despite being zip-tied. She even offered suggestions to Charlie while she hot-wired the truck. Half an hour out from Mount Rushmore, a pair of black NSF helicopters roared over, heading toward the monument. It was dark, impossible to see them, but their roar of rotors overhead was evidence enough of their presence. Latrim watched the dark night sky, staring intently at the blinking red lights on their tails as they zoomed into the distance. "They're looking for me," she said, craning her neck around to keep them in view. For a few moments, Andy thought it was a boast, her flaunting her ego. Now he realized she was likely telling the truth. No one countered her assertion. The driving was long. Charlie used different credit cards everywhere she went. She seemed to have a lot of them in her bag. Dinner consisted of junk food from a 7-Eleven, chips, soda, and sandwiches that were slightly soggy. Charlie purchased a burner phone and used it to make several long calls out of earshot before tossing it in the bed of another truck to avoid tracking. Andy didn't complain. He knew better. Oddly, this was a lifestyle he found himself slowly becoming accustomed to, being on the run, avoiding detection. It was a shared experience. He wasn't in it alone. Those days after his father died, he had felt the weight of the world on him. If it wasn't for Charlie, I wouldn't be under interrogation right now. Creature comforts are a small price to pay. He hugged the case he carried tightly to his lap. Kaylee commented, "You can relax. I'm not going to take it, Mr. Forrest." "I know, but the last man to touch it was my dad," Andy replied. "And you can call me Andy. Mr. Forrest sounds too formal." "A professional courtesy," Latrim said. "In my profession, I've found that being respectful and formal sometimes helps. Some people appreciate such formality. Old habits die hard. Andy?" Latrim turned to Charlie, who was driving. "If it's not asking too much, where are we going?" "Someplace we can validate your story. I'm not taking you to any key asset until I can authenticate what you say," she replied. That seemed to be enough for Kaylee as she leaned back. Andy only caught glimpses of her as headlights hit them. She didn't seem nervous or concerned. The operative leaned her head to the side of the seat and closed her eyes. Andy doubted if he would be so calm in the same circumstances. He couldn't sleep, though he tried. As the sun rose, the vehicle reached the outskirts of Iowa City, Iowa. Charlie checked her phone several times before turning off a series of side streets in the outskirts of the city. She finally stopped in front of a small, nondescript house. It was an older neighborhood, one dating back to World War II, if not earlier. The houses had been refurbished, probably several times. It was quiet, except for a barking dog several doors down. Charlie got out and opened the door for Kaylee and led her up to the door. She wore the archival tube slung over her back, while Andy still carried the case. A burly man with Asian features opened the door just before Charlie could knock and motion them in. The house had a smell to it, a mix of oatmeal, cooking, and spices. Andy couldn't quite identify. The man led them to a dining room in the center of the home. Charlie motioned to a chair at the head of the table, and Latrim sat in it. No one spoke. As the chunky man swept the operative with some sort of gray wand scanner, he nodded to Charlie, and he pulled a large box from another chair where it had been sitting. Andy had never seen a polygraph machine, but he knew this was one. He began hooking her up, then gave a nod to Charlie. "All right, little girl. Let's step outside and let him do his thing." Andy followed her out of the room, and she closed the door behind him. Charlie stretched for a moment, then went into the small living room where she flopped down on the couch. She closed her eyes and was asleep in a matter of heartbeats. He took a seat in the easy chair opposite of her, and still clutching the case did the same. Even a few minutes' sleep would help, and it consumed him quickly. In his mind, he thought he was awake. He heard muffled voices. Andy's body sank into the seat as if it were slowly consuming him. He was jarred awake with the large man's voice. "She passed." His eyes fought his urge to open them. To battle his consciousness finally won. "Damn," Charlie said. Andy looked at her. "You sound disappointed. If she had failed, we could have simply killed her. Now I have to deal with her instead." This was the side of Charlie he found himself oddly attracted to. She was more than willing and able to utilize violence to get what she wanted. He knew he should be afraid of that kind of behavior, but there was something very genuine in her that made it appealing. "Pollies can be beaten," the man said. "I got no indication of deception, though. Usually when someone is good enough to beat the system, you get a hint of it. She believes she's telling us the truth." Charlie rose from her seat on the couch and stretched slightly. "Thanks, Curly," she said, shaking the man's beefy hand. He reached out and hugged her with his free arm. "We are brother and sister," he said. "Blue blood runs thick." "You have a phone?" she asked. He handed her a battered old flip phone. Charlie took it and marched down the hallway. Andy was left with Curly. "So you know Charlie, I guess." "Never met her before. Not face to face," he said. "We're both law enforcement, or were. They painted us as criminals, went after our families. She kept in contact with me, as did her chief. It was all handled now in short calls and secret messages, but the Brotherhood of Blue is still out there. We're waiting for the right time." "Time for what?" Andy asked. Curly flashed a grin and a chuckle. "You were in this, and you have no idea what's going down, do you?" Charlie shook his head as Curly continued. "Let's just say some shit's going down. A lot of us had people and things taken from us. We were silenced. Not anymore. When you accuse people of stuff they didn't do, sooner or later they start to feel obliged to do that stuff. That time is coming." Andy was a little taken aback with the words. Something is happening. Something soon. There had been a hint of that in things that Kaylee Latrim said, too. He wondered what it could be, or if Latrim was talking about something entirely different. If something is going to happen, what is it? Charlie returned after several minutes of muted conversation in the next room. "Curly, I'm going to need some ration cards." He flashed her a smile. "No problem, little girl," he said. He left the room and came back with a handful of cards. "Use once and toss 'em." And he knew what the ration cards meant. More hours on the road. "Got it," she replied. "Thanks for your help." "Good luck with that one," he said, nodding in Kaylee's direction. Andy glanced over and thought he saw the operative crack a thin smile in response. "It's been a treat, Mr. Curly," she replied. As they made their way to the car, he found himself admiring Kaylee. "If it were me, I'd be worried about being shot in the head just to be rid of me. He seems calm, resolved." As they got in the vehicle, Andy positioned the cases on the floor in the back seat next to where he sat. "All right, then. Where to next?" "To the top," Charlie replied, as she angled the car out onto the narrow street and accelerated. Chapter 20. The individual is the enemy. Groups ensure prosperity. Culpeper, Virginia. The town of Culpeper consists of a few blocks, 2 main streets, and the appearance of having been torn from the reruns of the old sitcom, The Andy Griffith Show. Some of the buildings dated back to before the Civil War, and all of them had a small-town charm. The 2 main streets were pitted with potholes. The ruling council swore would be fixed by their infrastructure spending bills. Aside from the rundown condition of a few buildings, there was an innocence about the place. Charlie angled her car past Davis Street and turned into a backstreet parking lot. She admired Jack for picking interesting, safe locations. This one's proximity to the district, only 60 miles away, did make her slightly edgy, but she understood the logic. Sometimes the best place to hide is right on the enemy's doorstep. Some of the quaintness seemed to fade as she drove through town. Businesses were boarded up. Others had been closed a long time. The faded signs in the windows harkened back to the fall. One building had scorch marks on from fire on the outside, charring the restaurant's facade. Graffiti of an upthrust fist of the New America flag had been crudely recreated in black spray paint. Charlie found herself thankful that the small town didn't have one of the government's digital billboards flashing their slogans. People forget that the revolution hit small towns just as much as the big ones, maybe harder. She and Andy and Kay Lee got out of the car and made their way after her to the old post office building. Charlie carried the archival tube and her backpack, while Andy carried the flag in its bulky case. The boarded-up doors and windows showed the white paint turned black underneath. Scars of some of the rioting that had taken place during the time of the fall. The old building had been used by the county government, but had been shut down, never repaired after the riots. At one time, the stately white-pillared building must have had quite a bit of charm. Now it sat in a late morning haze of Piedmont humidity. The abandoned building was a reminder of the dark side of the fall. The trio walked past the building to the back alley and made their way past long uncollected trash bins to the rusty rear door. She knocked, and the door opened. 3 burly armed men, one in a grease-stained blue coveralls, greeted them. "They's waiting for you upstairs," he said with a low southern drawl, pointing to the staircase. Charlie said nothing as they went up the stairs. Jack was there. No fake cosmetics, just Jack. She walked up to him and gestured. "Jack, this is Andy Forrest." Andy shook his hand, fumbling slightly with the case. "And this is our guest, Kaylee Latrim." The former operative nodded once as Jack eyed her from head to toe. "And you are?" Latrim asked. "Your worst nightmare," he replied flatly, gesturing to several battered folding chairs in the office. The air still stung with the smell of burned wood, with a hint of mildew. There were no windows. Everything had been boarded up long ago. At the top of the stairs, the man in the coveralls came up, AR-15 in his hands. "I'm not sure about that," Kaylee said, taking her seat. "I tend to give nightmares, not have 'em." Jack turned to Andy, then Charlie. "What did you recover aside from Mr. Forrest here?" Charlie pulled out the tube case she had been so protective of. "Be gentle. They're originals," she said. Jack took the tube over to a white plastic Costco folding table and gingerly pulled out the documents. As he unrolled them, Charlie could see his eyes open wide. "My God, they said they were destroyed." "They say a lot of things," Kaylee chimed in from her seat. "Lying has become easier than telling people the truth. Then again, with politicians, it's always been that way." Andy rose and walked over to Jack as the former Secret Service director carefully re-rolled and sealed the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution back in the tube. Andy slowly opened the other rectangular box and showed Jack the flag. "I take it this one is special?" Jack asked. Andy nodded. "It's the one that was raised in Iwo Jima." Jack reached out and delicately laid his hand on it, as if to confirm it was really there in front of him. "They destroyed all of them. Even the ones on the net get blocked or taken down the moment they appear." His gaze never lifted from the old flag as he talked, and Charlie wondered if he was speaking to himself or to those in the room. They're so afraid of a symbol that they censor it, erase it from history. Removing his hand, Andy sealed the case. The older man looked at Andy, and then to Charlie. "We can use these. They're powerful symbols. A lot of people resent that they can't even look at the image of our flag now, that the Truth Reconciliation Committee has ruled it a symbol of racism and hate. When you tell people they can't do something, they want to defy it. They know the truth. This isn't about hate, It's about rewriting our true heritage as a people. Andy slightly stiffened at Jack's words and hugged the flag case. These are artifacts. They're delicate, not something to be used. People have died to keep them safe. My dad, Mr. Farmer, Abel Bruner, they sacrificed their lives in many respects to make sure they were not destroyed. The older man seemed to understand, allowing a thin smile more than Charlie had ever seen from him. I know, Andrew. We will treat them with respect. And for the record, many good people have died for what they stand for over the centuries. Your father was a smart man protecting them. He didn't do that to hide them, though. He must have known how important they were. People need symbols to stand behind. There are none more important than these. Jack's words were sincere, almost reverent. Andy relaxed his grip and nodded slightly. Jack took a moment to gather his thoughts, then turned to face Charlie. Now then, we need to address the elephant in the room. Charlie, from what Curly told me, this former operative wants to flip, he said, darting his eyes at Latrim. I don't have much choice, Kaylee replied. It was either run until they found me or fight. I tend not to avoid fights, especially when my life is on the line. We could kill you, Jack said, crossing his arms and making the shoulder holster jut out from his chest. It would be easier for us than trusting you. You polygraphed me. Zero deception. I came with my files. Every dirty little operation that I've ever been on. If that stuff gets out, you'll make the secretary's life a living hell. As Katie spoke, Charlie pulled out the iPad that the operative had provided her. Jack glanced at it, flipping past 2 screens worth of data. I appreciate this, Jack said. That doesn't mean I fully trust you. She's planning something, Kaylee said. The secretary. Something big. What? Charlie asked. Latrim shrugged slowly. I don't know for sure. I was ruffling the social enforcement's feathers in trying to track down the Sons of Liberty, who somehow seems to play into what she had planned. Charlie turned to Jack, who said nothing for a moment, deep in thought. Why were you after us? We had sightings of the traitor, the former president. The folks in Silicon Valley said there was a high priority that it could be linked to the SOL. My last mission was to get into the Sons and find out if indeed the president is still alive. Charlie dipped her head, averting her eyes for the moment. Memories from more than 4 years ago washed over her. The human room suddenly seemed to warm her. She shuffled her stance. He isn't, she said in a low tone of voice that surprised even her as she spoke. The eyes in her room fell on her. She could feel them stabbing at her. Well then, Kaylee said, then I guess my being here is more an accident than anything. Accident? Jack added. Or luck? You trust her then? Charlie asked, slightly surprised. Despite the polygraph examination, she had her doubts about Kaylee Latrim. Some of it was her arrogance, that haughty tone of voice that the operative used. Part of it was pure professional caution. Charlie understood intelligence operations, and that having a former enemy in your presence was a danger. Jack could sense her resistance, but smiled a touch more. Charlie, the worst enemy of an oppressive state is always the state itself. The more restrictive the government, the more dictatorial, the more it starts to rot from within. This operative, he waved his hand toward Kaylee, is proof of that. They always turn on their own. It happened after the French Revolution as well. After a while, lopping off the heads of the royals and the rich, they started to turn on each other. From the sound of it, the secretary turned on her. Kaylee gave a lone nod in response. So just like that, you trust her? His head shook. After what we've been through, I don't trust many people, and she isn't on that list yet. She gave us her only real bargaining chip, the information on her iPad. I want to look it over, see if I can corroborate some of what she has there. If I can, that's a big first step. I assumed it would go down like this, Kaylee said. I will give you the access code to my files, she said with an eerie calm in her voice. You may kill me. I personally think it would be a waste of a good resource, but I understand if you do. The secretary tried to kill me. That isn't something I take lightly. My choice in life was to live on the run, waiting for that sniper bullet to the back of my head, or to turn myself over to you. Bit by bit, Charlie began to understand. They used her. She was their tool. She did their dirty work, and in the end, they changed the rules of the game on her. It was hard to look at Kaylee as a victim, but she was. She had given them her loyalty and trust, and her reward for that was a death sentence. She couldn't quite muster feeling sorry for the operative she had brought in, but at the same time she did feel an understanding of their plight. Charlie pushed those thoughts aside. When Jack had sent her to Andy, it was supposed to have been a light mission, but it had turned into much more. And there was the matter of the promise. Jack had told her that a legal successor to the presidency existed. The time had finally come for Charlie to collect on that promise. Turning to Jack, she put her hands on her hip. We had a deal, she said slowly. Desmond looked back at her and nodded. We did at that. He's outside of town. We have him in a farmhouse, way off the grid. Charlie was surprised that he was that close. Whatever it is that Jack has planned, it must be coming about soon, if they're willing to risk having a successor so close to the district. It'll take you there, Jack continued. But know this, he is going to have questions for you, Charlie. About? The president. Her eyes closed slowly for a moment as she felt the emotional gut punch of his words. She didn't like thinking about the events that had taken place that night, the night of the fall. When anyone brought it up, she dodged discussing it. It was a wound, both physical and mental, that had not healed. Picking at it only made it worse. She nodded a response, unable to grasp the words. Jack turned to Andy. I'd like to take those with me. For what we have planned, they'll be useful. His eyes darted to the two artifacts. Charlie was surprised, but Andy moved to block Jack's view. They are not going out of my sight. The corner of Jack's mouth rose in a half-smile. Very well, you can come along with us. Charlie gestured to Kaylee. What about her? Walking in front of Latrim, Jack paused. She will stay here for now. He lowered himself to look her in the face. I trust that you won't be any trouble. I don't have anywhere else to go, Kaylee replied. I'd appreciate a chance to shower up and get some decent food. Charlie saw him nod. More than reasonable. We will get you all to a safe home we have nearby. Give you a chance to clean up. I'll run you out there tonight, he said, locking gaze with Charlie. Cleveland, Ohio. Karen Forrester finished her shower and dragged a brush through her hair. There was no style to her haircut, which was a style all on its own. She did not use makeup. That was a sign of subservience to males, and Karen was against all such demonstrations of that type. Deodorant was one of the luxuries that she afforded herself. Hers had come from a home that her SE unit in Cleveland had raided. One of the few perks of her job was confiscation privileges. The cosmetics industry had struggled under the regulations, and the cost of such luxuries were high. It was their own fault in her mind. If they had not used chemicals that threatened the environment, they wouldn't have had regulations put on them. The entire affair with her brother Andy had boiled up as of yesterday evening. Someone had beat the SE team out of Chicago that had been investigating him. Several were dead. The rest had been hospitalized by a mysterious attacker that had come to her brother's defense. From what she saw on the grainy surveillance footage of the attack, this was no ordinary bystander jumping in to help her brother. This person had moves. the moves of a professional killer. As she went to the kitchen and put an English muffin in the toaster, she wondered about Andy. He had always been headstrong, stupidly so. He got that from Dad. Her father had been an embarrassment to her, having been associated with the Sons of Liberty sent off for social quarantine. Karen had been forced to change her name to put some distance between them. Andy was too close to their father. What has he dragged you into, Andy? Karen had been summoned to the district, no doubt to talk about her brother. Thanks to you, I'm once more getting my career tarnished by a family member. She hated Andy for that and his stubbornness. He's fallen in with some tough characters to rack up that kind of body count. Then he goes black. No one has seen him. The SE had set up checkpoints all around the Chicago area, but he hadn't surfaced. He's smart, but not smart enough to slip past us. Not on his own. Andy Forrest was no longer Karen's brother. He was a hard target, fleeing the scene of a crime and avoiding an SE investigation. Karen resented Andy and the relationship he was willing to have with his father. When a great reformation began, her father had spoken out openly against it, publishing several scathing editorials against the peaceful protests, which he had mislabeled as riots. She fell in love with what the protesters were striving for. Change had to be brought about with violence. That was what the forefathers had done against the British, after all. Her father had come down on her hard, forbidding her to take part. Andy had been there right beside him. I hated Andy's smug arrogance, his blindness to the corruption in our dad. Now look at what has gotten you, Andy. You're a fugitive from social justice. When we catch you, you'll understand why compliance is so important. She knew what would happen to him when he was taken into custody. Social enforcement interrogations were intense, both physically and mentally. They had to be. So social nonconformity was a threat to New America and had to be uprooted whenever it was found. They will beat the shit out of him, starve him, work him over with the probes. If you'd only told us what Father had hidden and where it was, none of that would be necessary. Karen would be part of it too, if only to persuade her brother to talk. Strangely, she was not dreading the role that she would play. She was looking forward to it. This would not help her career in the SE at all, not unless she came out strong against Andy and those that he was working with. Just like Dad, he's only thinking of himself, not how any of his actions might affect me. Karen was convinced that she would have risen higher in the ranks of the SEs if her father had not been a member of a terrorist organization. Andy was following in her father's footsteps, doing the same sort of behavior. Once more, I have to shoulder the burden of the Forrest family. This would be the last time Karen was going to see to that. Andy won't see the light of day once we find him. They will lock him away for good. The toaster oven beeped, and she opened it, gingerly pulling out the hot English muffin. Turning to the refrigerator, she was stunned to see someone standing there in her kitchen only a few feet away. The figure was wearing a skin-tight black bodysuit, complete with a hood that obscured most of his face. She saw his eyes, brilliant green, staring right at her. "Who in the—" Karen began. The figure jerked, and her words were cut off with a hot feeling that morphed instantly to pain in her throat. "Air! I can't breathe!" She dropped to her knees, her hands dropping the muffin and grasping at her throat. Panic engulfed Karen as she attempted to understand what was happening. The figure moved. She saw his feet, shifting behind her. Some air got in through her damaged throat, but not nearly enough as she gasped. Then she felt it. Something wrapped around her throat from behind. a wire. Her chubby fingers attempted to get between it and her skin, but failed as the wire was pulled tight. Karen flexed her thick legs, trying to rise, but felt a wave of dizziness and warmth take control of her body. Her vision tunneled. Why? Why was this happening? Who was this? Her last thoughts as she writhed on the kitchen floor was not of family or friends, but asking questions that she would never get answers to. The district. Director Dorn had been keeping her posted as the counts had started coming in at midnight. The Secretary's NSF operatives were busy, whittling away the list of 188 leaders of the social enforcement organization around the country. Only 4 remained unaccounted for, and they would not last long, not with their operatives on their trail. The director of the organization had tried to flee when she had seen his killer, or so Dorn had reported. He had slipped and fallen in his pool, making him an easy target for her operative. She had asked that his death be filmed, and was looking forward to reviewing it personally. I looked forward to reviewing it. Douglas Faraday was always so arrogant, and in the end, that brought him down. As her driver brought the car in front of the old post office in the district, where the ruling council met, she got out, made sure her suit was hanging just right, and headed in. Her NSF security for the building knew better than to ask for ID. She was merely ushered in. It took several minutes to reach the ruling council chambers, and when she entered, she could feel the eyes of everyone in the room fall on her. They will have started to hear about it, rumors mostly, but they're wondering, and they are afraid. She graciously took her seat, and the doors to the chamber closed. Alex, the chair of domestic affairs said, there have been disturbing rumors. I'm aware, she said firmly and offering no hint of emotion. It's my extreme pleasure to inform this body that the NSF recently detected a planned coup from the SE organization. A coup aimed at seizing control of the NSF under SE leadership. She paused and could see the looks of confusion and fear rising from her fellow council members. In order to suppress this, I ordered the NSF to take executive action against the SE leadership that was involved in this plot. They have, as of now, been neutralized and are no longer a threat to New America or this council. Wait, barked the older chair of Foreign Affairs. Are you telling me that the SE leadership is dead? Douglas, too? Dead sounds so horrible. I prefer to think the threat to our nation has been neutralized, she said matter-of-factly. And yes, Douglas, too. This was a corruption that went all the way to the top. Not only that, I've seen evidence gathered by our Signals Intercept group that indicates he may have been planning to seize control of the entire ruling council. As such, I took action to prevent an ugly and damaging scandal, one that would have placed everything we have built at risk. How many people are we talking about? Adam, the beady-eyed director of Congressional Affairs, asked. Not many, Alex answered, tossing her black hair back on one side. Less than 200 people. 200 people? Andy said in dismay. He was still smiling slightly. It was a quirk he had, that perpetual grin. That is not a small number of people. People are going to notice 200 citizens from the SC director going missing. Where did you get that kind of authority? I've had it all along, she answered. You certainly didn't raise any concerns when the NSF took action at your bidding. I'll grant you, 200 people sounds like a lot, but they were all spread out across the nation. No one will be able to connect them. To the public, it looks like some random people disappeared. Trust me, it will be forgotten. And if anyone does do some digging, we always have the Truth Reconciliation Committee on our side to help us control the media. What evidence do you have against these people? The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a beefy army general, asked. Ample evidence, she assured him. As you are aware, I have reported to all of you in our recent meetings about the attacks on the NSF, aimed specifically at our investigative capabilities. Some of these were bioweapons, while others were weapons of mass destruction. I had a team investigating if it was the work of domestic terrorists, but they've come to believe that, based on the evidence, it was the work of the SE organization in what could only be perceived as a coup attempt. I reviewed the evidence personally. In due time, I will make that available for your review, Ted. It was a deliberate use of his first name, not his rank. I will have summary reports sent to you in the next few hours for all of you for review. The secretary paused, suppressing the urge to grin. She was unsure as to who had been striking at her organization, but whoever it was had given her the perfect reason to lay the blame at the feet of her political foes, social enforcement. There will be plenty of time when the dust settles and I consolidate my power to search for the real perpetrators. This is most disturbing, especially given the timing. In a few days, we're going to announce the new constitutional convention on the anniversary of the liberation and the new elections. Now we have this insurrection, said the council chairman from the head of the lengthy oblong table where they sat. I don't want anything that might distract from what we have planned. There will be no distraction, the secretary assured him. I won't tolerate it. Who will lead the SE? Asked Barbara Collingsworth, a former congresswoman that now led the Treasury in the new American administration. I will, the secretary replied. I've already prepared communications to that extent. I assure you it's a temporary move, just to make sure that we have indeed suppressed this coup attempt. She said the words as if she believed them. Once entrenched, I will have control, and with that control, it will be impossible to extract me from that role. This is most irregular, the council chairman said, shifting in his seat. It might be more prudent to have someone else take control of the SE, someone fresh and new. That did have her crack a slight smile. The NSF just saved our country. It only makes sense that my organization assume temporary control of the SE. Bringing in someone new at this point would only introduce new instability to an already dangerous situation. We restored law and order after the liberation. Now we are maintaining it. I'm a bit uncomfortable, the chairman continued, about this without seeing some of the evidence myself. I mean to say, there's no one here to defend the SEs. All we have is your word, Alex. I was unaware that my word was questionable, she replied. It's not that. I mean, you authorized what amounts to executions of the SE leadership. That isn't something that people are going to take lightly. You want evidence? She reached into her briefcase and pulled out a folder. I will show you, as the chairman, your eyes only. Rising to her feet, she marched over and put the folder in front of the chairman. He opened it slowly, glancing at the photographs one at a time, slowly, and closed it. The secretary hid her smile. The images of the council chairman had been taken by her surveillance team. Daniel, you shouldn't have had sex with your babysitter. He glanced up at her, the color draining from his pudgy face. Yes, now you understand. I have dirt on everyone in this room in some form. Those I don't, I will have it made up. You won't raise a finger to stop me, because if you do, these images will get out. I think I've seen enough, he said. My apologies for doubting you, Alex, he said, averting his gaze from her. She picked up the folder. No harm, Daniel. I think it is safe to say that neither of us wants this information to be made public. No, we don't. The color did not return to his face. The secretary moved back to her seat and tucked away the folder. We will need the appropriate communications to go out. I think we should position this as a move to streamline government. We don't need to mention the removal of the leadership of the SE at all. We can simply say that I'm temporarily assuming leadership of the SE. My people are already cleaning up any loose ends. This was done all across the country, so there's very little for the media to connect. I believe we should position this as a reorganization. Rebecca Clark, the head of the Truth Reconciliation Committee, nodded. We will need to position it properly, almost make it a non-event to the public. The less we say about it, the less people will pay attention to it. I can have my people start to work on approved media releases right away. Alex flashed a wry smile. I've taken the liberty of preparing drafts in advance of this to make your job easier. I think you'll find that they are acceptable. I will email them to you when we are done here. There were nervous nods around the table, except from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, whose red face revealed nothing to her. He senses something isn't right, but knows enough not to cross me. That's all I need from him. As the chairman raised the topic about the celebration of the liberation, the secretary leaned back in her seat and templed her fingers in front of her. Things had played out exactly as she had expected. Then again, reading her opposition had always been one of her strong suits. I just became the most powerful person in the free world, and the people that realize it are afraid of me and will say nothing. With the SE and the NSF under my unified command, we can finally give the country the peace that it deserves by destroying anyone that opposes us. Chapter 21. A danger to one is a danger to all. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Raoul had started to finally feel comfortable with his life as part of the Order of the Bell. The various members were fascinating. All seemed to have suffered under the new American rule, which he initially found odd. Everything I was always taught was that New America fixed all the problems of the old country. The more I speak with these people, the more I understand that they've all lost something. Clearly, some people had benefited, but Raoul realized there had been a price for their gain, a price paid for by others. Sasha introduced him to Maria, a young girl whose family came from Puerto Rico. Maria's father had worked hard and had founded his own company that did importing from her home country to the U.S. One night, the protesters from social enforcement had come to their house, busted down the door, and had taken him prisoner. His only crime was being a member of the party that was not in charge of the country. She struggled with Raoul, telling how he was sent to a social quarantine camp. The SEs had taken his company from him, claimed it belonged to the workers. In reality, they all lost their jobs as a result. It didn't end there. Maria spoke of how the SEs had harassed her mother's place of work, to the point where she had been fired. No one ever told Maria what happened to her father. He had simply been whisked away in the night and never returned. In a matter of months, they went from a prosperous lifestyle to living in a homeless shelter. One night, her mother was walking back to the shelter and had come across a peaceful protest by the local SE. Someone threw a brick, hitting her in the head. She was taken to a national hospital and had died during a 5-hour wait to get into the emergency room. Her death left Maria on her own. That is, until the order had taken her in, giving her hope. Her story moved Raoul. Why would they do what they did? What does society gain by ruining his business? His image of the FedGov crumbled with every new relationship he forged. The story they told him of a new prosperity seemed to be a complete lie. They have ruined lives to achieve their goals. Jaden taught classes at night, usually history. Raoul was surprised at how different the classes were than the ones he had taken in school. America was not a horrible society before the overthrow of the government, which was what he had been taught. Not all of its accomplishments were the result of slavery or oppression. It was confusing to him at first, but Jaden explained that he was unlearning what the FedGov had mandated be taught. It taught one version, so they could justify the crimes they had committed for what they called freedom. Reconciling the two versions of history was difficult at first, but after a few days it began to make sense. It's about control. If you control what people think about their past, you can control them. Learning the truth was somehow liberating. New America was not the great saving revolution. It was a seizing of power. Yes, there was universal health care, but the price had been freedom. The police had been a brutal force, when the social enforcers were little more than mobs that took justice in their own hands. Another member of the order, Darius, trained members on self-defense and the use of firearms. A shooting range had been set up in the basement of an old warehouse so that the sound of gunfire would not travel. The gun scared him. He had been told his whole life that guns killed. The only time he had ever held one was to shoot the SEs that had attacked them, and the use of a pistol stirred those memories. The more he did it, however, the more comfortable he got, the safer he felt. Eventually, gripping the pistol became familiar, and even reassuring for him. The rest of his time was his. He was free to leave the warehouse, but was encouraged to stay close. He walked around the abandoned factories, and marveled at some of the massive steel machinery inside the buildings, which were now long abandoned. The buildings reminded him of those in Detroit that they had been dismantling before his life was upended. Years ago, these employed thousands of people, and now they rust and fall apart. Jaden had told him how the jobs were deemed undesirable and had been sent to other countries. It struck him as odd, since he thought that making things was something to be admired, not shunned. Who made that decision, and why? One morning, Jaden assembled the 28 members of the order in the warehouse. Raoul could sense something was different. He had seen and met individual members, but never had they all come in at once. Jaden pulled up an old wooden wire spool and climbed on top so that everyone could see him. The time has finally come for us to show the world that we are not taking this coup quietly. The anniversary of the fall is coming in a matter of days, and the Son of Liberty are planning to crash our little party. Our group has been given an assignment as part of the payback, one that I think is very important. Axel, he called out to the middle-aged black man in the group, I think we're going to need you to cook up one of your special recipes, something special. The man nodded back slowly. How big? Very, Jaden replied. We'll need a vehicle to transport it in, something with reinforcement in the front that won't attract attention. We're going to need some transports too, something that will hold a few hundred people. Darius spoke up. I saw an old Army 2.5-tonner in the salvage yard a few days ago. They run on diesel, so we will need the right ration cards, but those engines are pretty easy to work on. One of those should handle whatever Axel cooks up. Axel nodded silently in response. Another woman spoke up. My husband's old Ford is sitting around gathering dust since he's just collecting reparations at this point. Might as well put her to use. Perfect, Jaden said with a broad smile on his face. Now each of you will have a special part in this plan. Everyone is important and critical. The lives of a lot of innocent people are going to be at risk, and we don't want to hurt anyone we don't have to. What's the target, Jaden? Question came from someone that Raoul didn't know. Valley Forge, he said solemnly. Darius whistled in response, and the group broke into a murmur. Raoul leaned over to Sasha and whispered, What's so special about Valley Forge? He knew the reference to the camp outside the city where George Washington and the Continental Army had lived during a bitter winter. Sasha leaned close. It's a social quarantine camp. I don't have to tell you, Jaden continued. This is something that has not been tried. Some of us have friends and family that have gone into that place. We hope and pray they're still there. We are going to strike in coordination with other cells. We've been tasked with blowing our way in and getting the prisoners out. Another man wearing a fatigued green jacket spoke up. That place has gun towers. Jaden nodded. They do, but they built in a place to keep the prisoners in, not for someone launching a prison break, not on the scale we're going to do it. Assuming we can pull it off, an older man named David said, what do we do with the folks we get out? We'll use our safe houses in this warehouse, Jaden replied. We will need to start stockpiling food, fresh clothing, and essentials. We'll need porta-johns, another man said. We can hit some construction sites for those. Good call, Jaden said. We had no idea about the condition of the people. Some have been behind the fence for years now. So how do we do this? A female in coveralls asked. The guards have to outnumber us. The minute the shit hits the fan, they'll call for help. NSF will be all over us. Another cell is going to be keeping NSF busy, Jaden assured her. A diversion. As for the guards, most of them are SEs. They are all talk, no action. Once a few of them drop, they will run. Those that don't, well, we will make them regret it. The crowd seemed electrified with the information, and Raoul couldn't help feeling the same way. This is something big and important. He thought about Maria's father and wondered how many other people were suffering in concentration camps. Jaden paused for a moment, then continued. We need to plan this carefully. We owe them for what they did. We were named for the Liberty Bell, a symbol of freedom that they destroyed during the fall. They hunted down the original members of the Sons of Liberty and tortured them in camps like this one. We're going to give them payback. I don't have all the details, but we are part of a number of operations across the country. They think they are going to celebrate their overthrow of the government. They are going to cheer at what they did to the president. We have a big party planned. We're going to ruin it for them. We're going to start to take it back. We're going to remind them that they have not crushed the spirit of our country. Raoul could not help himself. He joined in the cheer that followed. Culpeper, Virginia. Kay Lee sat up in bed in a Red Roof Inn and watched the news broadcast. The room was far from comfortable, but she had stayed in worse in her career. It was dark, and a hint of cigarette smoke clung to the bedspread. Carpet and drapes despite the sign saying no smoking. She had 2 security people from the SOL with her, beefed-up rednecks with more firepower than brains, at least from what she could tell. One was named Hawk. The other one, with the thick, twisted beard, was Ray. They were far from threatening. In fact, they were quite friendly, with Ray seeming to flirt with her. She told them they were not needed. I'm an operative. I could kill you both before you ever clicked off your safeties. Ray smiled. We ain't keeping you here. We're here to protect you. Shaking her head, she glared up at her guards. What do you think they will send in after me, local NSF? No, they'll send operatives, plural. Mr. Ray, I want you to understand. If they come at me, you too won't even be speed bumps for them. Ray chuckled in response. That may be, but we're here and we're going to do our job. She admired his courage, or feared his stupidity. It was an even match. CNN came on. The tiny Truth Reconciliation Committee TRC-approved logo appeared in the corner. The lead story was about the growth of GDP and how the economy was starting to turn the corner. The next tiny bit flashed the image of the Secretary of the NSF and talked about her temporarily taking over the social enforcement nationally. This action will save millions by streamlining operations, and it's intended to be temporary. The newscasters went on to their next story. Kaylee shut off the television. You see that story? She asked of Hawk and Ray. Both nodded. That's it, she announced. That is what she was planning. Who? The secretary? Ray asked. Yes, it makes sense now. You mean her taking over the SE? Hawk asked. Yeah. Her instincts were clear. Of course, this was a power play. How do you know? Ray pressed. She looked at both of them. The government lies. You know that, right? This got firm headshakes from both men. I used to provide cover for my ops. When a Truth Reconciliation Committee tells you something is a big deal, generally it isn't. When they tell you a story like this and play it off as nothing important, you can assume it's a big deal. Ray settled on the dull green sofa. resting his AR-15 at his side. Oddly enough, little lady, that makes a shedload of sense. That bitch, Haley cursed. Don't you see what she's done? Hawk, the leaner of the two, nodded. She combining the NSF and the SE. Exactly. Pretty ballsy move, Hawk commented. It gives her an army, she replied. That is what this is all about from the beginning. I was never an investigation into the SOL. She turned me loose knowing I would stir the proverbial pot. For a brief moment, Kaylee had to give the secretary respect. It was brilliant thinking on a level she had never fully anticipated. That realization was hard for her to admit, that she had been outthought. It won't happen again. Kaylee stabbed the power button on her remote and shut the television off. She used me. She used me to stir up tensions with the social enforcers. It gave her some pretext to move against them. Does it matter? Hawk asked. Of course it does, she snapped. She used me. Ray shook his head with her response. Stop acting like this is all about you. You aren't alone, little lady. New America had been using all of us. We got played like a cheap fiddle. The media told us those protests were peaceful, that they weren't organized. They said Antifa wasn't a threat. Everyone suspected that they were funded by politicians, but they were told there are no connections. When they got more violent, they were told we were the problem. It wasn't the radical left that were causing the violence, it was us. No matter how stupid that sounded. Damn, half the country believed it. He paused for a moment, dipping his head, gathering his thoughts. Then they overthrow the government. We all thought it was going to be temporary. They somehow sanity would take over. You watched when they wheeled out the dead president and the message was received. If you're not with us, you'll be dead. He didn't die of a heart attack, he was Epsteined. People like you and the NSA backed that up. Your kind hunted us down. Anyone that spoke out was labeled a domestic terrorist or a dangerous racist. Silicon Valley told you about everyone that ever supported a conservative cause, and you shipped them off to concentration camps and called it social quarantine. You told us we were experiencing a great reformation and only saw our rights being stomped on. Liberation? Hell no. What you did was a revolution against an elected government, simply because you didn't like the people in charge. That's why we call it the fall. Because that's exactly what it was. Every day they chipped away at our freedoms, while at the same time telling us we never had it so good. They burned history books and tore down statues and shoved a new version of America down our throats, all the while telling us to smile and be happy with it. You act like you're something special, when in reality you're a part of the problem. You took our America from us. The people that you work for, that bitch heading up the NSF, she was in Congress before all this went down. She plotted and schemed from the start to tear down the government. Why is it a big surprise that she's as corrupt as the rest of them? Filtering out Ray's southern drawl, Kaylee realized that he was right. I was the enemy. I did things over the last few years thinking I was a good patriot. But in reality, I was part of the bigger problem. She always thought she was smarter than that she would realize she was being used. The realization had been growing on her ever since she had killed the two operatives in South Dakota. Even she had to admit that when she saw the weathered and stained old flag that Andy Forrest had recovered, it had moved her. It wasn't only the allure of seeing something that was forbidden. It had stirred old memories in her, before the flag had been replaced and erased from history. I can't deny it. There's a big nostalgia. No, cherishing of the memories of the days before the liberation. She remembered one of the party slogans. Nostalgia is dangerous. Yes, it is, because it reminds you of how good we had it. Kaylee eyed Ray and Hawk differently as she soaked in Ray's words. I'm sorry, she said. It had been a long time since she had apologized and actually meant it. Her trademark snarkiness was not present in her words. You must hate me for the things I did. Hawk said nothing, but bowed his head to avoid looking at her. Ray shrugged. I don't hate you. Hate doesn't get you anywhere, I've found. I just eats at you from the inside out. From the sound of it, you got played like the rest of us, just differently. You did what you thought was right at the time. The only difference is that now you are seeing it for what it was, oppression. She glanced at him, standing before her in coveralls, a paunch, that rough beard, and was amazed at the contrast. You don't look like a warrior poet, Mr. Ray, but clearly you are a philosopher. He chuckled. You can drop the mister. It's Ray Jenkins. Don't let the appearance fool you. I was a deputy sheriff when the shit hit the fan 4 years ago. The NSF didn't want me because I was a member of the local Republican Party. Very well, Ray, she said. Regardless, you have wisdom, and in my experience that's something that is more valuable than intelligence and short in supply. How did you become part of the Sons of Liberty? Both he and Hawk snorted a laugh. The Sons? You talk about it like it was an organization. It's not. If it were, I would have been on your radar long before now. It's a feeling. It's a patriotism. It's belief in what we once had, not what we have now. Hell, it's the American dream. It's a cause. And causes are hot as hell to squash. Sure, there are organized groups out, but we have learned to get around all the tech you former comrades in big tech use. We learned from the first time around, stay under the radar, and you can do a hell of a lot more damage to the system if you're public. The Sons are everywhere and nowhere. None of us know more than a few people in the cause. Hawk spoke up. You see, it's like this. We're a nation hidden within a nation. Some media used to call us the silent majority before they were taken out. There's a bit of truth in that. People like your former employer, they took our country from us. There were no elections, no referendums, no simply took it and told us we needed to be happy with it. Well, a lot of us weren't. We didn't acknowledge New America. We are citizens of America. That's what Sons of Liberty are. We are the secret nation that refused to die, one that the people never gave up on. There was a hint of brilliance about it. They learned that from Antifa. No structure, no targets. The rest of the original members, we forced them to use our own tactics against us. It's brilliant the way you've copied the opposition and upped it one. I didn't come up with it, Ray confessed, but I'm part of it. A lot of people are. It's not a secret society or gang. It's a belief and a devotion to a country that still exists in our hearts. There was a pause, a strange silence in the hotel room for a moment, as Kaylee wrestled with the thoughts running through her head. All seemed to come back to the same thing. The secretary. She needs to pay for what she did to me, what she's doing right now. She staged a coup within the government. There needs to be a reckoning. Kaylee dipped into her mental toolkit and came up with a simple solution. I think I need to kill her. Ray chuckled. Who, the secretary of the NSF? You are whacked, Hawk added. I want justice. The only justice that seems appropriate is to kill her. You can't, Hawk pressed. I assure you, Mr. Hawk, I am more than capable of doing so. Between my army training and that which I got from the NSF, I am a killing machine. To turn a phrase, I make ninjas look like pussies. If I say I can kill her, rest assured, she's as good as dead. She'll have a security force around her, people like you, Ray said. She might very well expect you to show up. They'll be prepared. There are ways around any security detail, Kaylee countered. It's a matter of planning and preparation. No system is perfect. Ray shook his head. You are going about this all wrong. What do you mean? If you kill her, they'll put some other asshat in her chair. They are a bureaucracy. There's always someone else in the wings ready to step in, especially since she merged the police with the brown-shirt enemy army of the SE. You kill her, and you give them a damn good reason to come after you even harder. Killing her takes care of the symptom, but leaves you with the cancer. There was a ring of truth in his words that Kaylee respected. The key with these fuckers is to hurt 'em. They taught us that, and it's a damn good lesson. The people they shipped off for social quarantine that came home were broken. We saw that, and it intimidated a lot of people. If they had just been killed, no message would have been sent. The key here is not to kill her, but instead to hurt her ass. Make her suffer. Take away that thing she cherishes. Make her feel some pain. It doesn't have to be physical. The worst pains are the mental ones, the emotional ones. What you want to do is give her a lifetime of not being able to sleep at night. Ray's right, Hawk said. You go off and kill her where she doesn't suffer a bitch like that. You want her to constantly be worrying when the next axe will fall. You hurt her bad, and that's a better revenge. They were both right. Death was too easy to administer. Not only would it be no challenge, but the secretary would not suffer. Kaylee allowed herself a grin as she came to the realization, I have a lot of information that will embarrass the administration and hurt the secretary. The key is getting it out. The social media companies suppressed anything news-wise that wasn't cleared by the Truth Reconciliation Committee. Things could go up on the web, but they had an army of young people that took them down almost as fast. I need to find a way to circumvent all of that, a way to get my data on my former missions that will injure the government. She will know that I'm the one doing it, and it'll be a constant reminder that I'm still out there and can continue to hurt her. You're both right, she replied. Murder, however slow, is too good for that bitch. She needs to feel pain. She used me, and others like me, to do her dirty work. Now, the rest of the country needs to see what I have done, and see that dirt on her hands as well. It will eat at her. If we do it slowly, and we get it to enough people, she can't make people unsee it. She will always wonder what else I have and when it's coming out. I have to admit, I like the idea of being her constant nightmare. At the same time, I like to feel her neck in my hands. Ray took a step towards her. That's what unites us. We have all suffered, some more than others. For a long time they've been inflicting pain on us. I put up with it almost 5 years. They took my job, my ability to provide for my family, and a bit of my dignity. They made me have to pay reparations to squeak by. My wife left me, went back to her family. I don't blame her, I blame them. I swore I'd make 'em pay. I could kill 'em too, but I won't. That would make me like 'em. I will make them suffer, though. I will find ways to rebel a bit every day against the government they inflicted on me and mine. Every day I strike back, if only a little. Hawk chimed in again. That's what makes us sons. Kaylee understood finally what she had been fighting against. I traveled all across the nation looking for the Sons of Liberty, and they were all around me. It isn't a group, it's a belief. These people were not enemies of anyone other than the administration. They were not at all the monsters we made them out to be. We were the monsters. This has been a most enlightening conversation. Ray, Hawk, you get it now? I do. You are not the Sons of Liberty. We are. Ray flashed her a toothy smile. Culpeper, Virginia. Andy was surprised when the paved road ended and turned to red clay and gravel. This was horse country. Every house they passed was a ranch of some sort. Most had horses. They passed a winery that had been shuttered, no doubt the victim of environmental taxes. The vines clung to the wiring untended, overgrown. It was a waste. His father had warned that all of the new taxes would crush small businesses, and sadly, he'd been right. Dad was right about almost everything. All that did was cost him his freedom, his career, his family. They stopped at a house, a 2-story structure, surrounded by wooden, black plank fencing. As he got out of the car, he could hear the thunder of hooves. A spooked horse, no doubt, not far from where they were parked. The couple that greeted them at the door were in their 50s. and welcomed them in as if they were expected dinner guests. The mysterious Jack went in first, followed by Charlie, then Andy. It was a warm and inviting home, with knickknacks on the shelves in the dining room. The woman, who was introduced as Sherry, offered to get them a drink, while her husband Dave greeted them with a hearty handshake. Jack shook hands with the owners, and then motioned for Charlie and Andy to join them in the open kitchen family room area. Charlie entered first and seemed to freeze in place, so much that Andy had to shift around her. His eyes followed Charlie's, and he was stunned at who rose from a lazy boy recliner. It was the vice president. He looked older than the memories Andy had, but the face was definitely his. The cheeks sagged slightly, as if he'd lost weight. His hairline was still white, but further back on his pate. The VP's eyes looked weary, but the smile, the brilliant teeth, would be difficult to duplicate. Andy was stunned as he stepped forward and extended his hand. Andy put the cases down on the counter and shook it, his mouth hanging slightly open. Charlie shook it as well, also seemingly stunned into silence. "How is this possible?" Charlie finally said as Jack crackled a smile. "They reported you dead. I wasn't in the limo. The Secret Service shifted me to a follow-up SUV at the last minute. I don't know if they misreported my death or if someone deliberately messed with their DNA results after the wreck and the fire. By then, I had been moved to a safe location." The voice was oddly calming and reassuring to Andy. "It is him. I remember you," he said, nodding slightly to Charlie. "You were the one they called Slingshot, right?" Charlie nodded quickly in response. "I don't understand. If you've been alive, why haven't you spoken out? Called them out for lying about it. It wasn't that easy. The military stood down when we needed them most. You were there. When they said they apprehended the president, then he was dead. Well, I knew that if I surfaced, they'd do the same thing to me. So did my wife. God rest her soul. Timing was everything, but as long as I lived, I was the legitimate leader in the chain of command. I've been on the run ever since, waiting. For what? My beloved wife. I couldn't make a move without risking her life. She passed a few months ago," he said, pausing for a moment, averting his eyes. "I couldn't even attend the funeral. I knew they couldn't use her for leverage. My kids all got out of the country. I knew the time was right. The time to make the move was perfect." "What move?" Charlie asked. The vice president flashed a grin. "All in due time, Lieutenant," he said. "Jack here tells me that you were with the president that night. I would very much like to know what happened. At the risk of sounding like a conspiracy theorist, I don't buy into the heart attack in jail BS they tried to force down our throats." "It was all a fake," Charlie said firmly. "I was with him almost to the end. None of their story is true." "Charlie," the VP said, putting his hand on her shoulder, "I need to know what happened." Her eyes closed for a moment, and she drew a long breath. For almost 5 years she'd been carrying a burden, a secret of what had happened to the president. She liked to think it was noble, that she had never shared it. In reality, it hurt to go back to those memories. There was a feeling of failure on her part, a crushing guilt. He's the vice president, and he has to know. "All right, I'll tell you." Chapter 22. Individual achievement hurts us all. Only together can we grow and thrive. Almost 5 years earlier, Dunloring, Virginia. Getting out of Washington, D.C. had been easier than Charlie expected. The metro was still running, mostly bringing in fresh rioters rather than being loaded with those leaving the city. She had come out in a metro access tunnel after their flight from the Emergency Operations Center under the White House. In the chaos on the subway platforms, no one thought it odd that 3 people were coming out of the tunnel and climbing up off the tracks. Still, she kept herself at the ready. If anyone recognizes him, this will go south quick. Her charge, the president, clearly had never ridden the metro before, and she had fumbled with her card to get him through the turnstile till she saw that most people were simply jumping it. Law and order were gone, evaporated into the darkness of the night. People were crying out, "We've taken the White House! Kill 'em all!" There was a frenzy to get where she had just come from, to the point that no one seemed to pay attention to her and Major Swanson as they boarded the nearly empty metro car heading to Virginia. "What's the plan?" Swanson whispered from the seat behind her. "We need to get out of this area." "Mount Weather?" he offered. Mount Weather was the location of an executive branch emergency operations center. While run by FEMA, the military staffed the site. It had been designed for use in case of nuclear attack, a location where the president and his executive team could take shelter and ensure the continuance of the government. She considered it for a moment, especially since it was close, but hesitated. No offense, but the military left us high and dry, and that means that some of their leadership are willing to back the people trying to kill us," Charlie whispered back. She paused and swept the others in the metro car to make sure no one was eavesdropping. "Understood," Swanson said. "Then where to?" "Out of Virginia. It's not safe here. Too many hostiles," she said. There were no contingencies to work off of, no plan that the Secret Service had prepared. "My car is at Dunloring. It'll take them a while to penetrate the EOC under the White House and find out that we aren't there. We'll head west, get to West Virginia. We need some time to plan." The president, sitting next to her, leaned into the conversation. She could see her face reflected in the sunglasses they had given him as part of his disguise. "I need to get on the air, tell people what's happened. My supporters will rally to me." "Understood, sir," she said. "But right now, your safety is at risk. We need to get you out of harm's way. Then you can talk to anyone you want." She could tell from the look on his face that the president wasn't happy with her words. When the metro emerged from the tunnel at Ballston, Interstate 66 ran on both sides of the main tracks and in both directions. It was slow going. A passing metro train heading into D.C. was filled to standing room only, with people carrying clubs, baseball bats, etc. They had protest signs professionally printed from what she could tell. "This was organized and financed. This isn't some spur-of-the-moment revolution." That realization hit her hard. The people behind this are playing for keeps, and I'm sitting next to the biggest target in the country. When the automated voice told them they had arrived at Dunloring, Charlie began to relax, if only a little. The trio exited the train and made their way to the escalator off the platform. Her black Toyota Corolla was parked at the far end of a long line of cars. She kept one hand on the president, ushering him forward into the dimly lit parking lot with Major Swanson on his other side. They reached the car and she pulled out her keys. Suddenly, she heard footsteps off to her side. Turning, Charlie saw a dark-skinned man holding a gun on him. "Hand over the keys, bitch," he said, turning the gun sideways, gangster style. "We don't want any trouble," she said, shifting slightly to the side. "I need room between us. He's only a few yards away." Her gun was tucked into the band of her sweatpants. Drawing and aiming was going to be risky, especially in the tight quarters between vehicles. She was already calculating the moves needed to pull it off, the result of years of training. "Give me the fucking keys," he demanded, shaking the gun. "You don't want to do this," the president said. She cringed. His voice was distinct, something she couldn't camouflage. The black-clothed robber turned slowly to face the president as Charlie's right hand drifted downward for the gun. "Look, here's the keys," she said, trying to get him focused on her. The robber seemed to be studying the president. "What the fuck? You him," he said, gesturing with his gun. Anger rose in his face as his jaw set. "Fuck you!" Charlie knew he was going to fire before he did. She pulled her gun and sprang forward to shield the president with her body. There was a pop as his gun fired, hitting her mid-flight. She fired a shot but missed as she and the president dropped to the ground. Major Swanson fired his gun, also missing, and the shooter fired at him. 2 shots that hit the briefcase. Charlie hit the vehicle parked next to hers, then slammed to the ground as she fired her second shot, hitting him from a low angle where the robber's jaw connected to his head. The bullet went up and out the top of his head, spraying a spatter of crimson high into the air. His limp body dropped to the ground next to her, his right arm trembling even in death. Skidding on the pavement hurt her left arm. Then came an almost electric shock of pain from her right torso. Glancing down, she saw blood where the bullet had hit her. Charlie cranked around, ignoring her own pain, and saw the president leaning against her car door. He had blood on him. The shot that had hit her must have gone through her and into him. The major moved in and began to apply pressure to the president's wounded midsection. I'm okay, he said, breathing in short pants. Charlie made her way to her knees and felt dizzy, merely performing that motion.
We need to get him to a hospital,
Swanson said.
Both of you.
She shook her head and realized that a cold sweat was coming on. No, you take him there and the mobs will storm the place. We need to get him to a doctor outside of this area.
Can you stand?
Swanson asked her. She nodded. Don't worry about me. Get him in the car. The next few moments were a blur in her memory. She remembered Swanson getting the president in the back seat and taking her keys. Somehow she ended up in the back with the president leaning against her. For a few moments she didn't remember anything, and then saw they were on the highway driving crazy fast. You took the bullet from me, he said wearily as the car under Swanson's control swerved around a pickup truck. I'm sorry you got hit, sir, she managed. She felt cold, wet with sweat, and glanced down and saw a sickening amount of blood soaking her pants and seat, both her blood and that of the man she had tried to save. My wife and family, he moaned. Are they okay? I don't know, sir, she said. I'm sure they are. Could anyone be sure? The White House was supposed to be impenetrable and it had fallen. He shifted in his seat and groaned loudly. I never knew it hurt so much to get shot. Me either, she said groggily. Her eyes closed slowly, and she seemed to drift off. The sounds of the car on the road penetrated the mental fog of her agony, but all sense of time disappeared. Charlie tried to talk, but couldn't muster the energy to do so. The darkness took her completely. A searing wave of pain stirred her to consciousness. Looking up, she saw a brilliant fluorescent light and a masked doctor leaning over her, his almost bald head possessing only a few curly gray hairs. She was lying on her back, cold, disoriented. You're going to be okay, he assured her. The president, she said. Take care of him first. I did, the man said. He's resting in the next room. I don't have a general anesthesia, so I'll have to use a local, he said. Charlie closed her eyes, and once more the darkness overwhelmed her. The next time she woke, she was on a bed in someone's house. Her lips were dry and cracked, and her eyes felt caked with grime. Her body was a dead weight, resisting every effort to move. Each joint protested as she sat up enough to pull the covers down and look at the gauze wrapped around her wound. Major Swanson entered, wearing at least 3 days' growth of beard.
How were you feeling?
When she spoke, her throat ached, and Charlie ignored the pain. The president? He lowered his head.
He's not good. It's an infection.
Where are we? She glanced at the window, and the sun was shining brilliantly outside, hitting the branches of a hickory tree that had not yet released its dead fall leaves.
Wheeling, West Virginia. I didn't take you to a hospital, but to a doctor's office. I explained our situation, and he did the surgery there. It wasn't optimal, but the best I could do. He put us up in his house.
I need to check in, bring in some assets, she said.
I don't think you can. Charlie, the government, it's gone. They're holding most of Congress as prisoners at this point. The VP's limo was blown up. They're pretty sure he's dead. I contacted some colleagues at the Pentagon, and they're looking for me after the football went offline. The MPs have taken my family into protective custody. There's no government or secret service for you to call. The mob is rounding up anyone associated with the president or his party. I saw the footage of them executing many of them right in front of the White House.
Fuck. Those are her friends. She hoped that Jack Desmond somehow got away, but a part of her doubted it. Am I okay?
Doc Davis said that the bullet destroyed your appendix and went through your large intestine before exiting out your back. You seem to be recovering well,
Swanson said. I need to see him. He's my responsibility.
You need to rest,
he said. It's my duty, she said, gingerly attempting to move her legs. The pain from her wound and the aching of her legs made her instantly hot and uncomfortable. She winced as she put her feet on the wooden floor. The major moved in beside her, helping her to stand. He led her carefully down the hallway to the door of another bedroom. Charlie pushed the door open and saw the president on the bed. His pallor was pale, and he had a wet compress on his forehead. His hair, almost always pristine for the public, was a twisted mess that made him look balder, older. His face was red, redder than she had ever seen it, almost sunburned in appearance. Seated at his side was the doctor who had treated her. Major Swanson led her in, and she lowered herself into the chair next to him. Charlie reached out and took the president's hand in hers, and it felt wet and cool to the touch. "How is he?" she asked. The doctor's face was devoid of emotion, which made her feel grim at the prognosis. "The bullet nicked a part of his intestine that I missed during surgery. He was recovering, but I had to open him up again, and the infection is fairly bad." "Would it be better to have him in a hospital?" Charlie asked softly, weighing her options. "They would be giving him exactly what I am. I'm sorry." Tears formed in the corners of his eyes as he spoke. Charlie held his hand for several hours before becoming lightheaded. "He's my charge, my responsibility. He should have his family here, not me." Unconsciousness washed over Charlie, and she embraced it. A mix of nightmares and memories of the shooting haunted her. She woke to a cloudy day, a different day. "How long have I been out?" On the table next to her was a cup of water and a straw, and she savored every slow drop. Major Swanson entered her room.
"How are you today?"
he said in a low tone. "Better," she said, shifting in the bed, every muscle and joint protesting. "How is he?" Swanson bowed his head.
"Charlie, he died yesterday. You had passed out, and we moved you back to your room. He left us a few hours later. He woke up, was in a lot of pain. Then he drifted off."
"I failed." She felt as if her body was shrinking under the sheets. Swanson continued, clearly sensing her mental anguish. "I'm so sorry to have to tell you. I wasn't sure what we should do. I arranged for his burial in an unmarked grave. We couldn't use an undertaker out of risk that word would get out. I thought it was the best not to let the authorities know." It was a good call on the major's part. They wanted him dead. There's no point in letting them know they succeeded. I should have been there with him. Guilt engulfed her. Guilt and anguish. "You did the right thing," she finally forced herself to say.
"If it hadn't been for you, he would have died back in Virginia,"
Swanson said.
"He even said that when he was conscious. He wanted me to give you his thanks."
"What I did didn't matter in the end. He died anyway. She scowled.
It mattered to him. He had me write a letter to his wife, though I doubt I can get it to her any time soon. She's been placed under arrest along with his sons and daughters. At least, he got to tell them goodbye in writing.
Has some order been restored? His jaw set slightly at her words.
No, the inmates are in charge. In some cases, literally. Some militia groups have tried to step in between the police and the mobs, but all that results is more bloodshed. They have assembled special teams, roaming the streets with lists of names of the president's supporters. They're televising the entire thing, pulling people out of their houses, beating them.
Lists? Where would they get lists like that?
The tech companies provided them. They're aiding in removing the scourge. That's what they said. They were tracking every time someone clicked like or dislike. And now they're looking for the more vocal supporters. I have to believe that kangaroo courts will start soon too. The media has started to call it the liberation, but it feels like a coup d'etat to me.
Because that's what it is. This isn't America, not anymore. The children have crawled out of their parents' basement and are trolling the streets looking for victims and calling it justice. What about the police?
In some communities, these anarchists have gone after the families of officers. A lot of cops are not reporting for duty, staying home to protect their loved ones. The ones that are out there are not interfering much out of fear that they will be targeted next.
What will you do? She asked, desperately hoping to change the subject. Swanson shook his head.
We were lucky. One of the shots that hit the football disabled the tracking mechanism, so they can't follow me. I can't go home. They have my family under house arrest. If I show up anywhere, they will do just about anything to find out what happened to him. I need to hide, at least for the time being. It's probably best that I keep moving.
A man without a country, she said, taking another short sip of the cool water.
Just like you, I imagine,
he said. His words caught her off guard. He's right. I have to disappear too. If they find me, they won't stop until they have dug him up out of the ground to verify he's dead. Charlie's sister would be a target by now, which only added to her crushed feelings. The service was penetrated by them. They have our names and access to our personnel files. I'll need new IDs, a new life. I have to stay one step ahead of them. The thought of being a fugitive tore at her. I gave my whole life to the service. Now it's gone. The world is better off thinking I'm dead. I want to see where he's buried, she said after a few long moments of thought.
You need to get some strength back,
he said. You're right, Charlie replied. There's no hurry. He's not going anywhere, and as long as the mob that took Washington over doesn't know for sure he's dead, his ghost will constantly haunt them. Culpeper, Virginia. Charlie Kaczynski finished her story with a long sigh. She had not told anyone the events of the night of the fall, or the president's ultimate death a few days later. It was a secret she bore, along with the scar on her abdomen, a nagging reminder of the events that unfolded. Every eye in the room was locked on her as she finished, pausing for a moment. She wanted to cry, but pushed the tears down hard. I'm so sorry for all that you've been through, the vice president said. Thank you, sir, she replied, fighting to keep her composure. I haven't told anyone about what happened, especially after they put his death photos and videos on the web. I knew it was a lie and that they would do anything to protect it. Sir, Jack said, turning to Andy. This is Andrew Forrest. His father was in the Sons of Liberty and managed to save these items. Andy stepped forward and held out the case and tube. The VP carefully opened them, first the documents, then the flag. He read the tag on the flag slowly, touching it with reverence. These are the real deal? Andy shook his head. He and his friend hid them in a place they knew would be safe. The VP handed them back. If you don't mind, I'd like to use the flag at least. For what? Andy asked. Jack spoke up again. The time has come to strike back. For almost 5 years our asses have been handed to us. Charlie loved hearing the passion in his voice. All right, Jack. You fulfilled your promise. What's the big plan here? We're going to hijack their anniversary event, Jack said. We are going to swear in the VP as our president live for the whole world to watch. We're going to hit them in so many different directions at once that they will not know where or how to react first. Then we take the fight to them and take back our nation. Charlie was stunned. Is it even possible? It is, Charlie, Jack replied, his voice ringing of confidence. You've helped and not even known it. We've been slowly hamstringing the NSF, hitting their capability to do their job. That building you took down in Virginia, that hurt them bad. We're going to hit the big tech companies too, long enough for us to get the images and videos out on the net before anyone can censor them. The vice president rose to his feet. They like to feel invulnerable. That's one of their many weaknesses. We've had time to plan this, time to prepare. You helped. That attack in Virginia crippled their labs and investigating capabilities. We are going to hurt them, show them to be the liars that they are. We will be showing the people they have disenfranchised that there is hope, that the America they knew is still alive. We are going to give them the one thing they haven't had much of. Hope. It won't be easy. Regrettably, there will be bloodshed. We will have to fight dirty to win, but they have taught us how to do that. Millions feel the way we do. They have been seething, waiting for the right moment to rise up. We're going to provide that. Charlie rose to her feet. She had been in hiding for so long that the thought of being free again, assuming her identity and place in society, had almost been forgotten. She had suppressed those dreams in exchange for survival. They're going to start the war that should have happened 4 years ago. We are long overdue. Count me in, she said firmly. Andy nodded as well. Me too. Jack nodded as if he were proud of them. We still have work to do. The secretary of the NSF taking control of the SEs is a wrinkle we hadn't planned on. Though we were trying to stir the pot between the two organizations for some time now. Charlie crossed her arms. She will move fast to consolidate power. We need to keep them off balance, hopefully fighting each other and not noticing us. My thoughts exactly, Jack said. We got a lot to do, and not a lot of time. Chapter 23. Only trust information that's proven trustworthy. Look for the Truth Reconciliation Committee logo. Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. Raoul could barely contain the nervous excitement at what he was doing. Most of his life he'd followed orders. This was different. The Order of the Bell had several of the members, including him, performing surveillance on the social quarantine camp. Armed with binoculars and a sketch pad, he settled in on a hill outside the camp and carefully drew the fence line and the towers. He made notes regarding how many people manned them, when they came and left, anything that might help. I'm a spy now. I went from being a construction worker to fugitive to spy in a matter of weeks. He thought often of Father Ryan, who had given his life to protect him. He often thought of his mother, who would be worried about him, and about Paco and the other Youth Corps members. At night, when alone, he prayed that his friends and family were safe. He knew that his actions had put many people at risk, and the subsequent rioting had cost lives. I wish I had never pulled that trigger, that I had run instead. The camp was remarkably crude. The unpainted gray lumber that had been used for the fence and buildings was already showing signs of wear. Some buildings were painted, Those are the ones the guards went into. The razor wire that topped the chain-link fence didn't look incredibly secure. There were no sidewalks, only muddy paths through the camp. A lone road led to the facility. At one time, it had been the entrance to a national park. Outside facilities, some half-miles from the barracks, was a massive stone arch that had been built to commemorate the colonial army staying there. Now, it was in a thicket of tall, overgrown grass, and someone had climbed it to spray paint Camp Number 42 in black, uneven letters. At ground level, barely visible through the grass, was other graffiti. BLM and a symbol of an upturned fist. Raoul could not help but think at one time this park had been beautiful. Now the unmown fields were filled with saplings, some 5 years old, in a sea of weeds and grass as high as his waist. The ground surrounding the camp for several 100 feet had been cleared, leaving dead tree stumps and tall grass and saplings. Beyond that there was a forest of trees. Crudely dug drainage ditches surrounded the fence line as well, not very deep, filled with last year's dead leaves and growth. The guards were armed, but many looked out of shape. There were remarkably few of them. They must assume no one can escape. He caught glimpses of the prisoners as well, wearing worn gray clothing and bright orange Crocs. They moved slowly, ushered between buildings in lines prodded by the guards' weapons. Most looked starved, their faces gaunt, their eye sockets dark. They were brought to a grassy area in the middle of the camp, one building at a time, where they were allowed to stretch and get some sunlight. The men were unshaven with ratty beards. Some barracks held women, their hair unwashed, their faces seemingly devoid of emotion. He didn't see any abuse by the guards, but it was not hard to imagine based on the people he saw there. This was part of the country he had never heard about. There were rumors about such camps. It was said that the only people sent there were threats to the new America. Now that Raoul saw the people there, he realized they were no threat. Some were in their 50s. They were not terrorists. They couldn't be. Some walked with such a slow shamble, it was impossible to see them as a danger to anyone. When he raised the topic with Sasha during the breakfast one morning, she explained it simply. They're not physical threats. The risk they pose is that they refuse to submit to the government. They speak out. They are here because their risk is what they think and believe. At first he was bewildered at what she said. What kind of people lock up others because they think differently? Raoul knew the answer to that. It came to him slowly, eating away at his sleep at night. This was the same government that sanctioned social enforcement squads, the same government that allowed rampant rioting, the same government that allowed men like Father Ryan to be killed. For hours he lay on a hilltop, nestled in the long pine needles and dead leaves, watching the camp. There were no external portals. Jaden had been right. Everything seemed to be built to keep the prisoners in, rather than others out. He was there for several days, poised on different hills, making notes. He even came up with names for various guards. Lumpy, string bean, tall hair, redneck, witch hazel. He noted what cars they drove every day, when they arrived, went to the bathroom, everything. As his day ended, he carefully and quietly hiked nearly 3 miles to get picked up by one of the order's drivers and taken back. They drove him into the city to the warehouse. When he arrived, he was taken to one of the offices where a table contained a full model of the camp, complete with cardboard buildings and crude fence lines made of some sort of fabric mesh that actually looked like a chain-link fencing from a distance. A lone fluorescent light hung over the model table, perfectly illuminating it. Each of the observers did the same thing Raoul had done. They fed Jaden and the other leaders the information, and they recorded it carefully on a battered PC that was not connected to the net. "Well, how do we do this?" Raoul asked as he leaned over the model and studied it. They have a lot of guns. Having guns and knowing how to use them right are two different things, Sasha said. My father taught me that much. Anthony, a tall, lean, black youth, nodded. Most of them gods is out of shape. Hell, the one Raoul called Lumpy, I swear that dude waddles when he walks. Everyone chuckled at his comment because it was so accurate. These guys are not military or former cops. They're wannabes. They think they have the upper hand, Maria said as she surveyed the table from the opposite Raoul. Arrogance is a weakness. Jaden paced beside the length of the table diorama looking at it. I learned from my 4 years in the army that you can get a lot done with distraction and misdirection. He pointed to the main entrance. They have most of their firepower focused on the main gate. That's the one way in, on the main road. Yeah, Julius spoke up from Raoul's left side. 2 towers open ground in front of them. Good field of fire. Anyone approaching that gate for a quarter mile is in full sight. He pointed to the terrain of the camp near the front gate. Jaden smiled. What we do is get the guards away from the gate. How? Sasha asked. We take 2 vehicles, 4-wheel drive, probably trucks. We use a piece of wood and run them at full speed and send them empty, right at the fence lines, in 2 places at the rear of the camp. They should be enough to clear the drainage ditch and damage the fence enough to get inside. There won't be anyone driving, so chances are they will hit the barracks. But that should be enough to get the attention of every guard in there. We can have some teams in the woods fire off some Roman candles and other fireworks from the far end of the camp. Lots of noise. Let them think that's where an attack is coming from. They will run to the distraction. Then we hit the front gate? Jaden nodded. Yes, a few minutes later, enough to get them sucked in by crashing at the other end of the camp. That leaves the towers, with either no one in or minimal guards. We use one of our big trucks, up-armored, to plow through the gates. The guards will return as soon as we do that, Maria said. Yes, they will, but we will be in the camp and we will open up on them, Jaden replied coldly. We will then have a team move in from the holes the vehicles make at the rear of the camp. They will find themselves surrounded. Some will fight, some will run, some will just surrender. The realization was settling on Raoul. People are going to die doing this. It should have bothered him, but oddly, it didn't. Jaden continued. We'll bring guns for the prisoners and we will arm them. We load up and get out fast. What about the police? Julius asked. They're going to call 911 right after the fireworks start. I mean, the place is isolated and all, but the cops are only a phone call away. Jaden's grin broadened. They didn't run any landlines to the camp. I checked with the Park Service records. That means they're using mobile phones. 2 towers service that area. Before we spring the attack, we take out the towers. They will have phones, but no way to reach anyone. Once we get out of the camp, we split up our vehicles, everyone bringing some of the prisoners with them. We can use the deuce and a half, and the dump truck and another smaller vehicle. Once clear, we work our way back here. Not directly back. They will monitor traffic camera footage after the shit hits the fan. Everyone gets here by a different route. It sounded simple, but something in a pit of Raoul's stomach told him that it wasn't going to be a cakewalk. You run a few trucks against the fence for a diversion. They take out the main gate. The problem is that such plans, no matter how good, often fail in the face of the enemy. The thought of it nagged at him as he listened to the dialogue from the other members of the order. After several minutes of conversation, the group left the table and moved out into the warehouse proper, where a late-night supper was being prepared. Sasha sat across from him, tossing back her short black hair and saying a little prayer before she started. That alone would have been enough to make Raoul smile. "Are you nervous?" she asked between spoonfuls of stew, keeping her voice low that only he would hear. "A little. he said. I shot 2 men that attacked us. I don't like the idea of killing anyone, he replied, just above a whisper. No good person does, she replied, her eyes darting around to make sure no one was listening. But we are all called upon to do our part. My father was taken to one of these camps. Many of the people that go don't come back, and those that do are never the same. They call it re-education or reconciliation. It's torture. They use pretty-sounding names to cover up their crimes. Raoul had heard both of those words before and never equated them to the camps. I keep telling myself that by going and doing this, we're saving lives. That's a good way to think of it, Maria replied. Those people are being held there against their will. They have families and friends who do not know if they're even alive. We have to try. Someone has to do something. Why not us? Why not us? Raoul considered that carefully. Everyone always hopes that someone else will step in and do the job that has to be done. It was easy to sit back and wait for someone else to do the hard work. If Father Ryan had done nothing, Raoul knew he would be dead now, along with the rest of the youth corps that managed to escape Detroit. Did the priest regret his actions? No, that was not the kind of man he was. Raoul nodded to Marie's question. I will do this because it's the right thing to do. Too much has been sacrificed to get me this far. I won't let that be for nothing. Culpeper, Virginia. She's a cunning bitch, I'll give her that, Jack Desmond said, as Kaylee finished laying out the coup that the secretary of the NSF had pulled off. Jack and the others had just returned from their visit with the vice president to find a scowling Kaylee Latrim impatiently pacing around the Red Roof Inn hotel room. Now she's more dangerous than ever. Jack stood in the Red Roof hotel room. His arms were crossed. His face wore a scornful expression. She's dangerous now, more than ever. He paused for a moment and thought about how he had tried to sow the seeds of tension between the NSF and the SEs. He couldn't help but chuckle. Something funny? Charlie asked. I may have actually helped her. We were framing the NSF for some actions against the social enforcers. We wanted them to turn on each other. I never expected on this scale. The bodies in Wheeling at the graveyard, that was you, Kaylee said slowly as she pieced it together. Jack nodded in response. And others. I want her, Kaylee said. Not all of her, but a piece of her. She needs to suffer, she said, casting a quick glance at Hawk and Ray, who gave her a smile and a nod. The information you have, if we made it public, that would stir a shitstorm around her, Jack offered. Not enough, Kaylee said defiantly. She set me up, plain and simple. Nobody plays me as their pawn. If you put out that information, the Truth Reconciliation Committee will say it's all BS. Yes, people will read it, but they will be told it's all lies. If we're going to hurt her, we have to do it in a way that's meaningful. Justice and vengeance were concepts that Jack clothed himself in. Oftentimes they were all that gave him solace as he traveled across the country. The Sons of Liberty had been nearly eradicated when he had stepped in to fill that void. He didn't talk about those early months and never spoke of his family with good reason. A part of him identified with the former operative sitting on the bed in a hotel room. She gave everything to her job, a professional, and in the end they've taken everything from her. People like to think that the way you hurt powerful individuals is to take the power away from them. In some cases, that's true. It depends on a person and the circumstances. If they have followers, though, and determination, they will come back. People forget that Hitler tried to topple the government in the beer hall putsch. They took everything from him and locked him up for 9 months. He used that time in prison to write Mein Kampf and came back with even more resolve, wiser for the lesson. Kaylee thought hard about her enemy, her former leader. She's only a threat because of the organization she runs. She holds on to power because she uses the data from big tech against her political foes. J. Edgar Hoover did the same thing, and he only had a fraction of the information she has access to. Charlie rose from the hotel sofa to stand next to Jack, whose brow only seemed to furrow in thought. How do we cut her off from that kind of power? Jack paced several steps back and forth. There's a way. He paused. Kaylee could see he was struggling with the concept. There was a pain there, hidden, obscured. But it was there. We take a page from their rules. We do to them what they did to us. Kaylee looked at him. What exactly do you have in mind? A good dose of their own medicine, he replied. What exactly do you mean? Charlie asked. Jack paused for a moment. The memories were there in his mind, buried deep, there in a place he hated to visit, a place that hurt him deeply every time he touched the memories. The plan that he had cobbled together and worked so hard for could go south. Jack Desmond came to grips with the fact that he might die for the cause he had devoted himself to. Outside, he heard a barking dog in the distance. It ripped into his thoughts for a moment to the point where he winced slightly, as if in physical pain. If I die, those memories die too. They are in this like me. There's no turning back for any of us. I'm asking people all across the country to potentially sacrifice everything for a dream. The least I can do is share my nightmares. Almost 5 years earlier, Washington, D.C. Jack Desmond waited kneeling on the floor of the elevator from the Emergency Response Center, keeping low. His service-issued Sig Sauer P229 pistol was still holstered but accessible. Now, this requires something with a little more bite. He braced his shoulder against the short, blocky black stock of the FN P90 submachine gun and waited for the doors to be pried open by the attackers. Drake Barker's betrayal had handed the White House to the attacking mob, but Jack had a mission. He had to get out. Barker's taunt was driving his actions. Your family is dead if you fight back. He's given them our personal files. They are going to go after my family. He had tried to use his cell phone but couldn't connect. These rioters are overloading the local towers with their own shit. It's all part of their plan. The thought of abandoning his post galled him. But this was a scenario that no one had anticipated or even dreamed of. Not on this scale, at least. Charlie had Excalibur, the president, and maintaining control of the White House was moot. His focus was on something he had not expected in this moment, protecting his family. The door to the elevator cracked momentarily, then slid back shut. Jack knelt in one of the rear back corners of the elevator, his weapon at the ready. Come on, you assholes, open it. He thought about his wife and daughters in Chevy Chase. Insurance policy, that's what he said. Barbara was smart. He had taught her and the girls how to shoot. But they had no idea of the harm that was headed their way. I need to get to them, to save them. He had no misgivings. His job was to protect the president, and he was in Charlie's hands, hopefully safe. Now, all that matters was getting his family, and that was not going to be easy. The door was pried open again, this time with a crowbar. As it opened, Jack saw 3 men standing in front of it, wild eyes grinning. He fired 6 rounds, controlled single shots, hitting all 3. They didn't fly back like they did in the movies or TV. They simply twisted slightly and dropped as blood sprayed in the air behind them. His ears rang from the gunshots as he got to his feet. That was something else the TV always got wrong. Gunshots rang off to his right, but no bullets flew his way. A haze of fires hung in the White House, and the lights flickered as the backup generators kicked in. He could see a lot of people, seemingly unorganized, opening doors and looking for would-be victims. One knocked over a small table in the hallway, pure vandalism. A trio of teens tore down one of the presidential portraits as he climbed over the bodies of the men he had just shot. A group of younger people started to rush at him, and he blasted away with perfect small bursts. The group leader's head exploded, and the others dove for cover. They fired back, wild and wide of their target, the bullets hitting the wall next to him. Jack dove for an open office door, firing cover shots as he ran, jumping across the hall, slamming the door behind him. In the chaos, he was counting on their not seeing where he had gone. In the room was a large man, rifling through the desk. He was donned in black clothing, from his black headband to his black jeans. He saw Jack, and Jack saw that the pistol was on his desk. They looked at each other, and then at the gun. Jack pointed the deadly stub barrel of the FN-P90 at the man. "Don't even fucking think about it," Jack growled. The hulking black man slowly lifted his hands in the air. The large man shook his head and arrogantly grinned. "You Secret Service man, you ain't gonna shoot me." Any other night, in any other place, he was probably right. Desmond had always been a good officer, a man that played by the rules. Tonight, however, the rules meant nothing. Jack pulled the trigger once, sending it round into the man's groin. He doubled over with a loud pop. His hand found the gun on the desk, and he fired. It was a chance shot, a desperate shot. Jack saw the flash and felt the shove and a stabbing pain on his right side. The hulking man lost his grip when he fired and fell over backwards with a barely audible thud, thanks to the ringing in Jack's ears. The pain was like a hot poker being stuck in his side. He checked his body armor and saw that it held. He cracked one of my ribs, but it didn't penetrate. It was a small relief. He moved over to the man's body, where the pool of blood was already forming on the wooden floor from where his bullet had hit his victim's crotch. He set his assault weapon on the desk and bent over, pulling at the man's black turtleneck sweater. Each tug made his side throb. It took a lot to remove the garment, and each tug made him wince with agony. It hurt to pull it on, but wearing it allowed him to blend in with the people that were sacking the White House. With the oversized sweater covering his body armor, he looked more like one of the anarchists. He removed the sweat-soaked black bandana that the man wore and tied it over his own hair. Grabbing his weapon, he unlocked the door and opened it. The hall was filling with more people who had overcome the defenses of the White House and were now tearing the place apart. It was tempting to open up full auto and mow them down, but that would not get him to his family. Jack moved into the crowd, holding the gun so low so as not to draw attention. He moved through the West Wing. The ringing in his ears diminished as he heard the low, muffled anger of the crowd all around him. There was a smashing sound, the shattering of glass or dishes. The pair of protesters held up the large painting of Thomas Jefferson and dragged their knives through it, destroying the artwork to the cheers of those in the hall. Gunshots fired off in other parts of the building, distant pops, a reminder of how dangerous this place of work had suddenly become. Jack reached the outside through the cross hall, where the once luxurious red carpet on the stairs was being torn up by the rioters. The pain in his side throbbed as he made his way on the lawn. Glancing back, he saw smoke rising into the night from the east wing, illuminated by the lights of the surrounding buildings. Hundreds of black-clothed people poured into the building, swarming like sharks on chum in the water. It seemed that everyone wanted to be a part of the destruction of the people's house. Many were chanting, "Kill him!" But Jack prayed momentarily that Charlie had managed to get away. Rage was all around him, the perfect cover. Shuffling swiftly through the crowd, 2 blocks from the White House, he came across a young George Washington student attempting to ride his scooter in the opposite direction. His school T-shirt was dark purple, and he wore a black armband showing support for the rioters. Jack reached out and put his hand in front of the young man, whose long braided hair waved as he stopped in at the H&M that had been sacked earlier by looters. "Hey, dude, what's the deal?" he asked. "Give me the bike," he said. "Hey, man, fuck off," the student replied. Jack stuck the assault weapon's barrel right above the student's Adam's apple. "Get off now," he said in a growl. "What the fuck?" Jack grabbed the man by his shirt and pulled him off the bike with a violent jerk, tossing him to the road. He gunned the engine and took off for home. Every bump on the Washington, D.C. streets made his side throb with agony, but Jack didn't care. Drake Barker's words echoed in his mind. The night air stung his face and made his eyes water. Every few blocks another building was on fire, or he saw mobs looting another business. Sirens wailed over the district, and the sound of helicopters bounced off the buildings around him. As he wheeled around his block, his heart sank. He saw the row house he lived in engulfed in fire. Flames roared high into the night sky, and a crowd surrounded his home. He stepped off the moving bike, letting it fall to the ground with a sickening metallic grinding sound. He ran toward the front door. Jack had never been exposed to a fire like this. The heat was overwhelming. His eyes darted through the crowd, hoping to see his wife and daughters. A form on the front stoop was dangerously close to the fire. Jack shielded his face and darted in, grabbing and pulling it away from the fire. The shooting pain in his side meant nothing. The sweater he had taken from the man he killed was smoldering from the heat as he reached the street. He stripped it off, tossing it on the grass. The form wasn't Barbara, or one of the girls lying there. It was Pepper, his ever-faithful golden retriever. The dog had been shot, its hair singed by the flames. He could smell the aroma of the burnt fur, and it stung in his nostrils. Jack held on to Pepper, pulling the dog close, hugging her warm body in his arms, rocking as he held her tight. He then knew the truth. He had lost everything. If the attackers would shoot his dog, what hope would his family have? The roaring orange and yellow flames leaping into the sky were a funeral pyre. He couldn't think of Barbara, Jean, or Jamie. All he could do was hold Pepper tight, ignoring the heat from what had been his home, his life. His neighbor Jackson came over and knelt next to him. "A group of them showed up an hour ago. They ignored every other house, but threw Molotov cocktails at yours, front and back. We tried to put out the flames, but couldn't. When the dog came out, they shot her," Jackson said. The neighbor continued to talk, but Jack couldn't hear any more. Not from the ringing in his ears, but the overwhelming sorrow in his heart. The words were a blur. "They burned my family alive just because of who I am. They took everything from me." Tears streamed down his face as the flames soared high in the skies over Chevy Chase. Culpeper, Virginia. Andy Forrest spoke up as Jack finished conveying the story of what he had experienced the night of the fall. "If we do this, we are no better than they are. They have always counted on us taking the moral high ground," Charlie said. "They knew that we would not stoop to their level. That's why the people didn't rise up when they took our way of life. Sure, there were some fights back, like what went on in San Antonio, and we were caught off guard, and everyone assumed someone else would fix it. Good people stood by, refusing to get their hands dirty and do what it takes to win. It didn't get us anywhere, but marched into camps or beaten into submission. Jack is right. This isn't the time for us to take half measures. They need a dose of their own medicine. They need to experience the pain and fear that we've all suffered. Force is the only thing they understand, so I say we give it to them. Kaylee stood slowly, as if she were using the gesture to give herself time to gather her thoughts. Mr. Forrest, I was on the other side of this fight for the last few years. I assure you, we never stopped and considered the moral implications of our actions. It was a kind of thinking that made you hate yourself, so you simply didn't do it. That was what separates you from them. You know what you are doing is offensive and wrong. In the NSF, we saw the same actions as a means to an end. Do you feel differently now? Andy asked. The moment I realized that my own people were being sent to kill me, yes. It's one thing to be on the end administering what you call justice. It's another when they have a target painted on you. You have that target right now. Overnight, I flipped from being an asset to a liability. It changes your perspective dramatically. It was that a run until they ran me down. So I do feel that Mr. Desmond's concept is sound. Moreover, I'm the right person to do it. So when it comes to taking the fight to the NSF, I will hurt the secretary. Let her feel the exact same fear she has inflicted on so many people. Jack surveyed her face. She was tracking us down. We were her targets only a few days ago. Now she's as much a victim as the rest of us. She lost her freedom while the rest of us have lost more. But that doesn't diminish what she feels. If you do this, Kaylee, you do it in coordination with the rest of our plan. Understood? Latrim nodded once. I've never been much of a cause person. I worked in the NSF because it was a place where I could use my talents. We're in the same boat now. I agree, Mr. Desmond. Jack uncrossed his arms. Then it settled. Andy appeared edgy. I think I understand what we're doing. Kaylee's part is one aspect of all of this. We're not just making a statement. The totality of what we're doing could lead to all-out civil war. What else is left to us? Charlie asked. The government has literally become everything it swore we were. They take people into custody and lock them away without due process. They kill those that they see as threats. There is no more free speech. You can say what you want, but they then apply social justice and destroy your life and the lives of your loved ones. They overthrew the government rather than try to change it from within. If it takes a civil war to reverse that, then I say, bring it the fuck on. She spoke with a deep passion in her voice, years of frustration and failure ringing in each word. Andy nodded in response. I had to say it out loud. Jack cracked a thin smile. I'm glad you did. One should never undertake something like this lightly. Lives are precious things. Jack paused and drew a long, deep breath before continuing. We have only a short period of time before the ruling council releases its glorious new plan for New America. Sarcasm rang in his voice as he spoke. They believe they have crushed their opposition, and now they will try to toss out what is left of the Constitution and come up with a new one that validates their tyranny. We all have suffered losses. That hasn't left us beaten. They've given us resolve, and shortly they will learn exactly what that resolve can do. Most of the citizens out there ignore the crimes of the state, just so long as they get their reparations for turning in their neighbors. Others have kept as low a profile as possible, out of fear of being the next target. Even more are out there, waiting for the right moment and reason to stand up against these bastards. Well, we are going to give them that moment. We are going to give them their chance to rise up. Chapter 24. Are your neighbors being good citizens? If not, turn them in for reparation points. The more points you have, the more you earn. Surveillance is every person's responsibility. The Bronx, New York. Kaylee's day had been busy already, having gotten off the plane at JFK Airport and arriving at her second target site for the day. The apartment building was remarkably plain as she walked past it to survey any possible problems. Security cameras were present, but those could be dealt with easily enough. At one time, the apartment probably had a door attendant, but those kinds of jobs were the first to bite the dust after the fall. Everyone had cut back jobs when the economy tanked. They will pay the price for their decisions tonight. When she returned to her rental car just a few doors down and across from the main entrance, she rolled down the window and used a small laser sighting device to zoom in on each camera, one at a time. Most commercial laser sights were only enough to possibly pop a balloon, and then it required some modifications. Hers was a military-grade one, and she had it modified several years earlier for this kind of mission. The twilight-setting sun in the city helped obscure her actions. Aiming at each camera, she waited until she saw a wisp of smoke as the green power light winked out. She hit the camera on the street corner as well, just to be sure. As she emerged from the car, she appeared harmless, which was the intent. Her plaid shawl concealed her guns, and the Kevlar she wore under her loose-fitting shirt. Making her way through the lobby, she took the elevator up to the 5th floor. The hallway was well lit, but she saw no sign of other surveillance equipment. The carpet was a green color, some fancy pattern that someone had thought neutrally tasteful, though it did nothing for her. Just in case, she had a small remote control in her belt. It would generate a low-impulse jamming signal that could mess up any nearby gear. Its range was fairly limited, but it would help for the things she couldn't see that might be tracking her. Counting down the room numbers as she walked, she arrived at 511. She leaned forward slightly and knocked on the door. She heard some sounds on the other side of the cream-colored door. No doubt someone looking through the peephole. Kaylee grinned and waited as the door cracked open. The door guard chain strung taut. A man's face hovered in the crack near the chain. "May I help you?" "You are Mr. Cortez, correct?" He nodded. "I'm Gabe. What can I do for you?" "I'm a reporter with the Times," she said, still maintaining her grin. "I'd like to get your thoughts on the upcoming events tomorrow night, given your sister's position on the ruling council. You know, just a little fluff about what you think now that 5 years has come to pass, that kind of thing." The black-haired man nodded. "Sure," he said, closing the door enough to open the chain. The millisecond it closed, Kaylee drew her Walther, and as the door opened, she shoved it into the middle of his forehead and took a step into the apartment. Fear gripped him as his eyes crossed, looking up at the gun barrel that dug into his flesh. Both hands feebly rose. Take whatever you want, just don't shoot." She used her left hand to kick the door closed behind her. "Are you alone?" "Yes, look, I don't want any trouble," he said, stumbling over each word as fear gripped him. It was a facial expression she'd seen dozens of times before. "What you want is irrelevant," she said as she pulled the trigger. He dropped with a thud on the hallway rug, and blood splattered on the walls beyond. Kaylee quickly holstered her pistol, pulled out a rubber glove to use the doorknob to leave. Glancing back, she looked at his dead body. The hurting started earlier today. Now she will know that it's personal. Now your sister will feel true pain. Manhattan, New York. Charlie sat next to the vice president in the small flat over the comic book store right off of Broadway. The flat was shabbily furnished with much of its decor dating back into the last century. The musty aroma rose from the sofa every time someone on it moved. Charlie didn't mind at all. She had been in worse places over the last 4 years. Jack had given her old job back, protecting the leader of America. "You did an outstanding job 4 years ago," he said. "No one else would have gotten him out of there." She wanted to protest. A part of her always felt she had failed, but Jack never saw it that way. "There's no better person on the planet that I trust more with the life of the VP. Charlie resolved to herself that history would not repeat itself. She was not alone. Andy had come along, hugging the archival cases they had recovered. 4 others were present in the room, one from Virginia. The others Jack had brought in from another cell of the Sons of Liberty, presumably from the New York area. Jack had been going down to his truck, parked in a blind alley a block away, constantly monitoring messages. "You're nervous," the VP said as she paced around the room. "Cautious," Charlie replied. "We're in the heart of liberalism." "It's the last place they'd expect us to be," he assured her. "Besides, we both know that they think I'm dead." "Relaxing isn't part of the job description," she replied. He smiled at her. "I've been looking over my shoulder for 5 years as of tomorrow. Their social justice warriors tormented my family and drove my kids into exile. They used the word justice, but we all know that it's a load of crap. They wanted revenge. Revenge for things we had never done. I kept my family in the dark except for my wife. They had to think I died that night." "So you waited," Charlie said. He nodded, his silver hair unwavering. "If I had just emerged and spoken out, they would have arrested and killed me. I needed support, backing, especially when the military sold out my predecessor. When Jack found me, I was with some loyal supporters in Indiana, living in their basement. Together, we brought the Sons of Liberty back from the dead, recrafted it so that it could handle the storm that's about to come." It should never have come to this. The vice president hiding like a fugitive. She understood, though. Jack must have pulled in more than a few favors to find him. How would he know to have even looked? That realization came to her somewhat slower. You don't trust anything they tell you. With their Truth Reconciliation Committee, they determined what is reality and what is fiction. Andy leaned into their conversation. "My father was one of the originals in the Sons, until they hauled him off to one of their camps. He never broke, but the experience did something to him. Something horrible. He was never the same after that." "He wasn't alone," the vice president said gloomily. "Big Tech gave them the lists, the names of everyone that had ever supported conservative thinking. They had been monitoring every click and every like we ever made. They put together profiles and went after one that might be vocal. It wasn't enough to seize the government. They had to eradicate the opposition. What had been the Republican Party was gutted. Only a few made it out, those that turned on their ideals and sold themselves out. It's hard to blame them with their families and colleagues held hostage. They were only kept around long enough to make the rest of us look like radical domestic terrorists. I think those were their words. I'm sure your father was a good man, whose only crime was that he stuck to his principles. It cost him everything in the end," Andy said, "except these." He patted the archival cases. "Well, tomorrow we start to set things right," the vice president said. "We've been on the defense for years. I haven't played a lot of sports over the years, but I learned a long time ago that I hate playing defense. The time has come for us to fight. The time has come for us to put on the defense. Let's see how these bastards like it for a change." The district. As the door to her office opened, Secretary of the NSF wiped the tears from her face, removing a smear of makeup and mascara with her tissue. The word had come that her mother had been found dead in her home in Florida. A cleaning woman had found her near the front door. It had been 4 months since she had last visited her. She had always been a source of support to the secretary, and now she was gone. It had been a grueling day, reviewing a speech that the Truth Reconciliation Committee had prepared for the next day's anniversary of the liberation. Some people hated speeches, but she did not under normal circumstances. She had tried to call her brother Gabe, but he had not answered the phone, nor was he at work. So she sent some of her local NSF people to inform him of their mother's demise. "Yes," she answered of her aide who had interrupted her. "Ma'am, you have a call on line 1. The nervous assistant responded, the color draining from his face. "I told you no interruptions," she growled. "Madam Secretary," the aide said slowly, "I think you need to pick up this call." As he finished, he backed out of the doorway and closed the double doors behind him. She snatched up the phone angrily and jabbed her finger at the lit button. "This is the secretary," she snarled. "This is Detective Raines with the NSF Bronx, madam." He came back, the older-sounding white male, voice on the other end of the line. "I was sent to deliver a message to your brother, Gabriel." She said nothing for the moment. "Go on." "Madam, I regret to inform you that when we arrived at his apartment, we had the superintendent open the door. We found your brother, dead." She felt the life seemed to drain from her face with those words. Her body felt like a dead weight in her thickly padded leather chair. "No, it can't be. Mom died this morning. Now, Gabe." "How?" "Gunshot wound to the head, Madam Secretary. From what we can tell, it was a point-blank range." "Execution style. Someone murdered him. Gabe had no enemies. He was harmless." "Do you have any footage? Any witnesses?" "No, ma'am," Detective Raines replied. "The security cameras were disabled somehow. No one saw the perp enter or leave." Her mind was an erupting volcano of chaotic thought. Both dead on the same day. Was it a coincidence? Why would anyone kill them? The loss of her family hit her hard. She even had trouble drawing a breath. Grief made her lightheaded for a moment. Slowly, methodically, she started to answer her own questions. This couldn't be a coincidence. Someone did this. This was aimed at me. "Detective," she said slowly, "I want you to contact the authorities in Miami that are investigating my mother's death. I want a full toxicology run on her. Her death might be tied to my brother's." "Your mother died too?" "Yes. Now get on it before they do anything stupid with her body. Contact the local airports and have them do facial recognition scans against our red list targets. See if someone killed my mother and traveled to New York." "I'm on it," Raines said. She slammed the receiver down and leaned over the desk, planting her elbows on the desktop and rubbing the back of her neck. Who would want to do this to me? Her immediate thoughts went to the Social Enforcement Organization. I just ordered their leadership laid waste. Is it possible that someone over there is retaliating for what we did? As she tried to process the information, she began to discount them. They are street thugs. They are organized. But if these deaths are connected, it has the mark of professionals. The SEs are anything but that. Besides, I just purged their leadership. Most of them are trembling in their boots. Who else could it be? Another member of the ruling council? It made sense. They all saw her as a threat, some more than others. Most lacked the balls for such an action, especially after what I have done, grabbing control of the SE. Ever since she had been elected to Congress, she had stepped on toes to get ahead. She had been the master at manipulating the media. Her opponents had been beaten. Those that still lived did so in fear of her. That fear would have been enough to force someone to strike at her. This was professional. If they disabled the cameras at Gabe's apartment building, they were not amateurs. Various groups out there had an axe to grind. They hated her. The NSF had racked up a long list of enemies. For a few long moments she tried to think about who could be striking out at her personally, and realized that the list was far too long. It was easier to discard the notion. No one would dare to make such a move against me, not unless they were crazy. For a few long moments alone in her office, she began to think she was being paranoid. Maybe it was a coincidence. No one would risk such an action against me. I have an army at my disposal. There would be no place for them to hide. She drew a long, deep breath and sat up. Now I have 2 funerals to plan in the middle of all these festivities. The secretary drew solace from one thought. If we communicate this to the masses, it generates sympathy for me. On the heels of what I just pulled off with the SE, this couldn't have come at a better time. If nothing else, it will play well in the media, make people see me as more human. Manhattan, New York. Andy sat at one of the 2 dining chairs in the apartment where they had been huddled with the vice president, eating cold pizza. He had always hoped to have a slice of authentic New York-style pizza, but had never pictured it in this kind of setting, under these circumstances. Jack Desmond had been adamant about the group not using their phones out of fear of being tracked. The leader of the Sons of Liberty disappeared, sometimes for an hour or more. He picked up on bits and pieces of things. Charlie had told him all about Jack after her admission of what happened the night of the fall. Jack had been Delta Force before joining the Secret Service. According to her, he had a long list of citations, many of which were for unofficial missions, the kinds of operations that the government never fully avowed took place. Jack himself admitted that the mobs had targeted his family, as they had with much of law enforcement's leadership. He hadn't just lost the White House the night of the fall. He lost everything he held dear. As Andy surveyed the room, he realized they all had dealt with loss as a result of the events almost 5 years earlier. It had cost him his sister and years of life with his father. His father had lost everything as a result of what the mobs had brought down on the nation. Everyone in this room has suffered as a result of the fall. We are told that the government supports the people, but it has become more oppressive than anything that had existed before. They peddle lies as the truth. His father in death had beaten them, though. He had saved several bits of old America from the rioters and looters. I wonder if he realized how all of this would have come together. With his father being a historian and member of the SOL, he liked to think it was somehow part of his father's grand plan. There was a knock at the door, and Charlie, along with the others, immediately went for their weapons. He felt naked without a gun, despite not having much experience at shooting one. Jack entered, and at his side were 2 large black men flanking a younger, attractive woman. Her blonde hair was short, but somehow as he saw her face, he remembered it being longer. He tried to place her face. Then it came to him. It was the president's daughter. Andy dropped his pizza slice back into the box. She was ushered into the room and the door was secured. The vice president rose from the sofa and held his arms out. "I thought you were dead," she said, stepping forward, crying and hugging him. "It was the only way," he said as he held her tight. They parted, and he eyed her from top to bottom. "You haven't changed a bit," the silver-haired man said. She wiped a tear from her cheek. "For 3 years they kept me in a camp. They have my daughter somewhere, my husband." She choked on the rest of her sentence with sobs. The VP put his hand on her shoulder, and Andy himself felt like crying as she struggled with her emotions. "You're here now, safe, and that's what matters." Jack stood in the doorway. They had an SE team surveilling her residence. Suffice it to say, if they don't know she's missing by now, they will shortly. Andy read between the lines and understood completely. The SE team was dead. The president's daughter regained her composure for a moment, looking around the room, and her eyes locked onto Charlie. "Is she the one?" she asked, looking back at Jack. "Lieutenant Charlie Kaczynski," he said as a form of short introduction. The slender woman stepped in front of Charlie and extended her hand. "He told me what happened. Thank you. I'm glad you were there with him when the time came." Charlie fought back her tears, with little success from what Andy could see. "I'm sorry. I failed. Your father fought on until the very end." The daughter of the former president leaned in and hugged Charlie. "It wasn't your fault. It wasn't anyone's fault," she said, parting with Charlie and sweeping the room. "We underestimated them. They had help from our enemies aboard. The Liberals backed them like a secret army and turned them loose on us." Jack stepped forward. "This is Andy Forrest," he said, introducing the two of them. She held out her hand, and Andy shook it nervously. His father and the other loyalists managed to save the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. He and Charlie managed to recover them and a fairly significant American flag. She gripped his hand with both of hers. "Thank you," she said. Andy was unsure what to say for a moment, then settled on, "There's no need to thank me." She didn't respond, which was the greatest compliment that he could have received. "I wish you were here, Dad. I'm with the Vice President and the daughter of the President on the cusp of starting to reclaim the country." Jack stood in the center room, holding his arms out wide. "Tomorrow, the ruling council is planning to celebrate what they did to all of us, to the entire nation. They're going to give themselves a party. If the rumors are true, they're going to throw out the laws of the country and write a new constitution. It is their attempt to validate and solidify what they did. They have swept their crimes under the rug, buried them, or killed those that knew about them. They were not counting on us," he said, sweeping the room with his eyes. "That was their mistake. We will crash their party tomorrow, and the whole world will know that America is not dead. People of the new America government will be given something new, hope, a reason to fight. For the first time in a half-decade, they will experience what we have come to live with, fear. We all have a role in this. I won't lie to you. This is going to be tricky to pull off." Andy watched him and realized that he was living in a moment in history. It was not some page in a book or some bullet point on a PowerPoint slide. It was actual history. If they succeeded, this would be the time and place people wrote about. "I'm just one of the people in the background of this painting, but I can't imagine being anywhere else." Charlie moved over next to him as Jack went to his satchel and started to boot up his laptop to go over the plans. She handed him a Glock, one of those they had taken from Kaylee. "You know how to use this?" she asked. Andy shook his head. "Not this one. I've been shooting once or twice. They confiscated Dad's guns when he was arrested. I always figured I'd have time to learn, but they took all the guns and I was too damned expensive for a permit to buy one of my own." "Given your dad's affiliation with the SOL, you wouldn't have gotten one anyway," she said, stepping next to him. She held the gun up for him to see, turning it over. "This is a G17. The mag goes in like this." She demonstrated inserting it. "You have 17 shots. Here's how you chamber a round." Charlie slid the slide back and forth. She then demonstrated unloading it for him. She showed him the magazine release and the safety. "Keep the safety on until you see things heading south. Don't fire panicked. Rookies always do that. Take your time and aim. Gently squeeze the trigger. Jerking the trigger will screw with your aim." Charlie handed him the gun and 3 magazines. They felt awkward in his hands, and he set them on the table. "Are you up for this?" she asked. He nervously nodded. "Are you?" "I'm getting tired of the cloak and dagger shit and constantly looking over my shoulder." It must have been hard. Charlie nodded once. "Tomorrow changes everything. My dad used to say, 'No plan survives contact with the enemy.'" Charlie grinned in response. "Your dad never knew me." Chapter 25. Social Justice is Criminal Justice. Manhattan, New York. Valerie Turner entered the long broadcast satellite control room of CBS casually, so as to not immediately arouse attention. She wore a black mask, a leftover from the virus months, black and perfect for obscuring her face. A lot of people still wore them, either out of a lingering fear or force of habit. The security guard outside the door had already been incapacitated. A chop to his windpipe had left him gagging, long enough to take an AR-15 stock blow to his head. The lobby security staff had at least tried to put up a fight. Someone would likely find their bodies in the closet before the night was through. Hopefully, after she and her people were long gone.
I told Jack there'd be breakage.
One of the technical staff raised his eyes to look at her, but everyone else was focused on their tasks. The curious tech returned to his monitor in the dimly lit room, choosing to ignore her and her colleague. Valerie allowed herself a moment of gloating. This was the start of the operation, but thus far it was going much better than she and Jack had anticipated. Studying the long dark room filled with tightly packed computer workstations with screens that flanked each operator, she knew she had to get their attention, and then force their compliance. Pulling out her pistol, she pointed it at the ceiling and fired. Dust from a pulverized ceiling tile fell over her Mets hat as she swept the gun through the room.
May I have your attention, please?
Heads rose in panic and fear, several losing their headsets in the process. One of her people, Derek, a former lieutenant in the NYPD, moved down the narrow aisle of the room, making sure there were no surprises. Eyes shifted from her to him and his AR-15.
Nobody here has to die, she said. Do as you're told, and no one will.
2 more of her people entered the room, weapons at the ready. One of the techs began crying. Another person started to sob uncontrollably.
Where is your production supervisor?
Valerie demanded. A wobbly hand rose from a pale young man with a goatee.
I am. Do you have a name?
Walter, he nervously said.
Is that your name or a question?
She snapped.
Get your shit together.
My name, he said meekly.
Well then, Walter, you work for me, at least for the time being.
He nodded apprehensively, and the color drained from his already pale face.
Poor kid'll probably throw up before this is over.
What do you want? Walter asked.
You are going to bring Studio A up online. You will continue to pipe in the feed from the district and the ceremony. But when I give you the word, you are going to cut to the studio. Got it?
He nodded his head and took his seat.
I don't want any trouble, he said.
The eyes of the others followed both him and her as she moved behind him.
Some of my people are trained on this stuff, Valerie said. Any of you decide to go off script or try anything funny, we will know. If you do, Walter here will get a bullet in the back of his head, followed by each one of you. I don't understand, Walter stammered. The feed from the district. They'll know if when we cut them off. Don't you worry about that, Walter, Valerie said. We have that covered. New Jersey's relay center is under our control already. Our broadcast will go out. You do what I say, and nobody has to get their brains splattered all over their coworkers.
One young woman's sobs turned to all-out weeping, and Valerie rolled her eyes at the sound. Derek moved behind one lanky Asian youth and shook his head.
Shit, this kid just pissed himself.
The tech turned to Derek.
You have guns. You're terrorists. Guns don't kill, Derek said flatly. I kill. And we ain't terrorists. What are you then? Valerie opted to answer. We're the good guys. You work for the terrorists.
Walter began to stab away at his keyboard as she hovered behind him. 2 more of her team moved into the control room and made sure no one was doing anything they shouldn't. Satisfied for the moment, Valerie pulled out her walkie-talkie.
Rabbit, this is Fox. The studio is yours.
Jack's voice came back. Good work, Fox. We're moving into position now. Menlo Park, California. Former Navy SEAL Travis Cullen looked out at Facebook's 5-building campus in the distance with a bit of grim satisfaction. An explosives expert, he considered his work in Silicon Valley to be one of his masterpieces. 5 different complexes, each with a number of surprises planted and waiting his signal. He had chosen to watch Facebook because their campus had the widest open views from a distance. Travis had been a SEAL lieutenant at the time of the fall. He and his team had been forward deployed to the Pentagon when the rioting had started to get out of hand. He had been expecting it. The BLM protests had been hijacked by Antifa and other militant groups for months. Things were bound to get out of hand. Travis felt someone was clearly pulling the strings, but identifying who was a matter beyond his pay grade. Loaded on 2 choppers, they were preparing to execute the Bifrost protocols when the White House was attacked. Chopper in low and do a fast drop on the White House grounds to secure the building and the president if necessary. When the order came to stand down, Travis had ordered the pilot to take off anyway, to no avail. Orders were orders. He knew what was happening a short distance away. I swore to protect my country, and in its time of greatest needs, my superiors stabbed their commander-in-chief in the back. When he protested, they revoked his commission and took him away from his life. Jack Desmond had found him in a bar in South Carolina and told him there was a chance to set things right. Since that time, he had been Jack's demolition expert. The bomb that took down the NSF building in Virginia, that was his. One of his best until now. The attack on Hive, that had been him too. Jack had used his devices in Palo Alto weeks earlier to kill their bomb squad as well. Those had all been good in their own ways. This, however, was going to be his masterpiece. Big Tech had always been part of the fall. They had censored conservative voices for years. They twisted social media data to manipulate people. When news stories came up that were contrary to progressive thinking, they simply made them inaccessible, censored, or outright deleted. If you couldn't find or share the information, it was the same as not existing. Travis, like so many people prior to the fall, had seen this, complained about it, but never thought it would be weaponized against America. When the White House and the Capitol fell to the anarchists, Big Tech enabled them to track down conservatives. Social enforcement rounded them up swiftly, enabled by the technology companies being able to track their every move. The team that came for Travis, well, their bodies still had never been found. They did get his father, a 20-year Navy veteran. He spent a year in one of their camps before allegedly coming down with pneumonia and dying. Travis had learned not to trust anything he was told by the new American government, even about his father's death. He sat in his truck on a service round outside the campus and watched the buildings and his chronometer. Jack was planning to release some information on the internet, things the government would not want out there. New America's leaders relied on Big Tech to block such things, and they were removed from the web with stunning efficiency. You couldn't find an image of the old American flag or the text of the Constitution out there. They simply made it impossible to find. They censored the internet behind the scenes, and most of the country simply took it for granted. Not today. The blueprints for the buildings were on file with their respective counties, making it easy for him to identify weak points and places to plant his little surprises. Penetrating the building security had been relatively easy, especially Facebook. At Google, he had almost been discovered by the Rent-A-Cop security team, but he had talked his way out of the situation. Twitter's HQ in San Francisco had been easy to get into, with Travis posing as a building maintenance tech. The bombs had been placed everywhere, especially near water pipes, since he knew that water and electronics were an entertaining combination. The explosive devices he planted at their data farms outside of the urban sprawl were designed to cause massive damage as well. Jack had used one of his devices to kill the bomb squad weeks earlier. Once the bombs started going off, the NSF would be crippled and unable to respond. They would have to assume that there were more devices that hadn't gone off. The buildings would be evacuated for days, if not longer, while non-experts conducted searches. While the employees of the company could work from their homes, and many did during the COVID crisis, they relied on their secured links to the office. Links that Jack ensured would be taken out. These people have been beyond the reach of the people they've harmed. Snot-nosed college pukes that thought it was funny to push their little political agendas with mass censorship and list-making for New America. They thought it was funny. They painted themselves as the rebels in their own version of Star Wars. But in reality, they had become the Empire. In a few minutes, they'll learn that there is a price to be paid for their contributions. At Facebook and Twitter, he had planned something special, something extra. He checked his watch and used the burner phone to place a call. "Rabbit, this is David. I'm ready to take down Goliath." "This is Rabbit," came Jack's cool voice. "Execute." Travis shut off the phone and tucked it away. On the seat next to him was the transmitter, and he opened the toggle covers on the switches for the companies he targeted. Twitter got theirs first. He could not hear the rumble across the bay, but knew that a half-dozen bombs were going off on the second floor of their headquarters. It would take a few minutes for the effects of the blast to fully compromise the structure and bring it down. Google went up next, starting with their primary data farm, then their headquarters. Travis knew there would be panic and chaos. He hit the other switches, saving Facebook for last. When he hit the first two toggles for them, they saw the buildings of the campus erupt with deep, resounding whoop sounds, followed by explosions of glass raining on the parking lot. Smoke rolled from where windows had been, and fire alarms went off. People poured out of the building a few moments later, running into the parking lot in sheer terror. Travis was amused by their panic. It was totally predictable. His time in Iraq had taught him a lot about how people react to explosions. They would get some distance, then stop, turn around to see the carnage, rather than keep running. One building on the campus collapsed, falling inward, sending billows of gray concrete dust roaring through the air. A part of him hoped Zuckerberg was in there, trapped, not fully understanding what was happening. A few screams came from the group in the parking lot as they watched in horror. One switch was left open on his control board, and he stared at it for a long moment. Travis thought about his father, and how he had not even been allowed to be with his father when he died. He gave everything to his country, and in the end, it was his country that killed him. Those people out there aided the fucknuts that took my nation down. They've been manipulating the public for years, twisting what they saw and how they saw it. Now today, for at least a while, that comes to an end. He hit the last switch without a bit of hesitation. The explosives in the parking lot of the Facebook campus went off, all four of them. Pillars of black smoke rolled skyward as screams filled the air. In San Francisco, the two fake post office boxes he had placed on Market and 10th Street exploded as well. Hundreds of pounds of high-grade explosives packed with nails, ball bearings, bolts, anything that could be used as shrapnel. The staff that had fled from the explosions was now caught in the secondary blasts. He was far enough away to hear the screams, but not see the dead bodies. Travis didn't need to. I've seen enough dead bodies for any person in their lifetime. He watched the carnage he had released with grim satisfaction. It wouldn't bring back his father, but it would do something that had never been done. It would frighten the big tech companies. Their employees would be afraid. They were now the targets rather than the citizens of the country. The bombs going off would make them wet themselves. Now they can constantly look over their shoulders in fear. The first responders would be slow to react because they would fear more explosions. The fires and the crippling effects of the blasts would consume each of the targets. There aren't enough counselors in the state to take care of the fear I've created with these people today. Travis started the battered old Ford F-Series truck and drove away calmly as the rising pyre of smoke rolled like a mushroom cloud over Silicon Valley. Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. Raoul huddled behind the trunk of a pine tree, his shirt sticking to the sap every time he shifted. He was poised to rush the front gate once the vehicles hit the rear fence of the camp. He had 2 pistols, a battered green Glock and a SIG P365. The Glock was his backup weapon, stuffed into the overside pockets of his green fatigue pants. Raoul liked the SIG best, a little surprised that he had the preference in firearms to begin with. Firing the weapon on the makeshift range had chipped away at his bad memories of killing the man in Detroit. Now, though, he was going to be pressed again into using a weapon. While he disliked the thought of killing another, he knew that if he did, it was to save lives. Father Ryan would approve. I know he would. I'm here to save people. Everyone was nervous. He could tell because no one had talked much on their ride in. Their faces were covered with smears of charcoal, and they wore dark or green clothing. Jaden could sense it too. If we save even a handful of the prisoners, it's worth it to their families, he said earlier as he drove the truck into the woods. He had parked it for use later. The big truck was military surplus, something called a 1.5 that Jaden said he had found in a scrapyard and got running. The other 2 pickups were old rust buckets that never would have passed New America's Go Green emission standards. One burned so much oil that it left a bluish cloud behind it, and the engine seemed to knock hard. Jaden had told him that didn't matter. They were only needed for distraction. While they rested near the vehicle, making sure they were prepared if they somehow were spotted, Jaden went off into the darkness, presumably to get the other vehicles ready. He was gone nearly half an hour before returning, with Sasha almost firing on him when he emerged from the brush. He checked his watch. 5 minutes, Jaden said, opening the door to the big vehicle and climbing in. Raoul and the others silently followed, climbing in the back of the big truck. The old dump truck they were going to use was further down the trail. Are you afraid, Raoul? Sasha asked. He wanted to say no, but couldn't. See, I've never done anything like this before. None of us have, she said. She leaned forward and kissed his cheek. What was that for? He asked meekly. In case I don't get a chance later. 5 minutes seemed like an hour. Suddenly, from the other side of the camp, the night air was filled with the roar of 2 truck engines and the tires grinding into the dirt. Lights went on in the camp, as if the buildings themselves were awakened by the sound. Then the fireworks started, Roman candles, phantom fireworks mortars, and big bottle rockets lit up the tree line in the distance beyond the camp. Raoul peered over the edge of the vehicle and could see figures starting to move off to the other side as Jaden had hoped. The crashing sound of one truck hitting the fence filled the air, followed by a crunching bang as it slammed into a building, out of his field of view. Headlights flickered from another truck that hit the fence, tearing out barbed wire and chain-link fencing as it sputtered and lost momentum, all amid the fireworks raining on the camp. Gunfire started as well, guards firing out of the camp, either at the vehicles or at the source of the fireworks. 1.5 roared to life, as did the dump truck behind it. Raoul was jerked so hard He almost fell from his seat as the vehicle lunged out of the side road and headed for the main gate. The plan had been for the guards to be drawn off by the crashing vehicle to their rear, but suddenly there was a burst of gunfire from the left guard tower. The pinging of the bullets hitting the vehicle filled his ears, and terror gripped him. This wasn't supposed to happen. Sasha raised up and fired at the tower that was closing quickly. So did 3 other members of the order. Raoul grabbed the side rail and stood long enough to fire at the tower too, not seeing the shooter but the small tower he was in. Bullets tore into the wood structure, and the gunfire from there suddenly stopped, at least for the moment. The truck lurched hard when it hit the gate, and Raoul could hear the grinding of metal along the front sides of his truck. Suddenly it stopped, and everyone started scrambling out the sides. He landed, gun at the ready. There were cracks and pops of gunfire in the distance, now drowned out by the fire from his comrades. A bullet hit the ground off to his left, kicking up dirt. Jaden and a small group sprinted to the side of a building, using it for cover. He started to run to another barracks on the other side of the vehicle, hoping to get cover. Sasha sprinted beside him as they ran. Raoul slammed hard into the side of the building, his ears roaring with adrenaline and gunshots. Across the narrow roadway at the entrance to the camp, just beyond the big truck, he saw Jaden and the others sweep from behind their building and unleash a torrent of bullets at the guards who were near the center of the camp, hunkered down behind 2 buildings for cover. His breath was heavy as he edged to the corner of the building to duplicate Jaden's move. Raoul darted out a yard or so, looking for a target. He saw one figure silhouetted by the lights, moving with a lumber. Lumpy. The figure held a large assault weapon and was firing at Jaden's position. Raoul took aim slowly and fired. Lumpy's arm lurched back as Raoul's bullet hit its mark, and the guard cried out and dove for the ground. Raoul drifted back so that he was partially covered by the barracks. The wood on the corner of the building suddenly erupted next to Raoul's shoulder, and he felt his body jerked to the side that was behind it. At first it felt like a bee sting in his upper arm. Ignoring it proved impossible. As he tried to lift the pistol, a wave of agony washed over his arm and shoulder. It felt as if it were on fire. Glancing at his arm, he saw a small chunk of flesh missing near his bicep, and he saw blood, wet and reflective in the darkness. "I've been shot!" Staggering, he moved behind the building for full cover as the gunfire continued. Sasha bent down next to him, trying to see the wound in the dimly lit darkness in the shadow of the building. Pulling out a penlight, she shined it, and Raoul saw jagged splinters of wood stuck in his arm, and a furrow where the bullet had wounded him in the upper arm. Seeing the blood made the pain surge even more. His entire arm throbbed. "You're going to be okay, Raoul," she assured him. "I've got to pull out these pieces of wood so I can bind it." He looked up at her and nodded. Each one she removed hurt like a hot poker being pulled through his flesh. He wanted to put on a brave face for Sasha, but it was hard. She took off her bandana and wrapped it around his wound. When she tied the knot, the pain was so bad he felt dizzy. The staccato of gunshots was still going on as she finished. "Can you stand?" she asked. Raoul switched the gun from his wounded right arm to his left hand and nodded. She helped him to his feet. Sweat stung at the corners of his eyes, and he winced in pain. "I'm fine," he lied to her. Sasha flashed up a grin, then took his spot at the corner of the building, emptying her clip in a matter of seconds before diving back for cover. Then came the call from across the roadway. "Jaden's hit!" cried Darius. Raoul felt gut-punched. This was not how it was supposed to go. Not at all. He turned to Sasha. Get Maria. We'll move around the building. Get on their side. Sasha nodded, and Raoul moved the gun to the hand on his crippled arm. It hurt to use his hand to eject a clip and reload, but he didn't want to go into a fight without bullets. Gunfire still rang off, as did the occasional explosion of overhead fireworks from the distraction teams. Sasha and Maria came up next to him. We're ready. He was wet from sweat, and the pain was excruciating, but he knew if he didn't take action, the shooting would not stop until they were all dead. Follow me, he said through gritted teeth, rounding the corner of the barracks and into the darkness on the other side. The district. The NSF secretary sat behind a huge desk in the studio with other members of the ruling council. She had insisted on sitting next to the chairman, and no one dared challenge her. You need a female there and a person of color so that the entire country knows we stand by our principles. Her justification was for looks, which played well with the chairman. Of course, there was more to it than mere appearance. It was a deliberate act on her part. Every time the camera would come to him, it would have her on the screen as well. I want the people to see me there. I want them to associate me with the chairmanship. The Truth Reconciliation Committee had issued a press release about the death of her mother and brother. She did not allow herself to be seen as anything but strong and sorrowful, an expression she had practiced for several minutes in the private bathroom of her office. The commentators would mention it as well during the celebration. She had seen to that personally. Even her harshest critics would have sympathy for her. Manipulating the media had always been easy for her. She had taken a page from the traitor president and used her early years being a troll, often offering outlandish comments on current affairs. It drew her critics into the open, so she knew whom to target. It made her a news topic almost on a weekly basis. That was the one thing that the traitor was good at. He got his name out there, good or bad. The chairman leaned over to her as the makeup people finished their work. I met with Becky and the TRC, and we think it best to introduce the new Constitutional Convention in my opening remarks, rather than at the end of the parade, he said in a low whisper. I approve of that, she said. Best to get it out there, and then move on. The less attention we draw to it, the better. I'm sorry for your loss, he offered. She wondered if his condolences were sincere, given that she had already blackmailed him. It doesn't matter if they are genuine or not. What matters is he's acknowledging me. Thank you, she said. You should take some time off, he suggested. A double funeral? Well, that can be a lot emotionally. I'll be fine. If there's anything I can do, I may have them interred at Arlington. They weren't veterans, but they are my relatives. Of course, he whispered back. I'll call over to the Pentagon. I can't believe they'd refuse you. We're on in 20, came the director's voice. The makeup people scurried away, and the secretary turned her gaze to the camera, summoning her mournful expression to its fullest. The chairman spoke, firmly reading the words on a teleprompter as soon as the green light went on. Good evening, people of New America. This is an important night for us all. 5 years ago tonight, the citizens of an oppressed and racist nation rose up and took back their freedoms. 5 years ago, amidst the chaos that the traitors to our ideals caused, we stood up and reclaimed what was rightfully ours. We cast off the twisted and racist history of our past and embraced a new future, a diverse future, an inclusive future, a bright and shining tomorrow for everyone. Even she had to admit he was a gifted orator, though most of the credit went to the Truth Reconciliation Committee team that had written the speech. I sit with you tonight along with the members of your ruling council. On this anniversary of that historic night, the time has come for us to pave the roads that will take us to even more greatness as a people. We will... Suddenly, the producer's voice called out. We've lost the signal, he said. Stand by. Someone will lose their job or worse for this. The secretary had never liked the director of the TRC. Perhaps now is a good time to consider replacing her. Hours of rehearsal suddenly seemed crippled by a technical flaw. One can never pass up a catastrophe. Are we on? The chairman demanded. No, sir, we are not. What the hell's happening? He spat. I don't know. I'm pulling up the feed from New York right now, he said, activating an off-camera television monitor. The secretary saw the image of a man she knew to be dead, aged, but his pristine silver hair and dark blue suit and red tie looking right at her through the monitor, like a ghost back to haunt her. It can't be. He's dead. My people prove that. Behind him was a flag, an older one, stained, torn in several places, but there, defiant. Good evening, people of America, the vice president said. I'm interrupting the ruling council's little love fest for a special broadcast of my own. Chapter 26. The good of all is the good of one. Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. The adrenaline pumping through his veins suppressed the pain in his right arm as Sasha, Maria, and Raoul moved around the barracks, sprinting to the next building. The fireworks had stopped, but the gunfire had not. The popping of gunfire was not steady, but each crack made him flinch a little. The rest of the Order of the Bell were pinned behind the barracks and trucks by unseen shooters. His breath was ragged as they came to the edge of the barracks, 2 up from where he had been shot. From the sound of the gunfire, the guards were around the corner. Drawing a long, deep gulp of air, he let it out slowly, corralling his composure. All right, he whispered to Sasha and Maria. We move as one, and I will kneel and come in low. Maria, you step out and fire. Sasha, you stand over me. They nodded silently in the shadow of the building. Now, he said firmly under his breath. He came down on the stone that dug into his kneecap hard, adding to his pain. Jostling his injured arm didn't help either. As he angled out on one knee, he saw the guards, the ones who had nicknamed Witch Hazel and Redneck. They were lying flat, facing away from Raoul and his accomplices, some 50 feet away, firing off single rounds at the rest of the Order's party. Using his left hand, Raoul raised the pistol and fired. Sasha let loose with her rifle as well. Maria, stepping out, advanced 2 steps, raised her double-barrel shotgun and fired one shot after another. Everything happened at once, and the ground around the 2 guards was churning up as bullets rained on them. Both tried to roll over and face the new threat, but the blast from Maria's shotgun hit Witch Hazel in her side and turned Redneck's legs into a pulpy red mess that looked more like ground hamburger than human flesh. Redneck cried out, but one of the bullets hit him in the throat, ending his wail into the night sky. A thin gray haze of smoke filled the air. The sounds of gunfire seemed to stop. Maria reloaded both barrels and walked over to the dead guards, unleashing overkill shots into both. That's for my father, she said. All clear, Sasha called as Raoul used the side of the building to stand. The members of the Order emerged from cover and began to turn their attention to the barracks. Doors were flung open and they barged in, guns ready, in case some guards were hiding. Raoul made his way to the main street between the barracks and saw the prisoners brought out into the white-blue LED light of the camp. Most wore faded tan clothing, some patched, others with holes in them. They were afraid. Raoul could see it in their eyes and faces. More than one refused to come out of the barracks and had to be pulled out by his fellow prisoners or the members of the order. They are afraid this is all a trick. One woman with wild, stringy hair, easily in her late 40s, came up to him and hugged him, making his wound throb. "Thank you," she sobbed. She repeated it over and over again. Raoul ignored the smell of her, a nearly overpowering stench, and hugged her back. "You need to get in the truck so we can get out of here," he managed as she broke her clutch with him. He saw her skinny arms and wrists jut out of her ragged sleeves. Holy Father, they were starving these people. He had suspected it during his surveillance of the camp, but now that he was here with the prisoners, he saw how bad it was. Jaden appeared, limping badly, his head wrapped with a blood-soaked piece of cloth. Raoul was happy to see him alive and could not help but smile. "It looks worse than it is," Jaden said, his eyes drifting to Raoul's wound. "Same here." "We need to get these people out of here," Jaden said. "Then I want this place on fire. They are never again going to put our people in places like this." Manhattan, New York. Charlie's eyes moved around the studio, from door to door, to the camera booth where the operator was being held at gunpoint. She was back on duty, protecting the legitimate leadership of the United States once more, and it felt like putting on a well-worn glove. Strangely comfortable. She knew that the studio wasn't likely going to pose a threat. It was getting the vice president out of New York, a hotbed of progressive fanatics, which would be the problem. As he sat in front of the flag at the desk, she felt a surge of familiarity that she had not experienced in the last 5 years. The overthrow of the government, the execution and deaths of so many elected officials, there was nothing that looked or felt presidential. She knew that the ruling council had done that deliberately. They wanted no trappings of our past. Now, as her eyes darted to the VP, she felt a return to some degree of normalcy and wondered if the people watching would feel the same thing. His words came flawlessly as he spoke. "This mob that overthrew your United States of America has lied to you from the beginning. They promised freedom, but have proven themselves to be more oppressive than any government in this hemisphere. They told you that I was dead. They told you that the president died in jail of a heart attack. That was a lie, too. He died in West Virginia and is buried there in an unmarked grave. They promised that they would eradicate racism, but nothing has changed in our society. All they have done is pay Americans to turn in their fellow citizens, as if we were East Germany during the Cold War. They took away your guns so you didn't even have the right to defend yourself, making you dependent on them." As he paused, his words hit Charlie hard. They did lie about the president. They faked his arrest and his death. I was there. Now the whole world finally knows the truth. There was a feeling of great satisfaction at hearing him say that one line. Her burden, that she had carried for so long, was lifted. This lie, called New America, is said to be progressive, but in reality it's oppressive. Most of you have long suspected that they rounded up those with conservative views and took them away for so-called social quarantine. These were concentration camps, plain and simple. Those they could not beat into submission were often starved or savaged in other ways. You may say I'm not telling you the truth, but tonight the Sons of Liberty have struck at 5 of these camps and have freed the prisoners there. In the coming weeks you will hear their stories of the hardships that the ruling council inflicted on them. In alliance with the mainstream media and big tech, these anarchists, supported by the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, have twisted what you thought. They have played you. They have told you that we are experiencing prosperity, but you have stood in lines because your jobs disappeared or were sent overseas. Your roads are filled with potholes. Your bridges rusted away. The streets littered with garbage. The drug users shot up in front of your children. When you call for police, you get counselors or mediators. You've suffered shortages of food and other supplies, and been told it was the fault of a man they label traitor. It's they who are the traitors. Lies are what they peddle. Tonight they are going to celebrate their overthrow of a government and the deaths of thousands of innocent people. I say they are the ones that illegally control our nation. We are not New America. We are America. They told you that the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence were dead documents, that they had been destroyed. That was another lie. Thanks to the dedication of true American patriots, they were saved. He gingerly held up the Declaration of Independence for the camera. Charlie shot a glance to Andy, who gave her a broad smile in response from his off-camera position. His face reddened, and in that moment Charlie had complete understanding of what he was feeling. He has completed the journey his father began. Pursuant to our laws of the land, I am ready to fulfill my duty. He rose to his feet, and a former president's daughter stepped forward, holding a battered black Bible in her hands. Raise your right hand and place your other hand on this, and repeat after me, she said in a crisp voice. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. She paused and allowed him to repeat the words. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, she said, a waver rising in her voice as she spoke. No doubt she was thinking about her father. The vice president repeated her words, offering her an almost grandfatherly smile that seemed to give her strength. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. He finished the oath flawlessly, then turned to the camera. As a President of the United States of America, I declare the officials of the New America movement to be enemies of the state. They are rebels and domestic terrorists. I assume full control of the federal government and will immediately seek to restore our nation to its former glory and honor. As a legal commander-in-chief, I hereby order the military forces of the United States to acknowledge my authority under the Constitution and go on immediate alert. No orders to be followed from the new American government or their so-called leaders. Any officer that refuses my order will be relieved of command. Orders for martial law in several cities will be released shortly. Countrymen, tough times will follow. These tyrants will not easily surrender what they have stolen. They will fight to remain in power. We will have to fight to take back what is rightfully ours. I know many of you like me were caught off guard by the mobs seizing control. Now is the time for you to take a stand. Join me. Follow me. We will restore our nation, so help me God. With that, the camera went dark, and the light above it flickered to red. Jack gave no time for congratulations. Sir, we need to get you on the move. Andy stepped in and rolled up the documents and folded the flag and quickly stored them. Did it go out on all the networks? It did, and on the net, Jack said with a grin that Charlie had come to miss. We caught them with their pants down, but we can't press our luck. We need to get out of the city. Jack turned to Charlie. All right, Slingshot, the Silver Eagle is all yours. Charlie Kaczynski heard her old call sign and beamed. The last 5 years seemed to evaporate. Redemption came from strange places, and for Charlie it was in fulfilling her duties. I'm back. Very well, Mr. President. I need you to follow me. Epilogue. Lowering the bar ensures equality. Hackettstown, New Jersey. Kaylee Latrim sat alone in a booth at Marley's Gotham Grill, taking a sip of her Long Island iced tea. It was a hole-in-the-wall restaurant and bar, one that only the locals likely knew. Most of the big chain restaurants had either gone belly up during the aftermath of the virus or the economic downturn that came after the fall. Kaylee preferred such places to the chains, not because of the food, but for the privacy they offered. The TV over the bar had gone blank after the swearing in of the new president. When it flickered back on, a message of technical difficulties, please stand by, was plastered on the screen. She admired Jack Desmond's style. Go big or go home, she muttered to herself, allowing a rare chuckle out loud. There was a strange sense of pride in her newfound colleagues. Several patrons of the small-town bar pointed at the screen and their voices escalated. One was saying that it was some sort of stunt. It has to be fake. Everyone knows he's dead. Two others were arguing right back. You better hit the road, Polly. It looks like there's a new sheriff in town, one boasted jokingly. The first man stormed out. Kaylee took it all in. This is just the start. No doubt, all across the country, fights were starting. Some neighbor versus neighbor, others within families themselves. Things are going to get messy now, but that's how it should have been all along. At least now the playing field is fair. Kaylee had been a tool of the new America government, a pawn. It was a role she understood. She had a unique set of skills, mental and physical. They needed and used those skills. Only in her darkest moments had she ever considered the morality of what she had done. The morality is a weakness for an operative. It was easier to follow orders than to question why those orders came down in the first place. They used her. After she had done their dirty work, they made her a target. It was a massive mistake on their part. She had struck back, going right to the heart of it all, the Secretary of the National Security Force. Taking out her mother had been relatively easy. A simple pinprick of curare, when greeted at the door, had done the trick. She had a veil of it left over from her time as an operative. She had used a high dose, hitting her where her shirt rubbed at her collar, so that the wound would be difficult to detect. She struggled to breathe as her diaphragm became paralyzed. Kaylee remembered watching her on the floor of her hallway, struggling, then slipping off to sleep. The older woman's face was eerily like that of her daughter, which gave Kaylee some strange sense of joy. Now the time had come to inflict the fear she had so desired. Kaylee opened the burner phone and dialed the number she had memorized. The secretary's voice came on, hot and furious, more than she had ever heard before. "Who is this?" "Your worst nightmare." Kaylee paused, letting it sink in. "You!" Pure venom came with that one word. "How's your mom and bro doing?" she asked sarcastically. "I want her to know. I want the fear to be real." You did that?" "I have no idea what you're referring to," she replied coyly, taking another sip of her drink. "Can't a girl simply ask a friendly question of an old work buddy?" "I will hunt you down. There's no safe place where you can hide. You will pay for that." "Give it your best shot," she replied. "In the meantime, you might want to check the web. I think you're trending." She shut off the phone and smiled proudly to herself. Her files, all her nasty covert missions, had been dumped onto the internet a few minutes earlier. Jack had assured her that the Silicon Valley folks would not be taking it down for several days, and judging by the news broadcast she had seen of the bombings in California, she agreed. For the first time since the fall, Silicon Valley had a reason to experience fear. The truth was out there for the first time in years, unfiltered and unstoppable. With their iron grip on the nation suddenly challenged, they would be hard-pressed to protect the secretary. The whole world would know what kind of a monster she was. What she had ordered Kaylee to do, her actions, releasing the information, would take her down too. The data was a double-edged sword. The people would know the amount of blood on her hands. It was a small price to pay for vengeance. Besides, this fight wasn't over. It was just starting. "I'm not preparing alone. I have new friends and allies. If I was dangerous before, I'm unstoppable now." Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Raoul looked at the crude crisscross stitches on his arm and winced again in pain. Dolores, an ER nurse and friend of Jaden, had come to the warehouse to tend their wounds and help with the former prisoners. Some could barely talk. When they tried, only hoarse-empty sobs came out. Some looked afraid, as if their rescue had been some sort of trick, and they were waiting for something bad to happen to them. Raoul watched as they were given hot food and blankets, and wondered what had gone on inside of that camp. Sasha came over with a warm cup of coffee and sat on the tire that he was using as a chair. "How is Jaden?" "One shot glanced off his skull. More blood than damage, though his hairline is going to be messed up. He got a ricocheted bullet in his shin. They had to dig it out. He's fine now, though. He's going to have a hell of a headache for a while." That gave him some relief. Jaden had been a mentor of sorts for him since he arrived. "How are our guests?" "Shaken up," Sasha replied. "Most are not well enough to travel yet. Even if they are, we can't just ship them back to their families. The NSF will be watching for them." There was a distant cracking sound in the air. Raoul sat his coffee down. "What was that?" "Fireworks," Sasha said. "They're going off all over the city. Apparently, while we were freeing prisoners, the vice president came out of hiding and took the oath of office. He's our new president. Some serious shit is going down." "Get out," Raoul said, walking to the big door of the warehouse. In the night sky, he saw the occasional burst of fireworks in the distance over the city of Philadelphia. Sasha stood at his side and pulled him close. "Jaden said we were just one of the teams that hit camps tonight. The whole thing was coordinated. The president has called on the military. It sounds like he's going to try to take the country back." "Amazing," Raoul said. "He had no idea." It struck him as strange and oddly comforting that he had been part of something else, something bigger. It was a feeling he had struggled with since the destruction of his youth corps troop. "So what happens next?" he asked. Sasha pulled him a little closer. "I don't know. We hurt them, and they're not used to that. When people get hurt, they try to hurt back. That's for tomorrow. Tonight, we get to help the prisoners we got out of that place." Raoul looked off into the night as a red mortar round, an old 4th of July firework, exploded in the distance. A few minutes later, he heard a retort. "Come on," Sasha said. "Let's go inside." He didn't move. Instead, he stared into the night sky. "You go ahead. I want to enjoy this a little longer." Bass River Toll Plaza, New Jersey. Andy sat next to Jack Desmond in the front seat of the unmarked box truck they had used to enter and leave the city. The president was in the back, along with Charlie and the 4 additional protectors that Jack had brought with them. Getting out of the CBS building, known as Black Rock, had been relatively easy. The sirens of the New York NSF wailed in the air, echoing off the building, seeming to get closer. But Jack's friend, Valerie, assured him they would be handled. As they approached the toll plaza, Andy saw the police cars parked nearby, their red and blue lights flashing. There was a line at each gate, and at each booth there was an NSF officer. Jack took a newspaper and set it on top of his weapon on the seat between them. At Andy's side was the nation's most precious documents and the flag. Jack didn't verbally say anything to Andy, but his eyes darted from Andy's face to the gun. "I hope he doesn't expect me to shoot this guy." Slowly, he realized that might be what Jack wanted. As they pulled up to the small toll plaza, the officer indicated that Jack should roll down his window. "What's up, officer?" "We're checking out-of-state vehicles," he said flatly. "Your plates are from Arkansas." "Just dropped off a load of food upstate," Jack said. Andy looked around slowly and saw that there were 4 officers total at the toll plaza. All seemed to eye the truck with suspicion. "Sir, I'm going to have to pull you over," he said firmly, gesturing to the area past the toll gate where their cars were parked. "I have all my paperwork," Jack said, reaching across the seats as if he were going for the glove box. Andy wondered if he was going to make a grab for the gun instead, but his hand hovered just short of it. "Sir, pull over." "Of course," he said, grinding the gears slightly as he got it going, turning slowly over to a spot behind the two cars. The officer directed him to repark, angling the rear of the vehicle away from the other officers at the toll plaza. "I need you and your passenger to provide me your ID," he said. Fuck. Andy started to fidget around for his identification. Jack produced a federal ID, and Andy handed his ID over as well. "Sir, I want you to step out and open the back of your vehicle," he said after reviewing the ID. Andy marveled at how composed Jack was. "Happy to oblige," he said, casting a glance over at Andy and at the gun one more time. "This is not the time for heroics." Andy opened his door slowly and dropped to the ground. "What's going on?" Jack asked the officer. "You didn't hear? It was on the radio, TV, everywhere," the NSF officer said, walking to the back of the vehicle. "The Vice President of the United States hijacked the anniversary ceremony out of the district, got sworn in and everything, live on the air." "No kidding?" Jack asked as Andy came to the back of the vehicle. "Wow, we missed it." "Yeah," the slightly portly officer said, taking off his hat and slicking back his red hair, then putting the hat back on. "They have us checking every out-of-state vehicle," he said. "That's really something," Andy said. "All right," the officer said. "Let's take a look." "Okay," Jack said, "though I think you're wasting your time." Andy cringed and stepped back away from the door. Jack fumbled with the keys, mostly to warn Charlie and the others. He removed the lock and tugged it open a few inches, stopping there. The officer reached and jerked the door upward. It rolled and rumbled up. Standing before him were 5 people, guns drawn and leveled at him. Behind Charlie was the president. There was a moment where time seemed to stand still. Andy was expecting the roar of gunfire. For the longest few seconds, no one spoke. No one moved. The officer said nothing. He simply looked at the occupants with the guns trained on him. Casually he climbed up, grabbed the nylon strap at the bottom of the door and pulled it down slowly and carefully. He then took the lock and put it back on the door hook. Andy was dumbfounded. His mouth slowly dropped open. What in the hell just happened? He had to have seen them. The officer looked to make sure his colleagues hadn't seen anything, then turned to Jack. "Everything seems to be in order here," he said loudly enough for his fellow officers to hear. None even bothered to come over and look. Reaching into his uniform pocket, he retrieved a card and held it out for Jack. "You keep this. It says we inspected you and your cargo has been cleared. If you head west instead of south, you will find less interference from checkpoints." "Thank you, officer," Jack said slowly, almost in disbelief himself. "No problem," he said, then leaned in so that only Jack and Andy could hear him. "God bless America," he said barely over a whisper. The officer gave him a wink. Even the tough Jack Desmond said nothing. His mouth hung agape. It has begun. And in that moment, when he heard those words, Andy realized that his father's suffering had not been in vain. The country he believed in is still out there. It's not a place, it's a people. More importantly, now we have a fighting chance. Author's Notes. In 1775, Thomas Paine wrote Common Sense as a book designed to articulate and frame the moral and political arguments why America needed to exist on its own. In writing this book, I wanted to explain the dangers of the far left, the progressives, but I realized that a common-sense approach would merely be ignored. People want stories. They want characters. They desire to be entertained more than lectured to. We live in a world where facts are challenged and counterfacts abound. A story, that is something that transcends data. I harbor no illusions of this novel being on par with Common Sense, but I wanted to provide conservatives with a perspective of the threats facing them. It began with the simple notion, what if the progressives got everything they wanted? What if the events of the latter part of 2020 had taken the nudge down a darker path? What would the nation look like 5 years down the road? I have crafted a world that the extremist left-wingers crave and the conservatives dread and fear. While you may attempt to discredit the concepts of this novel, you will find that all of these concepts are based in reality. President Obama at one point suggested a nationalization of the police forces. Cries for reparations are all too real, and the model I have presented, with them being another form of welfare, is a very real possibility. Gun confiscation and the Green New Deals are not conspiracy theories, they are ideals embraced by many. Defunding the police is happening in some communities. Representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez claim they had a list of Trump supporters, archives of their social media, purely for the purposes of retribution. Media suppression of stories happens. A form of the Truth Reconciliation Committee has been proffered by members of Congress. Statues are being torn down or destroyed. Socialized medicine has long been a Democratic rallying point for their supporters. Social justice warriors, as idiotic as they appear, are a real thing, as is cancel culture. Imagine if these people were to get in power, real power. Social enforcement is merely the next step in their evolution, if not checked. In every election in recent years, progressives cried for throwing out the Electoral College, but no one proposes to amend the Constitution to do so. That means that the only way to do it is to violently throw out our rule of laws and create new ones to their liking. Antifa wants to bring the entire system down, including capitalism. Insurrection is seen by many on the left as the means to an end if they cannot get their desires. The idea of a new constitutional convention, while it seems far-fetched, is an actual possibility. The left pushes rights that do not exist in law, but only in their fertile imaginations. It is not hard to believe that if they were in power, they would cement those beliefs. Conservatives like to believe that we would rise up if an attempt were made to overthrow the government. In reality, if it happened fast enough, there would be little we could do. There would be little time to organize, and the forces working against us are already organized. That is the scenario presented in this book. All I have done in this book is transform these concepts into a story so that it is digestible by the general public. Personally, I think it would make a great miniseries. This book is designed to make you think. It's written to spark debate and discussion. It is intended to pull at our patriotic heartstrings. People who feel threatened by such a book are bound to label me a right-wing nutjob, an extremist, or worse. I have always believed that the best heroes are defined by those that consider them their enemies. Labeling is what the left does best. I do not fear them. I have exposed them for what they really are. I have given you a glimpse of what they consider their utopia. To anyone offended by this book, I offer zero apologies on behalf of millions of us who both loathe and fear what you so strongly desire. You may claim I have misrepresented aspects, but that is merely your opinion. Mine differs. I hope you've enjoyed the book and will encourage others to read it.